There was no shelter down here that she could find, and huddling against the rocks only made her colder. It wasn't like the night in the sea cave. She didn't want to cry, but fear tapped at the doorway to her mind until she went half mad with loneliness and let it in. Tegan had no way of knowing how long it had been, where Szarok might be searching. She had no doubt that he was, but... Oh, what if the snow's like rain, washing me away, winter fresh, so he can't find me? And she knew that he wouldn't give up. In the cold, dark night, he would search and run and try until they both froze and died. The tears felt like lava on her cheeks, blessed relief from the cold, but also tasting of despair. This couldn't be the last thing she ever tasted, layered over the confection of his kisses like the doleful weight of graveyard earth. No, please, no, not this. Not because of me. And the snow just kept falling. Darkness and thorns. The silence chilled Szarok, more than the dark and the cold. When the wind carried his voice away, but brought back no answer in return, he ran from the signal tower. He'd last seen her heading for the metal houses, but as he crested the hill, he found no sign of her. Kneeling, he sought her familiar smell, and wisps of her sprang alive, faint but unmistakable. This way. The scent trail beckoned and kept calling, yet it seemed strange that she would have gone so far. To his left, a curious fox kept pace, likely wondering if he might kill another goat. If so, there might be scraps to scavenge. Not tonight, he told it silently. Raw fear gnawed at him inside, as much as what he first felt in the water, as much as weighed on him when he walked into a human town, surrounded by his enemies. He tracked her all the way to some strange ruins, but then great fat snowflakes flurried down. Szarok had rarely hunted in the snow. As Vanguard, his training had taken precedence, and he found that it diffused the scent. Not impossible just then, but the longer the weather continued, the fainter her trace became. In a few hours, he'd lose all sense of her. No, that can't happen. She was small, with thin human skin. The cold would devour her slowly. Dropping to the ground again, he found her, only a whisper, past the frozen water melting on the stones. She was here. She lingered. But from here, where? He snarled in frustration when he had to stop so often, checking and rechecking her path, only to find it ended at a bluff overlooking the sea. An icy blast of swirling snow stole his breath as he gazed down at the churning sea. Frost glimmered on the rocks below, and he roared at the possibility that she might have fallen. If that were true, he should already be diving. But a wave surged, breaking in a watery explosion on the stones. Szarok threw himself toward the ledge, but there was no trace of her. She didn't go over here. He crawled, inch by inch, searching, eyes closed. The fox went away, and the snow meant the seabirds didn't fly, so it was only dark and swirling sky ice, and the fear that escalated with every moment that he could not find her. Not an echo, not a glimmer, just animal smells, but even those, apart from the sharper spikes of urine and scat, were fading, diminished beneath the inexorable flutter of the snow. So far it only dissipated as it hit the ground. The day had been so warm, enough to swim without feeling like ice torture, but past dark, after the sun slept, the weather seemed like madness. But none of his people had ever ventured so far north. Szarok stayed low, checking for signs of her, aware that the longer it took to find her, the worse it would be. Even with his thicker skin, he'd started to feel the cold. Dread coiled into a knot in his chest, so huge that he could barely breathe around it. Now he smelled only wet earth, hints of clay, and rotting vegetation. Desperate, he snarled another wordless call, though he couldn't catch her scent, and the snow was falling thicker and faster now. An answering cry rang out, so faint and wind-thrown that a human wouldn't have heard it. For endless moments he worried that snow devils might be plaguing him, sending him off in an infinite game of seek and repeat. But then, as he ran along the bluff, the distant sounds clarified into her voice. But she was obviously losing heart, like wondering if she'd imagined him in the roar of the wind. "Keep shouting!" If she heard him, he couldn't be sure, but her voice rang out again and again. He'd never tracked by ears alone, and the wind was a tricksy beast. His eyes felt frozen by the time he uncovered signs of where she'd fallen. Her scent here had nearly dissolved, leaving only the shimmer of an echo, a touch of smoke and copper. She's hurt. Without hesitation, he leapt, though he couldn't see, could only feel the swirling cold on his skin and hear the dread crashing of angry waves. Szarok landed on a slick rock, but he dug in with his claws and kept his footing. Tegan crouched nearby, huddled in on herself for warmth. The smell of blood bit at him, but it was worse that she barely smelled of anything else. Questions boiled up, but they could wait until he had her safe and warm. "Get on my back!" Blinking slowly, she stared up at him with an uncomprehending look. Impatient, he knelt and drew her up behind him. "Hold on tight, understand?" Yes. The sound was faint, but she tightened her icy arms around his neck. Without his claws, the climb would have been impossible in this weather. More than once, he slid and caught himself, spearing into the earth with his talons. He pressed forward without rest, without pause, and when he crawled back onto solid ground, he didn't stop moving. Szarok straightened and burst into a run. Her breath didn't sound right. Too slow, too light. At any moment, it seemed as if she might stop and topple from his back. Snowblind, he ran with all his strength. Since he couldn't pause to warm her, he spoke, broken questions in human words and Uroch growls. She responded to nothing, and as he ran through the abandoned town, her arms loosened. He held her up, leaning forward so she didn't fall. The angle made it hard to control his dash down the hill toward the signal tower, and his feet slid over the icy ground, scraped but numb. He could smell his injuries, but couldn't feel them. Finally, he burst into their little home and deposited her in bed. His hands shook as he stirred the embers of the fire to life, and then fed it all the brush and dry leaves they'd gathered. Wasteful, but if they didn't survive this night, there would never be any need for more fuel. Still, Tegan didn't stir. He stripped away her frozen clothes without hesitation, and then discarded his own. When he pulled her close, she didn't feel like a living girl at all, and a shock of horror pierced him. Did she go while I was running? Fighting panic, he set his head to her chest. No, she's still breathing. I just need to warm her. Her injuries didn't seem serious enough to cause such lethargy, so it must be the chill. He wrapped himself around her first, and then piled all of the furs he'd cured on top. Between the layers, close contact, and the fire, the feeling came roaring back to his dead limbs. Nothing prepared him for the agonizing flame and needles that prickled, a little at first, and then, with an awful intensity that left him snarling. He threaded his claws through her hair. He found it bizarre and uninviting at first, but now her head fur seemed sweetly wild. a remnant of the animals that humans had been, like a wolf or a cat. Eventually, the pain faded. He held on to her, helping the only way he could. Is it enough? Cautiously, he explored her skull beneath the weight of tangled hair and found a knot. Tegan flinched and finally opened her eyes. At first, she only stared at him with an unseeing gaze, appearing not to understand. When enlightenment dawned, she touched his cheek with a shaky hand. "You saved me." "Barely," he bit out. Now he should probably let go and feed her some meat, warm some water for her to drink. But his arms would not unlock. He could only hold her even closer, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The weakness overwhelming him had no peer. Even when the odds were bad, he didn't let the prospect of failure prevent him from taking action. "I'm sorry." He fisted one hand in her hair. "Please, don't ever go again where I can't find you." "I didn't mean to. The light wanes so fast here. You know, it's different on the mainland. There's more time where the sun hangs in the sky, orange and yellow. Then the dark sort of ripens." Was she mad? To be talking of the sun and the mainland when he felt this, like a hole had opened inside him that might never be filled. Provoked, he shook her shoulder to be sure he had her full attention. "Listen, healer. Don't ever go where I can't find you," he said again. "I won't." But her tone made him feel like growling, and she didn't smell contrite. He snapped his teeth once, and then swallowed hard, his throat thick with unspent rage and Uroch scolding. But if he unleashed it in his native tongue, she wouldn't understand, and she must. "If you go," he said deliberately, each word an angry bite, "I will follow." Now she stared up at him, eyes wide and dark and slightly fearful. "Good." "By go, you mean—" "Yes. I have a mission, healer. It is more important than my life. If you go where I can't find you, I can't. Yielding to that raging tide, he tipped his head back to snarl at the ceiling, a string of Uroch that she probably couldn't translate. "I will follow. Understand? I will not mind any more what else is lost, if you are." Tegan shivered, a little sob escaping her. "You're saying if I'm careless, I'll doom your people, because I'm that important to you?" "Yes." Szarok set his jaw, angry all over again. Because it was true, and part of him hated that it was, as if he'd turned down the wrong path without knowing. And now it was all darkness and thorns behind him, with no way back. He imagined bringing this human before the people and saying, "This is the one who holds my heart bond." There would be only shock, blame, and questions, so many questions, not least how the Vanguard could grant his deepest trust to the enemy. It was impossible, for so many reasons. But most of all, because of... "I won't go where you can't find me," she said softly. "I'll take care." Some of the sting went away, because it seemed she understood at last. Chastened, she tried to move away, and this time he let go, a conscious choice. He looked away as she put on the baggy uniform that comprised their sole change of clothes. She didn't come back to bed afterward, instead kneeling before the stove. "Eat something," He passed the cooked meat to her without meeting her gaze. "I'm sorry for scaring you." Part of him realized he should comfort her instead of being like this, but his entire body, inside and out, ached with the throb of a sore that wouldn't heal. The old ones had suffered that way, every step a misery, and he had those memories. But this was the first time anything had left him so raw. With half his heart, he wanted her so close that she could never get away. And with the rest, he wanted to run until he couldn't see, hear, or smell her, and hope with desperate grief that this awful need went away. "I am turning from my purpose. There is one who waits." But the reminder didn't help. "You are heartless," he muttered, as if she had nearly frozen to death intentionally. "No." She came toward him on her knees, stopping short of contact. "I have a heart, and it's yours, and maybe you don't want it." His rage collapsed in on itself, dwindling until the space between them seemed intolerable. With a resigned sigh, he put out his hand. She took it, and with her other, she ate the meat he had provided, reminding him again that she was kin. Exhaustion piled in them. His head must have weighed more than his whole body, for he tipped over and met the mattress. The crash hit hard, as if all of his strength followed his fury. He could only clutch her fingers. Dimly, he sensed cool hands on his cheeks, his head, but he couldn't respond. Her voice sounded faint and fuzzy. "It's normal. Reaction setting in. You'll feel better when you wake up." There was nothing more until the lovely, familiar rumble of "wake and rise" brought him from sleep. Tegan had fresh fish waiting for him, and with a smile, she watched him devour it. This morning he felt more balanced, slightly chagrined by his behavior the night before. But to his astonishment, she didn't refer to it. Instead, she only pressed a kiss to the top of his head and acted as if she nursed no grievance. Such excess would have earned him a good pummeling from an Uroch partner, so perhaps being entangled with her wasn't all disadvantages. "How do you feel?" he asked. "Sore. I wish I had my bag, but..." She shrugged. "I miss my staff even more. I've gotten used to the support, and it makes a handy weapon." "Did you clean your arm?" "How?" Appearing to reconsider the question, she only nodded. "Did the snow melt?" "It didn't say. The sun's bright again today, but I think we should skip the swimming lesson. We both need to rest." "You can have vegetables. I'll hunt this afternoon." "We should try signaling tonight." Tegan paused, her gaze on the distance between them. "I don't want anything else to go wrong, but the longer we're alone here, the more likely it is that we'll take risks. And I can't be the reason you disappoint your people." He understood why she tiptoed around the harsh truth. Humans and Uroch were only 1 year past a brutal war that would have ended in annihilation. The old hatreds ran so deep that anything could spark a renewed conflict. Sometimes he felt as if he ran along a road lined with broken blades, and only blood would mark his passing. But it was wrong to have set so much on her shoulders. "I was not myself. Now that my mind is clear, I hope I would be strong enough to focus on my work and not on..." Loss. Devastation. There was a concept in his native tongue that encompassed a feeling of sorrow so complete that it meant, "my soul is weeping." But even that translation didn't adequately express the broken anguish of wreckage that cratered one's entire being. For a moment he feared that revelation would wound her, but instead she sighed a little and smelled the sweetness of relief. "Thank you. Your task is too important. More than this." It both pleased and hurt him that she understood. "Why are you so wise and good?" She flattened her hand over her heart. "I'm not. But be sure of this. I've survived so much worse, and I'm stronger than I look. I won't ever give up. Sometimes the methods I choose may not seem the fiercest, but in my way, I'm always resisting, always—" "Who dares imply that you're not a warrior?" he snapped, greatly affronted. Seeming amused, she touched his cheek. "Stand down. It doesn't happen so much anymore. And look, you made me forget what I meant to say." "Sorry," he growled. "Ah, yes. It's this. Even without me, your work must go on. And I can't bear to hurt you, but even if—" She struggled to get the words out, eyes cast up. "You let go of your memories. I will go on because I've fought too hard for too long. Even without you, I can heal the sick. I can keep learning." The tears streaming from her eyes whispered of great suffering, of wounds he couldn't see, but only sense. "No, that doesn't diminish—" "Stop," he said. "Please, don't keep last night's madness in your heart, for it shames me." She cried, harder than he'd ever seen. But humans didn't show him their sorrow. They saw him as a monster, an enemy who preyed on weakness. The fact that she trusted him with the swollen horror of her naked, grieving face brightened him as if he'd swallowed the sun. Szarok patted her shoulder, relishing in the smell of her salt and the heat of her skin. She leaned into him and encircled his neck with her arms. "I feel better about this now. Before, I thought we had to stop because neither of us can afford to be weak. But if it makes us stronger, more resolved not to falter—" "Then we carry on," he said tenderly. "And so we must, my Tegan, my treasure. It would break my heart if you turned from me now." Better than elsewhere. James Morrow had never seen a snowstorm out at sea, and it would have been breathtaking if it hadn't also been cold as a witch's tit. He was helping Sung-ji scrape away ice as fast as it formed on deck, making it hazardous for the sailors. Millie was busy below with a constant rotation of coughs and complaints. He'd expected the crew to caterwaul about the alleged curse, but misery and perils stole all their spare energy. It wasn't deep winter, though, so there was no ice in the water yet. According to Captain Edvika, that was their saving grace. He'd thought life was hard marching with Company D, but he'd never sailed through darkness spackled white until his face froze and he couldn't get a proper breath. Sung-ji mocked him with exaggerated wheezing as they went to redo work they'd already finished once, twice, 3 times. Will this night never end? That evening, Morrow didn't sleep, but in the morning, when light broke wide over the sea, it was misty but clearing, and he saw land in the distance. Not an island like Anticost or the skerries they'd been passing, but a proper mainland. Yet from the shape of the coast, he knew it wasn't the one they'd left behind. There would be no Otterburn here, no Winterville or Soldier's Pond, definitely no Lorraine or Gaspard. He'd gone sailing once before, but only for a few days, and he'd never gone beyond the widening of the bay. Instead, he'd crept into the ruins time and again, rescuing old-world stories when he could have been making his own. Despite smothering sadness and fear for Tegan, He couldn't quell a spark of excitement. I'm about to set foot somewhere entirely new. Advika shouted at her men as they streamed toward the docks. Since every settlement was different, Morrow leaned forward, anxious for a glimpse of landfall. This town had people waiting, many wearing anxious frowns. "What's this place called?" he asked Sung-ji. "Peckinpah. It's one of the largest settlements on our winter run. But when the captain said we'd be gone half a year, not all that time's on the open water. We usually winter in Bay Bridge, but this time I'm worried we won't make it before the big ice." As the Catalina cruised toward port, Morrow asked, "Pardon my ignorance, but the whole sea doesn't actually freeze?" "The rivers do in parts of the bay, back toward Anticost. This far north you get ice flows that obstruct the usual straits, and sometimes they make it near impossible to navigate the shoals, especially when the water's dark and murky. I don't know how many ships have gone down due to ice and the bones of another wreck." Now that he knew a little more about the dangers that lay ahead, Morrow wondered how the rest of the voyage would go. There must be other settlements between Peckinpah and Bay Bridge, so how many and how much time could they make up? Between the trouble in Anticost, the ferocious storm, and Captain Advika's decision to turn back, the whole trade run might be in jeopardy. Finally, the ship eased up to the dock, and since people had been calling and waving for a while, a large group stood assembled. A couple of Advika's soldiers surged forward, running down the gangplank toward lovers who seemed to be waiting. One sailor greeted a handsome man with a warm hug and a deep kiss, while another of his fellows fought the crowd to reach a very pregnant woman. With the number waiting, there were already more people than lived in Rosemere. Morrow stared, incredulous. The very pregnant woman wasn't the only expectant mother in the crowd either. The captain greeted one family with a glad smile. "Farrell, Netta, how have you been?" Netta smiled. She was a pretty woman with a round face, a pointed chin, and a dimple to the left of her mouth that flashed when she spoke. "Well enough, as you can see. Looks like there will be another Gwynny before much longer." "I have some time yet," Netta protested. Advika addressed the husband. "You should give your wife some peace, man. 4 is enough, don't you think?" 2 small children clung to the woman's skirt, and a big-eyed girl around 7 held her father's hand. Morrow could tell by her expression that she liked the look of the Catalina. He knelt, wishing he had a gift from Rosemere to offer her, but he hadn't realized part of the excitement of putting into port came from the anticipation of small children. "Hello," he said. "I'm James. And you are?" "Lucilla," she told him. Before he could say more, the throng parted, making way, and a tall, silver-haired woman with brown skin stepped forward. "What are you at, Advika? We were after our supplies almost 2 weeks ago." She spoke with broad vowels and a lilt that rang with unfamiliar charm. The captain offered an apologetic smile. "It's been a rough run, Kamish. I'll tell you all about it over drinks as my men unload." By then, Morrow should have been exhausted, but he caught a second wind. He waved at the little girl and followed the other sailors. The town nestled on the shore against a wild fir forest, taller and older than all the trees on the Evergreen Isle combined. Here the air smelled different, too, sharp and crisp, brine and the promise of more snow. These buildings clearly had survived from the old world. He'd seen the style before, usually in ruins, but here they'd shored them up with good patches to crumbling walls, and the roofs were a combination of earth tiles and metal sheets. The settlement seemed larger than Anticost and Rosemere combined, enormous by his standards. Everywhere he looked, there were people. Some of the houses had faded signs proclaiming what kind of trade they did. They had old-world machines, too, but instead of letting them run to rust, they'd repurposed. So here, A bright blue motor wagon had been turned into a spot where children played, clambering in and out with giggles of delight. And there, something he couldn't identify had been hollowed out, and somebody had planted flowers in it. There were no walls either, and certainly no weapons, no signs that strife had ever touched this place. He paused to examine some loom craft, beautiful scarves and overshirts in bright patterns. The woman selling them gazed at him with cheerful curiosity. "How's you getting on, me fine friend?" Her accent resounded even stronger than the leader Captain Edvika had spoken with. Morrow had questions, but it must be impolite to ask, so he said, "Just looking." Evergreen Isle chits were probably worth nothing here, and he didn't think she'd offer something so fine in exchange for a story, the way he usually paid for food and lodging on the road. "Good and soft," she practically sang. "Treated these lovelies better'n my own children." Her laughing eyes said this was a joke. "You'll need a bit of something warm this far north." Fascinated, he noticed that she contracted certain words like than and of. She dropped certain consonants, and she pronounced the th at the end of words like an f. He'd never encountered the like before, so he tried to keep her talking. Not difficult, since he had lots of questions about Peckinpah, unrelated to accent. "Come from away, did ya?" He nodded. "I arrived on the Catalina." "Ah, good ship that. Where you longs to?" She seemed to be curious about him, too, but he had no idea what she was asking. "Pardon me? You're home, boy." At least, he guessed that was what she meant, for it was so compacted that it sounded like, "You're home, be." "Rosemere, on the Evergreen Isle." "Go on!" That seemed like an exclamation of surprise. "Reckon I couldn't find that with a pencil and a map." Since she seemed in no hurry to move him on, even if he wasn't buying her wares, he decided to inquire. "If you have a moment, I was wondering—" "Yes, buddy." "Did you have much trouble before the War of the River?" The weaver stared at him blankly. Morrow realized he didn't even know what to call the old ones. Before, they had been known by several different names, town to town. Freaks, muties, eaters, and the list went on. "There was trouble in the south." "Aye." She made a dismissive gesture. "It never travels this far north. They have all kinds of sorrows, or so I hear, but we mind our own business." "So there are no Uroch here?" he said, astonished. "A long time ago people got sick, and they changed, and then—" "'Tis a mosey day, no?" The vendor seemed a little uncomfortable now, as if she didn't want to give a history lesson instead of selling scarves. "Never mind, I'm sorry for bothering you." Morrow headed away from the stall, struggling with the possibility that any land had emerged unscathed from old-world struggles. Life obviously lacked certain things, technology they could no longer produce or repair, but these folks weren't broken or wounded the way he'd seen on the other mainland. Quietly, he walked through town, wondering whom he should ask. And then he saw it. A white building, worn and ancient, with the word "Library" across the top. Apart from Rosemere, he'd never seen the like. Though he'd found books in the structural remains of such places, this one seemed to be intact. He practically ran for the door and burst inside, fearing to find waterlogged wreckage and burned bits, and he almost wept. This room smelled of old books, a trace musty, but mostly he breathed in leather and polishing oil. Row on row of intact books, different colors and sizes, organized in a way he could scarcely imagine. This was the incarnation of a fantasy he'd never even dared to dream. A distinguished older man with white hair rose from behind a desk, offering a half-bow. "Seen a ghost, have ya?" "I'm having a hard time," he confessed. "It's so overwhelming. I've never seen so many resources assembled in one place." "We were lucky." That felt almost like an invitation to ask for answers. "I don't understand how this place is so untouched." "I'm no historian, but I'll explain if I can. Never were a lot of us. For such a sprawling land, at our height, only 500,000 souls." Morrow couldn't even complete the phrase for the weight of his wonder. This town must be 1,000 strong, and it was the most enormous, intact settlement he'd encountered. "Not all in one city, of course. Even back then we were flung like copper pennies. I think that's what saved us. When the trouble started in the south, it just passed us by." It was the worst in the largest settlements, Morrow agreed. He had found artifacts from the old world that had filled in some of the gaps. Yellowed papers that told him some of how it all went so wrong, but he hadn't realized that things were radically different in the north. These weren't ruins as he understood them. People were still simply living here. Maybe not as they had before, but better than elsewhere. The librarian went on. "When the machines died, the rest of the world grew quiet. We knew a lot about getting by, so we kept to ourselves and, during the worst, turned away ships by the dozen. Sometimes they burned 'em in the bay, rather than let 'em touch ground." "So you're prosperous and safe because you refused to offer help or sanctuary." Morrow didn't mean to sound so angry, since these crimes were long since past, but outrage twisted into a razor coil inside him. The old man didn't offer any defense. This probably wasn't the first time an outsider asked how and why. He must be used to giving this explanation. "It's only been, roundabouts 15 years since we opened trade. 'Twas a right flutter when the first ship came in. So many tasties we hadn't eaten before." He smiled, a touch wistful. Morrow made an effort to recover from his outburst, hoping he wouldn't be banished. "I'm sorry for my rudeness. Is it all right if I look around? I won't touch anything." "Of course. And the books are for reading. Just be delicate with them. For many of these, they're the only copies left in the world." With that caution ringing in his ears, it was a wonder Morrow got up the courage to pull even a single volume off the shelf. And it did take him a while as he wandered the rows, reading titles with a slow, precise nature. There were books on how to keep bees and build aviaries, books with murderous phrases as their title and ones that sounded sweet as love. He eventually picked up a tome, enormous and weighty, bound in battered leather, dated from a time so long ago that it felt like holding history in his hands. He read the complete sonnets of William Shakespeare for the first time. He'd read portions before, sometimes not even getting to finish a poem because the pages were damaged. But standing there in the Peck-and-Paw library, he read them all, one by one, and when he finished the last, he realized tears were trickling down his cheeks. "Came there for the cure, and this by that I prove. Love's fire heats water, water cools, not love." Carefully, he replaced the massive volume on the shelf. While he'd read, his anger had cooled, and now that he knew this place housed such treasures, he couldn't even bring himself to hate the locals for safeguarding it. Though countless souls had died due to their course of determined self-preservation, they'd also saved a great many priceless relics. "I'm not sorry," he thought. He had expected to explore more ruins, not to find so many thriving settlements. His father ought to see about commissioning a ship in Anticost, and sending a crew along Captain Advika's route to expand trade potential for Rosemere. By now it was quite late, so when he stepped out of the library, the old man locked up behind him. The street was dark, lit by lanterns hung at regular intervals. Even in smaller villages, there was usually a public house, and in Peckinpah, he found a whole row of them. They had interesting names like Crown and Barrel, Rose and Thorn, Gull's Roost. None of them were large, but they all seemed inviting and clean, so he chose the Rose at random and stepped in for a look. The smell of sawdust, sweat, and ale drenched him in the first breath. Unlike many taverns, the patrons weren't all men. Male and female alike drank up after a long day. The room had 2 long tables with 8 chairs each, and then smaller tables nestled against the back wall. Since there were no vacancies and no familiar faces, he went along to the Roost to find a similar setup, only with 1 big table surrounded by smaller ones. At the center of the crowd, he spotted Millie, rosy-cheeked from drinking or the merry fire, or it might even have been the way the man next to her leaned close to whisper something in her ear. Shock rooted his feet to the floor. At some point, he'd gotten used to the way she followed him and the way she gazed up at him with those eyes. But now she wasn't doing either of those things, and he finally noticed how ridiculously pretty she was. Her drinking mate put an arm around her shoulders, and she shoved him off with a smile and a joke. Morrow dove through the crowd as if he'd been shot by an arrow. Instead of chairs, this pub had benches, so he shouldered between Millie and the ass who couldn't keep his hands to himself. He planted himself with a cheerful smile, as if he didn't realize this was rude. A chorus of colorful responses greeted his arrival. "How's it comin'?" and "How's she cuttin'?" "Fine," he said. "What are we drinking?" "We offered to stand drinks for this pretty love." The man he'd interrupted gave him a flinty look. "You're some crooked," said one of the others, flinging a handful of white shells. They had the remnants of a meal on the table, what looked like boiled eggs and some kind of fish pie, judging by the smell. Morrow's stomach rumbled, and it had to be during a lull in the roaring laughter, so the men broke down. A short one shoved the leftovers toward him. "You're just about gut-founded. Have a scoff." Millie leaned over. "He means, you're very hungry. Eat something." Something about her easy translation rubbed him the wrong way. I knew that. What was she doing while I was reading sonnets? But the man on the other side of her pushed the food away. "Paid good coin for that. Why should I waste it on this skeet?" An intake of breath told Morrow he'd just been insulted, though he had no idea what that meant. But he forced a smile and lifted a hand to signal the owner. "I'll entertain your patrons for a bit of food and drink. Fair trade?" As they usually did, the woman agreed. "No sad stories, mind. I don't want the old ones crying in their beer." "So, you're the storyteller." The fellow he'd aggravated seemed to have taken it personally, so he sneered the last word. "Tell us a story, then." Since this was his bread and butter, he went to the hearth, where everyone had a good view of him. It didn't take long for the patrons to quiet. Quickly, he sorted through his repertoire and settled on a story with plenty of action and a dragon in disguise. At first, the man next to Millie set out to heckle, and some of his friends encouraged it. But it wasn't the first time he'd won over an unfriendly crowd. When the princess chose the dragon instead of the knight and lived with him amid all that hoarded gold, the crowd went wild. "Great yarn! You've got to call in, by." He smiled. "Storytelling is thirsty work." People patted his back as he returned to Millie. The groping ass had sidled down to her again, but after a long moment, she shifted to make room. The proprietor brought him a fish pie, some kind of fried bread topped with crispy bits of meat, and a huge tankard of amber liquid that smelled both yeasty and sweet. "Many thanks." After he took the first bite, Millie whispered, "I'd choose the dragon too." And Morrow wondered why that stung so much. When you alone remain. Tegan stayed close to the tower for a few days after she nearly froze. After the strange early snow, she expected winter to settle in for a long stay, but the weather warmed enough to let them continue Szarok's swimming lessons. He complained all the way down to the shore, but he steadied as she explained about holding your breath, at least according to Uncle Walter. Funny how years later she still ached at the thought of him, and she couldn't decide if she hated the idea of him living well without her, or if that would be comforting. Or maybe the pain would only disappear if she knew for sure that he'd died. Szarok studied her for a moment. "What's wrong?" With anyone else, she would have donned a bright smile and rambled intellectual nonsense. It was absurd that others believed she was made entirely of altruistic desire and love of learning, but Tegan supposed if you played a role long enough, people accepted it, even when it defied credence. False reassurance faltered on her tongue, and she couldn't speak. The Uroch didn't judge things the same as humans, so in that reality, she took refuge. "My uncles." She hoped that would be enough of a prompt. It took him a moment, likely because he had so many memories, but the fact that he could retrieve her confidence at all, well, it resonated like winning a prize. "I've been thinking on that. Is it possible they went out to hunt and something went wrong?" "Sometimes they did scavenge," she admitted. "Did they steal all the supplies as they vanished?" "No, but they could have only taken a few things." "Tegan, my treasure, would you hear my candid thoughts?" For a while she stared at the rippling water. Today it was chilly, with a bright sun, and it would be frigid in the dark. Soon the sea would be too cold even for a brief breathing or paddling lesson. Hard not to feel that their time was running out. "Tell me," she said. "They went to search for food, and they died. I don't believe they intended to abandon you. If they had, they would have taken your remaining provisions. It was easier to believe they did, because then you could blame them for leaving you vulnerable and kinless. You swallowed a pit of anger and never spat it out. Otherwise, it's too painful to admit that they died while you were sleeping, and you can't even fault them for it." His words hammered home, relentless, chiseling away, until hurt spilled over her in a drowning wave. This is why I don't ever tell the truth. Because people say true things back and it feels like dying. Dropping to her knees, she gasped for breath. "I won't cry. I won't." Warm hands curved over hers where she dug her fingers into cold, packed sand. "I wish I could take this from you. Every hurt, every memory that left a scar. I would carry it all gladly. It doesn't work like that. Not for your people." Unwillingly drawn, she asked, "Can it? If someone's not dying?" "Yes." "I'm intrigued, but I don't wish for that. Terrible things made me who I am, and I don't think I deserve to be unmade. But there are still secrets you don't know." He whispered in Uroch and cradled her close as the sea washed about their ankles. "Mourn for your uncles, or you will carry this pain always, like a blade lodged in your heart." Tegan wept into his shoulder, sandy fingers on his arms. "For so long, I thought it was their fault. that if they had taken me with them, the wolves wouldn't have got me. They were ignorant, violent, and territorial, warring over ruined buildings and bits of salvage. It never occurred to them to cooperate or share. And unless you were physically strong, capable of fighting your way up the ranking hierarchy, you had no hope of being treated like anything but chattel. The wolves took survival of the fittest to extremes and acknowledged no quality but brutality as a virtue. Might makes right encapsulated their credo, and living among them had been unmitigated hell. In all likelihood, you would be dead as well, he said softly. That might be better. With her defenses down, the truth slipped out, raw and awful. She immediately tried to recoil, but his ears were too good, and, as ever, he had his attention focused on her completely. Szarok eased her back and gazed into her face with the fiercest eyes she'd ever seen. He gave her a little shake. Why? Why would you ever say such a thing? Does your life mean so little to you? You don't know what I had to do to hang on to it. Like vomit, she couldn't keep the words down, what she'd sworn never to speak of again. Nobody could understand if they hadn't lived it. There would only be disgust, or horror, or pity, or some combination of the three, and if she saw that in his face... I can't. Tell me. At that, she wrenched away, fully intending to throw herself into the sea, swim out so far that he couldn't follow. Please. The pleas moved her when all the orders, demands, and force could not. Tegan stumbled a few steps into the water, and she didn't look at him. He didn't follow, yet his caution registered as care, as it always had. Never once had he taken from her. He only made her want to give. This time proved no exception. Halting at first, and then as her words unleashed, she told him how it was being taken, what she did to survive, the submission that made her scream endlessly inside her head rather than end up with a bloody smile carved into her throat, as it happened to the girls the wolves deemed too much trouble. They treated me like a thing. They used me. It didn't matter what I wanted. They didn't usually hurt breeders, as they needed more warriors. So she said that aloud, and everything else, including how she'd hated the monsters they put inside her, and how she provoked her captors just enough to lose them, so I didn't have to bring more of them into the world. She was sobbing now, her voice ragged. I am not kind. I am not sweet. I am not forgiving. I am so glad that your people rolled through and cleansed Gotham like a fire. I hope they all died in agony. Every wolf, every cub. But this is not what I've shown everyone else. They wouldn't understand. I've been afraid for so long, and I say whatever people want to hear. The version of reality that will move them and make them want to help me. Sometimes they even act like it's my fault. She remembered Deuce saying I would have fought until I died. Like that was better. As if there was something wrong with surviving. A fresh wave of anger rocked through her. I am not sorry I broke her nose. When Deuce took so long coming back to Soldier's Pond and worried her foster mother, Tegan got to hit her while pretending all that anger stemmed from concern. She told Szarok that too, and ended her rant with a ferocious scream. She keened until her voice gave. There. It's all out. Afterward, Tegan buried her face in her hands. There was no sense of relief, only emptiness where all the poison had been. Residual nausea rolled through her in waves, and she hunched over, racked with dry heaves. The crunch of his feet on the sand whispered that he was close by, but he didn't touch her. "You were right," he said. "About what? Terrible things shaped you. I could say that I yearn to disembowel those who hurt you, but those kills rightfully belong to you. I'm sorry my people stole them." With a sigh, he shook his head. "Humans are remarkably stupid. It is best to kill an enemy outright, for if you torture them, they will return when they are stronger." His reaction shocked her enough that she turned to look. Szarok evinced none of the emotional response she dreaded, no sympathy or even particular shock. She'd gotten better at reading him, so while he was clearly angry, this didn't seem to have changed anything. Her fists uncurled, and she took a deep breath as her sour stomach settled somewhat. "That's it," she said. "Is there more?" "I don't know. I thought that you'd react like a human." "What? I can praise your great strength if you wish. You are a queen, my Tegan. When you alone remain after your enemies fall, it only matters that you emerged victorious." "I did," she whispered, tears starting again. "I waited. I watched for my opportunity, and I took it. In the end, I vanquished them. Not all battles are won with teeth and claws. Your wit is your greatest weapon." In the end, she didn't ask if her confession altered the way he saw her. That question would insult both of them. When he took a step toward her, she ran too and fell into his arms. He rubbed his cheek against hers, the top of her head, the side of her throat, the curve of her shoulder. Now that she understood what he was doing, it meant more, and she grasped the subtext. "You're still mine," he said silently. "Still the closest of my kin." Stretching up, she cupped his face in her hands and kissed him. This belonged to the two of them alone, all sweetness and learning. A long while later, she eventually taught him those breath exercises, but it was more fun to do it mouth to mouth instead of in the water. He participated with enthusiasm until they were both shivering with cold and excitement. Once he conquered his fear, Szarok progressed faster in the water than she did in language lessons. They curled up by the fire, and she tried her best, as it delighted him whenever she perfected a new phrase. Her more impressive failures earned sharp barks of laughter. As the light faded, he rose. "Hunting?" she asked. He rested a hand briefly atop her head. "As I must, if we want to eat." "Be careful." It was only a sliver of what she wanted to say, but it sufficed. At nightfall, she tinkered with the crank light and the glass shards. It wasn't far from the signal tower to the shore, so Tegan picked a path down the incline. No snow tonight. The sky was clear. A good night to be sailing. Mentally crossing her fingers, she flashed a signal repeatedly against the dark sky. For a ship to spot them, it would need to be passing at the right moment, and then it might not bother investigating. Eventually she gave up and headed home. There was a little leftover seabird meat from the day before, and she grimaced at the congealed fat. The gamey taste didn't improve upon sitting either. She also had part of a potato and a mouthful of seaweed. Long term, this diet couldn't sustain her, though she suspected fresh meat would do for Szarok. But the goats were getting harder to find, even for him, and the foxes were both nasty-tasting and lousy with sinew and gristle. Tegan tried not to obsess over the challenges they faced with winter on the way, but her brain didn't easily relinquish worry. Hours later, she was bundled in bed when the door eased open. Even in the dim light, She recognized his silhouette. Besides, who else would it be? Good hunting. Did you eat? Paused. He seemed surprised that she was still awake. Yes. I tied the birds up where the foxes can't get them. The cold will keep them fresh longer. His tone alerted Tegan that something was wrong. What happened? Without answering, he closed the door behind him and crossed to the stove. His movements in stoking the fire spoke of leashed frustration. Each jab threw sparks, highlighting his sharp features. When she considered how important he'd become, her stomach tightened at the idea that he couldn't talk to her, especially since he held the keys to her soul. I told him everything, but he can't. Szarok? It felt much later than usual, as if she'd waited halfway into the night, but it was harder to keep time in the dark. It feels like I scoured every inch of the island. I was looking for anything we could use to build... He didn't finish the sentence. A boat? Yes. But I don't know anything about their design, and even if I did, there isn't enough wood available. Tegan nodded. There were no tall, solid trees, only stunted ones, reeds, grass, and scrub bushes. You're worried about what's happening to your people. This wasn't a new concern, but it must come at him in waves, as anxiety did. Even if we get back, I haven't accomplished anything, though I learned everything I could about human customs. I've bitten my tongue, ignored slights that... He bit off the last words, whatever they were. What can I do? Nothing, he muttered. Ignoring that denial as if it were a wall she could scale, Tegan left the bed and knelt behind him. When she flattened a palm on his back, he shivered. Since he didn't shake off her touch, she slipped her arms around him from behind and rested her cheek on his shoulder. He lowered his head and stared at the glowing embers in the stove. Just when she thought she should leave him be, he covered her hands with his. She didn't offer platitudes, and in a few moments he shifted so they could warm each other. Come to bed. Anything you have to say, I'll listen. But you're freezing. I know you're not a fool, so why were you wandering the night like you are? His expression brightened. It's strange how happy I feel when you scold me. Snuggling close to him, she pulled the furs around them. I can do it more. Or you can talk to me. It's your turn anyway. Szarok rested his head on her chest, making her feel needed, as if in this moment she was the strong one. Tegan smiled at the top of his head, savoring that sensation. If life were a little easier here, I could just stay and not mind my people suffering. I hate that I forget sometimes. Then it's even worse when I remember that I'm happy with you. Because I'm the enemy? Not mine. Never mine. But in a way, yes. It makes sense, and she swallowed hard. I'll never ask you to choose. I know you have an important job to do, and... He touched her lips gently to still them. Are you telling me what I want to hear? I don't care if you lie to everyone else in the world. Never to me. Understand? Yes, and I'm not. From now until forever, I'm saving all my truths for you. Shifting slightly, he encircled her in his arms. The most reassuring sound in the world must be the thump of his heart. Tegan raised her face and kissed his chin, just as she had accidentally the day by the well. Probably it shouldn't make her so happy that the Uroch didn't use their mouths for kissing, but she never had either, so for both of them it seemed brand new. Normally she didn't touch him much before they slept. Though she trusted him, she could be skittish, and it seemed better to avoid misunderstandings. But tonight, everything seemed rather different. Partly her prior confession, and partially his vulnerability. She couldn't pin down the change, but she couldn't sleep either. "You're breathing so fast," he whispered. Tegan had no idea what to say. She closed her eyes. Better to pretend this conversation wasn't happening. Then he kissed her chin with such exquisite care that she shivered. She meant to say something sweet, but only, "I'm not scared," came out. "Good. Try to sleep." "I can't." "Why not?" He sounded a little drowsy, a sign that he didn't share her restless energy, and she wanted him to. Even that was unfair. "I want a goodnight kiss." "Is that a custom you wish to teach me?" Szarok levered up on an elbow, eyes gleaming in the dark. "If you care to learn." "Yes." That was her new favorite word, the beautiful simplicity of it. He rolled onto his side, facing her instead of holding her close. Tegan leaned in and brushed her lips against his, a soft little tease, when she needed more. But kissing was safe. It only ever felt good. "That's it?" he asked, just as she had earlier. "Did you want more?" In response, he took her mouth and sucked on each lip in turn. She made the more sound deep in her throat, and his claws grazed her head, shoulders, spine. Never anything else, but tonight she ached at his restraint. Tegan went after his tongue, unable to resist pressing closer. "I don't think these goodnight kisses are meant to make me sleep." "Maybe not." "Sorry." Well, she wanted more. She didn't know how to ask, or even what. She kissed him behind the ear and then tried to settle down. What were we talking about? Oh. Eventually she said, "I wish I could solve being stranded, but the only thing I can do is keep signaling." At that, he kissed the top of her head as low-grade shivers curled through him. "You saved me. I don't want you to feel guilty. That's incidental. And you saved me too, so let's stop keeping score. If we're truly partners, it doesn't matter anyway." Unholy Alliances. "Here," Szarok said. He had been secretive for the last few days, returning to the tower later than usual, and now Tegan had the answer why. He'd carved her a new staff, possibly because she'd mentioned missing the old one. She hefted it and found it perfect for her height. "Thank you." "I made it out of the wood that you used to save our lives." Her eyes widened. "You must have scoured the shoreline for ages." "It was worth it if you're pleased." Stretching up, she kissed him just below his ear. "I'll do my utmost never to lose it." That gave her a pang, as she'd left her doctor's bag behind, and in it, Dr. Wilson's precious anatomy book. It's probably still on the Catalina, but it felt strange to be separated from the medicines she had made her life's work, and the tome that represented the power she'd accumulated through sheer stubborn effort, reading and memorizing late into the night. People respected her now because she could treat their sickness and patch up their wounds, but she wouldn't be satisfied until she lived up to the old man's expectations. That grumpy scientist had taken one look at her and decided she had great potential. It was the first time Tegan had believed that she did too. "I'm going then." "Good hunting," she said. They parted ways, and she headed down to the shore with the crank light and a shard of glass. She thought the two together should reach farther, But it wasn't as if she'd tested the theory with what Dr. Wilson would call good science. For the past 3 nights, she had signaled at regular intervals to be sure her flashes didn't get mistaken for natural phenomena. She carried on until her hands went numb from the cold and winding the light. Just before she gave up for the night, brightness flickered in response. Szarok was hunting. She didn't know where precisely, so she shouted, hoping the wind carried the sound to his sharp ears. At first, against the backdrop of darkness, it seemed as if a ghost light were drifting toward the shore, and then the shape of a small schooner clarified. Definitely not the Catalina. While the shallows might be possible for a ship this size, navigating the shoals would be dangerous. It looked like they had dropped anchor, so Tegan resumed signaling. An indistinct call echoed across the water, but she couldn't make out what they were saying. She yelled again, both for Szarok and for the boat she'd attracted. It's probably the last before the big ice. The light rocked closer, and she identified 2 men rowing toward shore. Impossible to tell anything about them, but she set down the crank light and the shard of glass to grip her staff with both hands. Moments later, the rescuers hauled the dinghy onto the stony beach. Each scrape of wood on sand rubbed her nerves raw. In Tegan's experience, everyone was a potential enemy until they proved otherwise. "Ho there, castaway!" came the call as the larger man climbed out. "Looking for a lift?" the other asked. She nodded. "Wherever you're headed, any port will do." "How long have you been here on your own? A little thing like you." The sailor phrased it like a question, but it wasn't. Not really. He ambled toward her, and the moon illuminated deep-set eyes and a hooked nose. They were both bundled against the cold, bulky with layers. "Stop," she thought. "Don't come any closer." The silent warning worked, or at least it seemed to, as the smaller one raised his head and inhaled sharply, and then made a face. "This place reeks. How do you stand it?" "It's the seabirds. There are thousands of them nesting." The 2 men exchanged a look, and then the bigger one said, "Well, time's wasting. Come along, we'll take good care of you." "My friend will be along shortly," she said. Her flesh crawled at the idea of climbing into a boat with these 2, but the alternative was impossible. If she sent them away out of fear and the Uroch went to war, she could never face Szarok. "It doesn't matter if they're awful. I can protect myself." Her grip tightened on the staff, and the smaller one appeared to notice. He nudged his companion. "Even better." The tall one put on a smile that only made his face worse. Soon, Szarok came racing down the hill toward them. Since he hunted in his skin, he didn't have on much, despite the cold, and the cool starlight limned his features. The moment they identified him, the men drew weapons, one a firearm and the other a knife. Tegan ran to Szarok's side and held up a hand. "There's no need. He's the Vanguard, sent from the Uroch to human lands." "I don't care what the hell he is. That thing's not getting on our ship." The big man spat to emphasize his point. "You come on, love. We'll get you to safety, and once we make landfall, you can send someone back for that." While the short man might not be as terrible as the large one, he echoed the same scorn. "Then go about your business," Tegan said flatly. "And forget you saw our light. I won't leave without him." The 2 traded another significant look, and they both laughed. "What madness is this? You think you're living a fairy tale? The Beauty and her Beast?" "Never mind, the small one is rotten too." After smacking his friend's shoulder, the tall man said, "I don't think you understand. You've wasted our time, kept us from our business. That means we can't just move along without getting something for our trouble." "There's no salvage here," Tegan spoke around clenched teeth. Beside her, Szarok remained still, breathing hard. He probably sensed the imminent escalation. Tegan shifted, gauging the distance between the gun and Szarok. The sailors had gotten too close to her. Her staff was long enough to disarm. Once, Deuce had remarked that Tegan didn't like killing, probably because she was a healer, but that preference sprang from her weapon of choice. It just wasn't efficient to bludgeon an enemy to death when she had trained slayers around who could dispatch opponents she incapacitated with one strike. "Then you can make it up to us. Winter nights are long." This came from the short man. She didn't wait for them to attack. That was enough. In a strike she'd learned from James, she slammed her staff against the gunman's arm. With a cry, he dropped the weapon, and she took out his knees. Her flurry of strikes smashed in succession. Ankles, sternum, throat. The smaller man came at her with a knife, and Szarok was there. He disemboweled his enemy in a spatter of entrails that steamed in the frosty air. Tegan didn't ask him to finish her kill. She got the glass shard and carved the first sailor a crimson smile. "We must be quick," he said, without asking if she was all right. She nodded. "There will be others on the ship. If we wrap up in some of their layers, they may not realize until it's too late." Swiftly, they cobbled together a basic disguise, and the moon cooperated, dodging behind a cloud. Neither of them knew how to row well, but they managed to limp toward the schooner. Close up, it was the strangest ship she'd ever seen, rusted in some spots as if it were metal, but the material was pale and sleek. Tegan guessed that the sailors had salvaged an old-world ship. Most of the ones she'd seen on the water were built in Anticost, based off simple, ancient designs. "Have you ever seen anything like this?" she whispered. Szarok shook his head. As they got within 10 feet, someone called, "Any trouble?" "Not much," Szarok emulated the big one's voice. "You all right? Sound kind of—" "Please, no. I don't want to," Tegan whimpered as a distraction, and it worked. Wearing a broad smile, the sailor on watch peered over the side, and Szarok jerked him down, snapped his neck like dry kindling, and then dropped him into the water. Most probably she should have been alarmed by that, but instead, that raw strength made her feel safe, because he'd never turn it against her, only their enemies. Since the shore party had left the rusty ladder down, she went up first, as her face was unlikely to alarm anyone. However, the deck reeked of liquor, and the rest of the crew seemed to be sound asleep. She hesitated only a second before deciding that the watchman set the tone for everyone else. At the prospect of a female captive, he didn't offer help. No. He leaned over to inspect the merchandise. Szarok didn't speak. He started the silent slaughter, and she finished it, using the tiny knife that clicked out at the push of a button. Then they rolled the 6 corpses into the water. Tegan waited for regret, or even remorse, but it didn't come. I tried to appeal to their better nature. It's not my fault they didn't have one. "Let's check the stores," he said then. But as she headed for the lower deck, a door banged open, and someone opened fire. Tegan dove as the bullet speared into the wood behind her. "We left one alive. I should have remembered that the boss has his own room." Holding onto her staff, she crawled toward cover, hoping the rocking of the waves would wreck his aim. In the darkness, it should have been even tougher to hit a moving target. "Cowardly, shit-heeled scum! You'll die even if I have to scuttle this whole damn ship!" the captain shouted. "Bad idea," she called back. "We can swim to shore, and if you follow, we'll kill you on dry land." "It's a good way to die," Szarok agreed. With some colorful cursing, the man slammed the cabin door. Szarok circled to her, but again didn't ask if she was injured. That could register as indifference, but he'd smell it if she were hurt, so there was no point in wasting breath when they had a crisis unfolding. "Best scenario, we make some kind of deal, because I don't really understand sea charts or how to sail this thing." He inclined his head. but he seems unlikely to come to terms now that we've executed his crew. If the men are bad, they were probably following his lead, Tegan muttered. From the sounds within, the sole survivor seemed to be building a barricade. The hull was hard and slick, the door made of the same material. It would take some serious force to break it down, and that was presuming there were no snares set. She made up her mind. Watch the door. Be careful, he said. No questions, no delays. With that, she slipped away and searched the ship. Tegan turned up a few weapons, none strong enough to kill through a wall or door. She gathered them up and threw them overboard. If they aren't immediately useful, they can be turned against us later. The lower deck was more of a storage area. This ship had been laid out differently than others she'd seen. Then, Tegan stumbled on the biggest cache of old-world tech she'd ever encountered. Row upon row of tarnished metal, faded colors, and unidentifiable devices were piled against the wall. Leverage. By the great care with which all the articles had been cleaned and sorted, somebody must value this collection. Smiling, she picked up a square thing and carried it back to the cabin, where Szarok stood guard. He tilted his head, studying her discovery. What is it? She shrugged. But I think it's important. Shall we find out? He stepped to the side. Tegan hammered on the cabin door with an upraised fist and then shouted, I unearthed the most interesting junk just now. Wonder if it floats. Don't touch anything! Too late. Enjoying herself, she described in loving detail what she was holding. Put that back! Do you idiots have any idea how much that's worth? Sheer rage powered the captain's voice. He must be tracking her movements, because his shouts became incoherent as she strolled toward the railing, hefting his valuable box. With a mental apology to the fish, she dropped it. A howl of pure fury echoed in reaction, and then, judging by the crashes, it sounded like the captain might be wrecking his own cabin. Who's the real idiot? You planning to goad him into a fight? Szarok asked. Not quite. Whistling, she returned to the door. For every minute you hide, I chuck something else into the sea. So sad. I'm guessing this is your life's work, too. Silence. Tegan shrugged and headed for the storage area. She only had to throw away 2 more articles before the door slammed open and the captain stood, a weapon trained on Szarok. But she still had a 3rd item, this one glimmering silver, cupped in her palm. The instant the asshole saw it, he lowered his weapon. He was a small man, slight, with a permanently wind-burned face and a salt and pepper beard. Let's make a deal, she said. The captain curled his lip. I don't bargain with murderers. So rape and pillage is where you draw the line. Good to know. What are you on about? The wary tone didn't fool her. This shit bucket was easing the barrel of his gun back up in treacle slow increments. We meant to parlay for safe passage. Your crew tried to kill my friend and take me as plunder, and you blame us for not letting it happen? Sick. The last one standing gets to tell whatever story he wants, he snapped. Tegan lifted a shoulder. I don't particularly care if you believe me. The odds are in our favor. If I decide to stop talking, you join your precious artifacts in a watery grave. A nasty smile curved his mouth, and she noticed the scar bisecting his left brow. You'll be right behind me. I'll jump in the sea right now if you can tell me the difference between the jib and the mainsail. I hate when morons manage to get it right. Then we've reached an impasse, Szarok said. She nodded. There's nothing stopping us from killing you, but we can't manage this vessel on our own. Truth be told, neither can you. Even knowing how, it's impossible for you to do all the work alone and reach port without any rest. From the clench of his jaw, the captain agreed. Maybe I'd rather die than come to terms with a beast and his bitch. Szarok took a step. So be it. Much as she'd love to see this cretin's blood, she couldn't let it happen. But before she stopped Szarok, the captain stumbled back, his gaze locked on the claws and fangs advancing on him. With a little shudder, he put down his weapon, seeming nearly pissing scared. Don't be hasty. Let's talk a little more. That lot was worthless anyway. If we work together, I can get us all to port safely. How's that sound? Fair deal, she said. You keep the ship once we disembark, and I won't mess with your salvage. All you have to do is recruit a new crew. It'll be like this never happened. You'll forgive me if I don't shake your hand. Likewise. I'm Tegan. This is Szarok. Captain Peebled. As they spoke, Szarok crept into the cabin behind and quietly gathered up the weapons. Tegan nudged the one on the deck toward him. By the time the captain noticed, all the guns were splashing over the side. If it was possible to die of a rage attack, she thought he might. He kicked at the wall and ranted for quite a while. Do you know how rare some of those guns were? She shrugged. No, and I don't care either. How close is the nearest port? Szarok asked. 4 days with a good wind. But the flicker of Peebled's eyes made Tegan wonder if he was lying. Unfortunately, examining the charts wouldn't provide her an answer. The next few days would be tense for damn sure, and she didn't look forward to sleeping in shifts and keeping an eye on this idiot at all times. He might be planning to lead us into a trap, a port populated with his cohorts. If they stayed alert, there had to be a way out, no matter how clever Peebled thought he was. There's always a way out. Time to pull up anchor, the captain was saying. There's a good wind, so we can put some miles between us and this godforsaken place. Where are we bound? Szarok asked. Would you understand if I told you? Then Peebled mumbled a slur Tegan hadn't heard since the war had ended, not even bothering to hide his prejudice. She shivered, exhausted already, and the voyage hadn't even begun. Pray to your gods. For a day and a half, Szarok did not rest. At times he closed his eyes and feigned sleep, but he smelled loathing and treachery on Peebled like the stench that clung to the human male, revealing that he hadn't washed in weeks. Even his beard advertised what he'd eaten for dinner, as if he saved the scraps for later. Everything about the captain made Szarok's flesh crawl. The salty air stung his eyes and crusted on his skin. So many firsts. None of his people had ever journeyed so far, learned to swim, or crewed a sailing ship. Now he knew the names of ropes and pulleys, along with the different sails. When the wind was good, whatever that meant, the course did not need to be adjusted too often, and the wheel could be set in the forward position. For the moment, Peebled was holed up in his cabin, likely plotting against them. You'll get sick if you don't sleep, Tegan said. Szarok didn't know if that was true. Historically, the people died young, but they didn't suffer from the same ailments that plagued humanity. But it was possible they would develop their own complications as time went on. Still, his eyes did burn, and a residual ache thrummed behind his ears. Constant wariness definitely took a toll. Come below for a while. I'll stand watch and make sure Peebled doesn't try anything. Before Tegan, Szarok couldn't have imagined such complete trust in her kind. Yet he didn't hesitate, only followed her out of the biting wind and down to the storage area. The bed she had fashioned wasn't as warm or as comfortable as the nest they'd left behind, and sometimes the rolling waves churned the meat in his belly until he could scarcely keep it down. None of that qualified as conducive to peaceful slumber. Let me set the early warning system. Clever healer. In the mouth of the low-ceilinged, narrow stairwell, she tied a length of cord with some jangly metal bits. People probably wouldn't be nimble or alert enough to avoid the trap. Then she returned and settled beside him. The pallet smelled of fish and brackish seawater, making him think it had been submerged at some point, but he didn't see how it could float. Tegan settled with her back to the wall, facing the doorway. Put your head in my lap. I don't think I can sleep that way. Oh, well, if you'd rather not. Even if her tone hadn't revealed her disappointment, the spike in her scent would have. For some reason, she wanted this, and it was such a small matter. Szarok rolled onto his side, also with a view of the stairwell, and found it a surprisingly comfortable way to rest. Exhaustion gnawed at him with sharp teeth, until it became too much effort to keep his eyes open. But once he shut them, other sensory input trickled in. It was never easy to tamp it all down, scents and sounds in particular, but water all around made everything worse. Then her fingers drifted down to his head, and she etched a pattern. Szarok focused on that, not the rocking of the ship or the unnerving howl of the wind. Focusing, he pictured the symbols she drew, until his mind settled. "You coddle me," he said sleepily. "A little. I like it." Soon after, he dozed, and woke to find her in the same position, watchful and alert. Her staff lay nearby, and her hand was still gentle on his head. Szarok sat up and stretched. Neither of them had slept at the same time since they'd gotten on this hellboat. The fear almost killed him in following her into the smaller craft and maneuvering across the chill and murky water to the larger ship that had awaited them. I can swim, he reminded himself. Memories won't kill me. Panic can. Yet horror still swept him in a dark tide as he recalled the water in his ears and mouth, sinking, choking, while the old ones shrieked in unison, dying 1,000 times in his head. Unerringly, she found him in the dark and pressed against his side, as if she could drive away the dread with a touch. It receded a little, just enough. "This will be over soon," she whispered. "Did he come for us?" "Not tonight. I think he's marshalling his strength." Szarok nodded. 2 more days, provided he was telling the truth. "He's definitely planning something," Tegan sighed, and the warmth of her breath fanned over him. Startling, but not unpleasant. "I wish I could get a look at the charts, but he hasn't left the cabin unguarded, not even once. It's making me uneasy. Not knowing our destination, or being unsure what he's hiding?" He inclined his head. "Both. Any sliver of information could help us." "It doesn't matter. He might be making for a port where everyone will try to kill us, but if so, we'll cut a path." Her mouth firmed. "When you say such things, I forget." "What?" "That you're not Uroch." "I'll take that as a compliment." At some point, her open mind should stop surprising him, but each time she spoke kindly of his people, his heart opened to her a bit more. Moved, he rubbed his cheek against hers in a gesture of kinship. Pleasure curled through him when he breathed her in, and her scent came back familiar, nearly Uroch from close contact. "Get your lazy arses up here!" The shout from above interrupted further closeness. Szarok emerged into a gray dawn, the sun only a frosty glimmer. When the light was dim, the details normally resolved into sharper clarity, but today fog misted over the water. This had the captain snarling unintelligible curses. "We'll be lucky if we don't smash up on a berg," Peebled muttered. The answer to his unspoken question loomed up, and the captain shouted orders in response to the jagged white ice. Szarok and Tegan worked feverishly in tandem to change course, but the side of the boat scraped, the sound striking him as if an enemy were close by and rubbing his blades together. He grasped the threat without a lengthy explanation. If the berg tore a hole in the hull, the hellboat would take on water and they'd sink, and without an island nearby, there would be no surviving the wreck. "Heave, you shitbirds!" In response, Tegan hauled on the ropes, and Szarok adjusted the sail. The schooner rocked, as if something massive had bumped it from below. Peebled swore in words so foul that Szarok didn't even recognize half of them. But there was clearly a problem. "What's wrong?" Tegan asked. "I'm not sure, but an orca just buzzed us. Normally it would be deeper this time of year or hunting near the coast. It's rare for them to surface so close to a ship." Ahead of them, a dark shape surfaced, enormous like a swimming skerry. Then it dove, revealing a finned tail. This creature could easily break this boat to bits or flip it. Near paralyzed, Szarok watched, but the beast didn't turn back, only raced onward. Yet something else slammed into the boat. The waves crashed all around, and the vessel listed so hard that he fell. On his hands and knees, he scrambled toward Tegan and grabbed onto her. As she clung to the mast, she was smiling. "Have you ever seen anything so magnificent?" Her eyes sparkled like the sun on agate. Szarok didn't answer. He waited for orders from Peebled, because while he didn't trust the man, he believed in his instincts for self-preservation. Another boom shook the ship, and this time the captain lost his grip on the wheel. Waves that didn't seem natural slopped over the sides, and he tried to control his fear. "Another orca?" Szarok asked. "Something's got them running scared." As he watched, more of the massive sea beasts sped by, and the small schooner trembled in their wake. It was like cowering in the presence of giants. In his life, he had seen many things that would astonish the rest of the Uroch, but this memory, should he survive to pass it on, would remain a marvel among the people for generations to come. What could frighten anything that big? Tegan wondered aloud. "You best hope we don't find out." Peebled's grim tone penetrated her evident excitement, and she peered into the distance, probably scanning for threats. Nothing in this sea-drenched world made sense. The smells and sounds accumulated, but Szarok lacked the context to interpret the information. But he knew one thing for certain. Something else was out there. Then a cold chill crawled over him that had nothing to do with the bitter wind, because the boat took another hit. This one felt almost playful. One strike, another, until it almost seemed like tapping. "What I wouldn't give for more speed," the captain muttered. Szarok tightened his hold on Tegan, but even he didn't know what he planned to do when the dark limbs rose from the water, boneless and horrible, with divots as big as dinner plates. His breath went as the appendages crawled over the side of the boat and wrapped around the second mast. Tegan's exhilaration evaporated, leaving her still and quiet against him. Whatever creature has a hold of them, it must be immense. The mast popped, the sail drooping in response. It didn't take much to imagine the boat flipping, going down, down, down. He went lightheaded at the prospect of dying in the water. Tegan's hands were so cold she must be scared too. "What?" she whispered, but she didn't finish the question. "The behemoth's got us," Peebled said. "Pray to your gods if you have any." Szarok sent up a silent plea to his ancestors, The ship tilted hard, sending Peebles skidding toward the rail. Szarok didn't think, only reacted. In a reckless motion, he dove and caught the human by a wrist just before he tumbled over the side. As I did. They locked eyes, and Szarok saw the man register how easily he could let go. That's right. Your life is in my hands. For a brief moment he considered letting the deep have peopled. No. We made a deal. And we need him. So he hauled the human up and rolled him onto the relative safety of the deck. The captain wheezed out something that might have been a word of thanks. Just then, another orca skimmed by portside, and the creature's limbs lashed out, snagging its prey with a bizarre hook at the end. The whale let out a terrified sound, so shrill that Szarok doubted that the humans could hear the entirety. Then, the attacker pulled its meal beneath the water, and the waves settled into their normal rhythm. "It's gone," Tegan said. The captain slapped a palm against his thigh. "It took the orca and let us be. But nobody will ever believe that we saw the behemoth and lived to tell of it. What was that? Giant of the deep. They're usually so far beneath the sea that we never even get a glimpse. I've seen pictures, heard accounts, but I never thought..." Peebles shook his head. "What are the pictures like?" Tegan asked. For the first time, the captain didn't seem like he wanted both their heads on a stick. Apparently, he liked imparting information. "The ones I've seen are red and white, or deep purple. The beasts have 8 arms and 2 tentacles, a long, narrow head, and a beak like a bird. Big ones are strong enough to sink a ship. Now and then a fishing vessel brings up a young one in their net. I've seen them for sale in the market. It sure knocked the ship around. I'll take a look below," Tegan said. That seemed like a good idea. As she went down, Peebles inspected the mast and slammed a fist into his palm. "One good storm and we're done for, and the damage will slow our progress some too. I have more bad news." Tegan emerged onto the deck, somber-faced. "Let's hear it." "We're taking on water. Seems to be a crack near..." "Blast!" The captain swore and ran off to check for himself. "How fast is it filling up below?" Szarok asked. "Right now, just a trickle. But I suspect it will worsen, the longer we're in the water without the ability to repair it properly." She was right. Peebles tried, but the patch didn't hold. By nightfall, they had to take shifts running buckets up to the deck to dump the water while the captain struggled with the ship alone. On the second day, the little schooner definitely sat lower in the water, and Szarok ached in ways he hadn't known he could. The combination of cold and exhaustion dragged on him, and Tegan was staggering. Neither of them had slept, and he couldn't remember. Even food and water came second to making sure the sea didn't suck them under. Each thump, each knock had him searching the water for the whales or the behemoth. "You need to rest," he said, as Tegan stumbled toward him. The full bucket slopped water onto the stairs when he caught it. She only shook her head, accepting the empty pail he offered. "There's no time." He pressed a hunk of saltfish into her hands. "Eat, at least. If you collapse, you'll leave me alone with Peebles." Szarok growled a soft laugh when she crammed the dried meat into her mouth with a wicked scowl. While she might balk for her own sake, she'd never leave him to suffer. Sudden tightness in his chest stole his breath, and though they didn't have the time, he pulled her close and rubbed his cheek against hers. Tegan let him hold her until the captain shouted from above, "Get moving, unless you want to find out where the behemoth lives!" With a tired snarl, Szarok ran up the steps and to the railing, pouring out the water, and then returned to trade with Tegan yet again. "How does it look down there?" Weariness pinched her features, dark circles beneath her eyes. "Not good. I don't know if we can keep this up." "We must," he said. She seemed to take comfort in his certainty. Szarok ran until his arms burned and his legs quivered with exhaustion. But after a while, the pain faded into a sweet nothing. Numb, he plodded on as the water rose, and the schooner dipped farther below the water. They were still trudging, still bailing, when a massive crack split the silence. Szarok summoned a burst of reserve energy and sprinted to the deck, bucket in hand. "What happened?" he demanded. "We lost the second mast." The captain stood, his shoulders slumped, staring at the pole sliding over the side. Since the human didn't try to rescue it, Szarok concluded there was no way to repair it. The mainsail remained undamaged, but the wind whipped over them like a dozen angry ancestral spirits. Between the leak and the loss of power, hope trickled away. "Perhaps I won't see my people again." That failure hit him harder than the buffeting gale that smelled of snow and salt. Tegan stumbled up behind him, her pounding heart audible to him beneath the other sounds. She's terrified. Somehow that realization gave him strength. "How far out are we?" he asked. Peebled scratched at his beard. Such a foul facial feature, as he contemplated. 30 hours at least." "Then let's fight for every minute. I've never surrendered, and I never will. Not even to this deep-water devil." "I can't do it alone," the captain warned. "It'll be tricky to maneuver with one mast." Tegan raised her chin and squared her shoulders. "I'll handle the bailing. Somehow." After a day and a half of icy hell, Peebled finally called, "Land ho!" Szarok rushed to the railing to luxuriate in the craggy coastline, adorned with mossy rocks and trees growing high on the hills above. As the battered boat limped closer, down to a single functioning sail, the town proved unfamiliar. The weathered wood structure seemed older than other settlements, worn by the wind and rain, until they all showed gray. "We're close enough now. We'll make it no matter what." But this definitely wasn't Anticost or any mainland village Szarok had seen before. Exactly how far did we come? Tegan hobbled toward him, her small face chapped red, but glowing. He'd rarely seen such pure triumph, and he must admit, their successes against the odds made him feel like shouting to the skies. "We're safe," she whispered. Suddenly, the captain smelled strange, sharp, a tang of... And 3 things happened at once. Szarok turned, Tegan leapt, and Peebled fired the gun he was holding. Killjoy. After the Catalina finished loading the supplies from Peck and Paw bound for Bay Bridge, Captain Advika rushed the crew back on board. Morrow wasn't eager to resume the journey with winter rolling in, but he couldn't give up hope that they'd find Tegan safe in some other port with an exciting story to tell. That possibility was the only thing that gave him the courage to greet a new day with a smile. If he accepted that she was forever gone, he'd take up drinking as his full-time occupation. There were 2 more stops before Bay Bridge, and he realized he didn't entirely understand how Captain Advika benefited from transporting supplies. There must be payment involved, but since the settlements all seemed to use different currency, he couldn't figure out how she would profit, unless she accepted coin from all the towns and then spent the money in each port as she needed it. "You seem confused," the captain said. As Sung Ji supervised their departure, Advika indulged Morrow's curiosity. "A good question. There's a merchant house in Peckinpah, and they write me a letter of credit, good in the larger ports. The smaller settlements often pay in goods, so I keep a portion of the food or cloth that I transport. It saves me the cost of provisioning the ship. Or if I have too much, I sell it for local currency and buy supplies that will be in demand elsewhere." "That's fascinating," Morrow said. "If I wanted, I have more than enough to build a fine house anywhere and eat well for the rest of my life. But I'd miss the call of the sea." He nodded. "The promise of adventure is persuasive. That, and Sung-ji would never choose to settle down." Her dark gaze lingered on the first mate, the first time Morrow had realized they were more than captain and crew. "Have you been together long?" 5 years, she said, smiling. Catching her eye, the first mate lifted a hand, and they swapped a look that made Morrow glance away. He excused himself to head below, ostensibly to check on Millie, but really more because his heart ached. She was in the infirmary, plucking splinters out of a sailor's hand. The way the fellow mooned at her, it wouldn't surprise Morrow if the numbskull had injured himself on purpose. He waited outside, cross for reasons he couldn't name. "You're keeping busy?" he said when her patient left. "I'm glad there's been nothing serious. I don't know half of what I need to for this job." "Tegan will be back." Millie offered a measuring look, but didn't dispute his claim. "I hope so. If you'll excuse me, I need to tidy up." That was obviously a dismissal, and he might have protested if he hadn't spotted the cook pacing outside, cradling his hand. Either a cut or a burn, he guessed. So Morrow headed for the deck to make himself useful. Sung-ji always had plenty of work, even for an unskilled storyteller, tasks that required only the ability to follow instructions. At nightfall, he was exhausted and fell into his hammock with real gratitude. The next day, around noon, a school of dolphins joined them, frolicking in the surrounding waves. As they leapt, seemingly attracted to the Catalina, Morrow leaned on the rail and bowed his head. "I was supposed to show you. Tegan, why aren't you here to see this?" The sheer joy of the aquatic display would have delighted her. At some point, Millie joined him to watch the show. Without speaking, she linked her fingers through his, and they watched the twirling and leaping for quite some time. Eventually, the dolphins got tired of pacing the ship and veered away. Morrow stared until he couldn't see a hint of their presence in the water. "That was amazing," she said, in a voice washed with wonder. "They're playful creatures. I'm told they'll frolic right up to a moored boat, even let you swim with them." For once, he didn't feel inclined to elaborate or repeat one of the tales he knew, legends of sea folk and the like. "I'd be afraid they would drown me." "There are stories like that, too. For every happy ending, there's a dark one." "You're a killjoy," she accused. In his current mood, he couldn't argue, so he strode away and lost himself in work again, until his body hurt too much to think. 2 more days passed like that, until the Catalina reached the next stop, Wild Cove. The community was small but spread out, rambling along the rugged coast. There didn't seem to be a town center, just gray wood houses dotted here and there. Even the dock where the Catalina came to rest had seen better days, and there was a broken pier half submerged in the water. A faded red building added the only surprising spark of color, though the rest of the landscape was breathtaking. It was impossible to cling to sorrow in the face of such natural beauty. From the rolling green hills to the dark rock face, Morrow let the sights nourish him. As he disembarked, he admired the gleam of piled stones, water slick, some striated in all hues of gray, from palest ash to darkest charcoal, with whispers of heather and cream. With the winter-cast sky overhead, heavy with clouds, the water gleamed silver in contrast. Too cold for flowers, but a few plants still flourished. In the distance, he made out a broken road, long abandoned and gone to ruin, and a white tower. Captain Advika fired off a round, presumably to signal the scattered locals that their supplies had arrived. "Don't just gawp. Start unloading," Sungji scolded. "If we're quick, we'll make Crowhead before nightfall." "It's not far?" Morrow asked. "Just a skosh north." In terms of actual travel time, that could mean almost anything. Yet Morrow followed orders and set to hauling crates. Millie tried to help, but the sailors she had treated, and possibly ones she hadn't, kept snatching everything she picked up. That irritated him, but he clenched his jaw and kept at his assigned task until everything sat at the edge of the dock. An elderly man with white hair and brown skin thanked the captain with a half bow and a firm handshake. "You made it just in time. I'll wager you've no time for a bite?" Advika shook her head. "2 more ports, and then we can rest." "Then I won't keep you." This was the shortest stop they'd made, but even so, with all the unloading, it was near sunset when they sailed. The sky blazed with unearthly hues, and when the stars came out, Morrow swore they were as big as his fist against the cobalt sky. In wonder, he gazed up as the brightness intensified. And then he ran, straight to Millie, and when she argued, he simply threw her over his shoulder. Once they reached the deck, he set her down. "Stop complaining," he ordered. "Now, look up." Relief surged through him. She hadn't missed it. The sky and the stars, and the sheer immensity of the beauty. Her voice drifted to silence. He drank her delight down like strong wine, and it left him awed and giddy. Millie let out a dreamy sigh. "This is exactly why I wanted to travel. The world, James. The world is so big." Morrow started. He couldn't recall if she'd ever said his name before, but it added to his quiet pleasure. For a few moments he just stood with the cold wind blowing and the starshine like shimmering ice overhead. Even the moon glowed magical with its faint halo. Silvered light rained down on her upturned face, rendering her so lovely that it left him speechless. Her mouth was full and sweetly curved, even more so when she smiled. "Like now, my ma says a ring around the moon means bad weather's on the way." That prosaic observation broke the spell, and he looked away. "I'm not so unreliable. I'm not. My heart won't waver at a pretty face." "Truly?" "She says you know when the storm's coming by how many stars are caught in the circle of light." Millie raised a finger, counting them, and then her tone dropped, becoming ominous. 4. In 4 days we'll see if she's right." Despite himself, he shivered. "You should be the storyteller." "It may be nonsense, but I hope we're safe in Bay Bridge by then." Her enjoyment undimmed by the prospect of bad fortune, she lingered on deck until she must have been freezing. Eventually, Morrow brought his best winter cloak and a mug of hot grog, because Millie showed no signs of wanting to get indoors. The sky had ripened to black by the time they reached Crowhead. Her teeth were chattering. Exasperated, he swept her up and carted her below. While he agreed that the sights were spectacular, she just lacked all sense of moderation. "You do that a lot," she said mildly. "What?" "Decide things for me? Haul me about like a bag of oats?" A hot flush banished the frosty burn in his cheeks. "Sorry, I don't know why. I forget my words around you sometimes." And it had been happening more of late. To his astonishment, she bobbed up from the infirmary bunk and kissed him on the cheek. "That's the sweetest thing you've ever said to me." Then she banished him with a gentle shove and shut the door in his face. Morrow stared at the rough wood for a few seconds before giving himself a little shake and heading for the lower deck, where it would be plenty warm thanks to the number of men crammed into hammocks in an enclosed space. It also reeked of eggs, farts, and feet, but it was impossible to have an adventure without tolerating a measure of discomfort. Just think of the next story. In the morning, the crew made short work of unloading. This time, the townspeople were waiting with wagons, as the settlement was built on a rise with a rough track cut into the hillside leading away from the water. Rough-hewn cabins comprised the bulk of the village, no old-world relics to mar the scenery. It was easy to imagine that there had never been any monsters here, no bloodshed either, just the harmonious union of land and sea. Morrow shook his head as Advika chatted with the townies. Amazing that she makes this run every year. Most of these folks seemed young, surprisingly so, as he'd seen a lot of lined faces as they sailed. But nobody here looked older than his father. How does that happen? Maybe there was a sickness. Sungji seemed to understand his curiosity because he said low, "There used to be a town with the same name farther inland, but a traveler brought the plague, and they all died. With so much land to settle, a few families migrated from Peckinpah, 10 years back. They mostly fish up this way, some whaling ships. Without goods from Anticost and Peckinpah, they wouldn't be thriving." The first mate gazed with obvious pride at Captain Advika, who had clasped the town leader's shoulder in a friendly gesture. "She does important work," Morrow said. Sungji nodded. "Not without its risks. There's the weather and the ice, dangerous sea life, and don't forget the outlaw colonies. Those who don't fish or farm, just live by stealing from honest folks." Is that the main problem in the north? Not changed ones, but human enemies? Whatever the first mate would have said, the captain beckoned, and he hurried to her side. Still wondering, Morrow walked along the cliff overlooking the rocks below. Not far from here, an entire town died of the plague. Nobody changed. So what was different? When the signal came much later to return to the ship, he ran, not wanting to be stranded in Crowhead. He was among the last to board, with Advika aiming a dire look in his direction. "Are you trying to screw up my schedule?" Morrow shook his head quickly. "Sorry, I got distracted. The land around Crowhead is haunting." What an imprecise word. But maybe she had answers? "They said everyone died in the original Crowhead," he started, but then didn't know how to continue. "You're wondering why, when there was so much trouble elsewhere." Belatedly, Morrow recalled that the captain hailed from the ruins, much farther south. "If you have answers, I'd welcome them." "They didn't get the vaccine," she said quietly. Supply lines were already breaking down when they did the drops. Only made things worse from what I can see. Is there anywhere that the sickness didn't touch, where it's like the old world and all the machines still run? He had considered himself well-educated, so to discover how relatively little he knew, it was humbling. Advika lifted one shoulder, gazing out to sea. "Not that I've seen. But I haven't sailed around the entire world either, my lad. Wouldn't that be a feat?" "It would indeed." "Did you know I have a sister?" The non-sequitur of a question surprised him. "You've never mentioned it before." "She came out of the ruins with me. We've each got our own ships now, but she doesn't run supplies." "Oh?" That piqued his interest. "Passengers," she said with evident relish. "It's a marrying ferry, more like. Often in these remote settlements, people can't find anybody to partner up with, so Devi suggests matches, delivers mail, and brings couples together. She makes a good living carrying folk back and forth with weddings on her ship. She only sails the warm months, though, so you'll meet her when we arrive in Baybridge, along with her wife, Yvette." I'm looking forward to it. The next 2 days were clear as they sailed north, but the third morning, as the Catalina drew closer to Baybridge, the wind kicked up. With a shudder, Morrow remembered how Millie had used her mother's method to predict a bad storm. By noon, freezing rain sleeted across the deck, making it a misery to breathe, let alone work. All the sailors bundled up, and Morrow toiled until his hands cracked and bled. "I was afraid of this!" Sung-ji shouted, over the roar of the wind. The ice on deck made it near impossible to keep his footing, so Morrow went after it with a scraper. "We survived before, and the captain knows the way well." He imagined her sister, Devi, waiting year after year, and it was some comfort to note she'd never yet been disappointed. The Catalina always pulled through. In time, they sailed through the storm, and lights glimmered along the coast. But when alarmed shouts went up from the rest of the crew, he realized he wasn't seeing the lamps of town. No, these bright flickers were moving toward them, and at a cracking pace. "Raiders!" Sung-ji sounded the alarm. "Weapons ready!" Advika strode along the still slippery deck, overseeing the sailors who took up positions with their rifles. Morrow had read of historical ships rigged with weapons, but the Catalina ran for speed. If the enemy vessel had big guns... He shook his head against the thought. The other ship was small, but it seemed to have a lot of men. He ran toward the captain. "I'm better with a blade, but I can shoot. Do you have any extra rifles below?" "My cabin," answered Advika. He raced for the weapon and checked it. Good firing condition. "How much ammo?" A box nearby addressed that question, so he grabbed it and dashed back to the bow, where he took up a position near Sung-ji. From the stern, Captain Advika was shouting strategy. When the enemy ship got within range, the Catalina crew opened fire, but bullets came back hot, spattering the deck and dropping the sailor beside him. Wood shrapnel peppered Morrow's arms, but he didn't flinch. "They've come heavy!" Advika called. No idea what that means, until the first orange sphere exploded on deck, sending flames everywhere. The damp wood smoldered, slow to burn, but another fireball slammed into the ship nearby. Sailors dove overboard to avoid the fire, preferring the wicked sea to fiery doom. "Millie! Where's Millie?" Eyes watering, Morrow staggered in search of the water buckets, but as he went, the other vessel rammed and dropped boarding gear. The Catalina may be lost. 3. A crowd of stars. And bending down beside the glowing bars, murmur, a little sadly, how love fled and paced upon the mountains overhead, and hid his face amid a crowd of stars. William Butler Yeats, When You Are Old. Our song is complete. Pain exploded in Tegan's shoulder. She hit the deck, rolling with Szarok beneath her. 2 more bullets bit into the wood nearby. She knew it wasn't life-threatening, no vital organs there. But that awareness did nothing to mitigate the discomfort. Szarok snarled and shifted her aside. His speed astonished her. By the time Peebold had fired once and prepared for a second shot, he went down under a furious tackle. "You dare!" Szarok growled, angrier than she'd ever seen him. "I was aiming for you," Peebold said. "That changes nothing. I saved you. And I got your rotten arses back to port as promised. The deal's done now, and I get to take revenge for what you did to my crew. They might have been worthless, but they were mine. Try." Even from across the deck, Tegan could see how hard Szarok shook the little man. One sound squeaked out. "Huh?" "You tried and failed." As Tegan struggled to her feet, Szarok ripped their enemy's throat out with his claws. As the body gushed blood, he hurled it into the sea, and then ran toward her.
"You shouldn't be moving. What's wrong with you? He could have killed you."
She couldn't muster a light tone, and certainly couldn't shrug. "I was worried about what would happen to you, but we have more pressing problems." The ship was heading top speed toward the dock, and she couldn't help with the ropes. Szarok seemed to realize this at the same moment, and he leapt to drop the sails and then the anchor. It was enough, eventually, to prevent a collision. Blood trickled down Tegan's back, and she was starting to feel lightheaded.
"Come, I'll bring us to shore in the rowing boat."
"You're not afraid?" At first he didn't answer, lowering the dinghy from where it was attached to the larger craft.
"I am. I always am with this much water. But if my choice is between facing my fear and letting you suffer, there is no dilemma."
"I can climb down," she said. In truth, she nearly fell twice, between her bad leg and the hurt blazing in her shoulder. But he caught her and held on, so they went tandem, and once they settled in the boat, he took up the oars, maneuvering with a speed and strength that probably would have impressed her under different conditions. There were a few fishermen on the dock as they clambered onto the boards, so Tegan straightened, fearing how they'd treat Szarok. To her surprise, they seemed surprised but not frightened. He received second and third looks, but compared to how he had been greeted elsewhere, the interest registered as benign. "Is there a healer in town?" Tegan asked. A boy of around 12 answered, "Kamish. She knows about herbs and such."
"Show us the way, please,"
Szarok said. The Vanguard swept Tegan into his arms as if her legs were injured, but she didn't protest. She couldn't hang on to him because it hurt too much to move, pulling at the wound. The size of the settlement registered on her vaguely as she raced through town in his arms. Outside a whitewashed, well-kept cottage, the boy paused. "Here, I have to get back to work now, or I'll have no supper." "Thank you," she murmured, but he was already gone. Szarok thumped on the door, his impatience growing with every moment that they received no answer. Tegan didn't know how long she could keep her head together, between the pain and the bright sparks dotting her vision. Her head listed to the side, and of course he noticed, because he saw, heard, and smelled everything, even when she didn't want him to. No use pretending to be strong.
"She's not home,"
he said. "Better to ask forgiveness than permission." "What?" "It's just something Dr. Wilson used to say. Let's go in if the door's open, and make use of her supplies. I can walk you through the treatment. I hope." It would be hard to picture a more horrified expression than the one currently facing her.
"I'm no healer."
"You could be. Anyone can learn. And do you really want me to bleed to death while you argue over qualifications?" Though it probably wasn't that serious, the implicit threat galvanized Szarok into action. Still cradling her close, he got the door open and stepped inside the cottage, larger than most houses she'd seen. This is old-world construction. The cookroom was separate, and there were 2 rooms at the back for sleeping, both warmly decorated and inviting. They discovered this as Szarok carried her around in search of supplies. Finally, she said, "Let's check the cabinets. Back that way." Her insight was rewarded with a fine cache of herbs and various healer's tools. Tegan pointed out what he would need, though she noticed his hands were shaking. With her good arm, she pulled him close and kissed his cheek. He stared at her for a moment, and then some of the tension left him. "You can do this. I believe in you. First, wash your hands. We don't want people's blood mixing with mine." There was a deep basin with an attached pump. Quite handy. In many settlements, they shared a well, and someone had to go in the morning with buckets to bring back the day's water. Szarok figured it out quickly and scrubbed up with more soap than he needed. Despite the pain, She smiled at how carefully he cleaned his claws.
"What now?"
She pointed out what he needed. Soon, he had a small basin, yarrow powder, and goldenrod ointment set aside.
"Help me get my shirt off."
Other than a little click in the back of his throat, he gave no sign that the request bothered him. That removal hurt so bad, she nearly passed out. Ears ringing, Tegan sat at the table, hunched forward so he could inspect the wound.
"It's clotted,"
he said.
"That's good. It will probably bleed a little more as you work. Nothing to worry about. You need to get the bullet out next."
"How?"
"Use that."
She indicated the scalpel, but he couldn't hold it at the right angle to work.
"I can't do this. Maybe I should go look for this healer."
Szarok took a step back, but she wrapped her fingers around his arm.
"Use your claws. You cleaned them properly, and it won't hurt any worse than metal."
"Tegan, trust me." With a little shudder, he stepped behind her and sank one talon into her wound. She clenched her teeth so hard against the pain that she feared they might crack. But thankfully, she didn't need to give him further instructions, while it was all she could do to stay conscious. He probed until he tapped metal, and then he dug it out with as much delicacy as Dr. Wilson could have managed on his best day. Szarok flicked the bullet into the basin with a quiet sigh.
"How do I proceed from here?"
"That mixture there, with the herbs floating in it, use it to thoroughly clean the wound. Irrigate it fully before moving on."
"Irrigate?"
"Pour some of the liquid inside. Let it run out. Blot away." Seeming more confident, he followed her instructions.
"Now?"
"We're almost done. Apply some ointment to the bandage. Sprinkle the powder over it. Then wrap my shoulder. Make sure the medicine ends up on top of the wound." 5 minutes later, she still hurt like hell, but the medical care was complete. Now, she'd just have to watch for drainage and infection. At the first signs of inflammation, she'd pack the wound with raw honey, provided she could find some here. Whatever here is. As she struggled back into her torn, bloody shirt, she heard the front door open. Tegan stood and went to greet their hostess. A tall, brown-skinned woman stared at her, caught in the midst of taking off her boots.
"What are you at?"
she demanded.
"I'm sorry for the intrusion. A boy at the docks guided us here, but you weren't in and—"
Tegan summarized their misadventures, hoping for a sympathetic ear.
"That's so rough," Camish said. "Ne'er let it be said that pecking paw's an unkind kay. Did your man care for you?"
"Well enough. He's tidying up. Thanks for the supplies."
"Did you have some place to bide?"
"Not yet." She hated asking for charity, but everything she possessed was either in the Winterville cottage or in the infirmary on the Catalina.
"Then stay with me. If you crewed for Edvika, you're the next thing to a friend for me. I just ask you see anybody that's ailing in return."
Brightening, she readily made that deal. "Done. It's a little tiring sometimes, but I don't turn people away who need help."
"Heard you there. Peckinpah is full of good folk."
Szarok emerged from the kitchen then, standing half in shadow.
"Sorry we entered without asking. The situation was—" "No worries. Come and meet me proper."
Tegan sensed his reticence, but he stepped into the fading light. Instead of the handshake, he made the little bow she noticed that he preferred with strangers.
"Again, thank you."
"You're some odd-looking," Camish said cheerfully. Tegan restrained her urge to step in and start explaining. He was the Vanguard of the Uroch, after all, and he had no need of her interference. Still, she chewed the inside of her lip, wishing this wouldn't end badly, hoping he didn't have to swallow yet another hurt.
"So are you,"
Szarok replied. Kamish laughed. "I just dies at you? The years do for us all, and yet I'm so glad to have this face and those years." Her good nature appeared to thaw him a bit. "Me too. I hail from a rare mainland tribe. We've never been this far north, so—" "Welcome be!" Kamish clapped him on the shoulder. "My thanks. You two smell wicked. Get pumping and you can have a bath. I still have some work in town, so I'll be back once I take care of yon boat." "Right, the abandoned schooner. Anyone who can fix it is welcome to it," Tegan said. "It's full of salvage, so that alone should make it worth the time." "Raiders." Kamish practically spat the word. That confirmed Tegan's suspicions. "But one mast is gone and there's a crack, so it'll probably need to be pulled out of the water for proper repairs." "I know just the fellow." "Nobody's been bailing for a while," she added. "You'll need to be quick to salvage it." Without further conversation, Kamish hurried out. It took quite a while to fill the tub in the proper bathing room. Tegan had never seen anything quite like it, at least not intact. There had been bits and pieces in the ruins, where she guessed at how something might work, but this tub was actually part of the room. She and Szarok took turns washing up, though she had to be careful with her bandage. Before she'd left, Kamish hadn't seemed to think anything about Szarok scrubbing her down, and Tegan preferred his touch to that of a kindly stranger. She borrowed a comb, and he spent a long time working out the tangles. Sometimes it hurt, but he was gentle and patient. It had been so long since anyone had taken care of her. In Salvation, the Tuttles were kind, of course, but she didn't get to stay with them long. And life had taught her that farewells came just as she started feeling safe and loved. Better not to let myself feel much of anything. But she couldn't do that with him. Szarok had so much of her that it would be terrifying if she dwelled on it. Tegan closed her eyes, half dozing as he fiddled with her hair. "How do you even know how to do that?" she asked. "You're not the only one who enjoys learning." He'd teased her so before. Not funny, but she was smiling. "Grooming is how all animals show that they're kin," he said then. She considered the implications of that, and then the question came naturally. He'd said if she wondered, to ask. "Without hair, how did the Uroch—" "Demonstrate that kinship?" "Yes." "Our skin requires tending. It's a great kindness to rub oil on a kinsman." Tegan's heart dropped when she realized she had never done that for him. I didn't know I was supposed to. But that didn't change the fact that he had been deprived of something that would make him feel more at home. So she levered to her feet, despite the shriek from her shoulder, and went to the bathing room, where such things were likely to be. After some searching, Tegan found a tin of herb-scented oil. It might be meant for rubbing into sore muscles, but it should suffice. "Give me your hands." In answer to his inquiring look, she poured a little oil in her palms and rubbed them together to warm it. Then she took his left hand and smoothed with her thumbs. He stared at her with a strange, avid expression the entire time she massaged his palms and fingers, neatly avoiding the claws, and then working her way up his arm, each in turn. Finally, she got nervous and blurted, "Is something wrong?" "No, it feels different when you do it. We use our palms and the heels of our feet. You're using your fingertips." "Do you like it?" "Yes. It's ours. But you've made it yours, too. Just like me." With slippery fingers, she touched his cheek, and his eyes shimmered in that look. Just as he leaned down, the door banged open in a chilly breeze.
That's handled. For now, we best fire up a squoff and have a yarn.
Trying to hide her disappointment, Tegan smiled at Kamish, not entirely understanding the local dialect, but when the older woman started cooking, the meaning became clear. For the first time in forever, Tegan devoured a full meal of fry bread, poached fish, boiled greens, along with fruit and cheese to finish it off. She also drank 2 glasses of something strong. Then her head went muzzy and she couldn't stop laughing. She heard Kamish say, "Not much of a drinker, your love. Get some rest." Then she floated for a time, and a door closed behind them. Szarok laid her down with gentle hands, but she wouldn't let him go. She fisted her hands in his shirt until he whispered, "I'm not leaving. Just let me get ready." Those words meant nothing, and she complained in a low mumble until he got into bed. His bare skin was deliciously hot, and she curled into him, half floating in a memory of their time on the Isle. Warm breath stirred her hair. "What am I to do with you?" "Don't know for sure. Have some ideas." "I wasn't really looking for an answer, my treasure." Soft growls of laughter spilled into her hair, making her smile in reflex, even with her eyes closed. "I have a question." "As I said before, ask." "I know you remember how the old ones considered us food. So I'm wondering, and I probably would never say anything if I wasn't a little... She waved her hand in a too-big-for-bed gesture and smacked him on the cheek. Szarok took her hand and pressed a kiss into her palm, then tucked it safely against his chest. A little trill of pleasure rippled through her at that, and also when he sifted through her hair with his claws, dragging with just enough pressure to make her tingle. "Jug bit is what Millie calls it," he said. "Yes, that. So, you're wondering... if I make you hungry?" That was a blob of a question, floundering between them like some hideous sea monster. He inhaled sharply, his hand stilling in her hair. "I wonder if you'll even recall asking." "Who knows?" "It doesn't matter. If I'm honest, yes, at first, because the old ones found your folk meaty and delicious. So I have that echo, but now that we've awakened, we understand it's wrong to eat things that can communicate." That answer roused her from the dreamy stupor that the liquor had left behind. Probably she should be terrified, unnerved over letting him wet his claws with her blood. But she was only faintly dizzy, sore, and curious. Gently, Tegan traced the lines of his face in the dark, her fingertip gliding over sharp cheekbones and the line of his jaw, formed to accommodate a different sort of teeth. And now? "You make me hungry in an entirely different way," he whispered. "And that is difficult. My people would say I've studied your kind too much in becoming the Vanguard, lost some of what makes me Uroch." "I'm sorry." Probably she should move away, but she just found the best position for her wound, and I don't want to. He can go if he must. I won't. His touch heated, and a flood of memories washed over her. At first, she didn't understand what she was seeing, because it was her own face, again and again. At first, awful and repugnant, and then later tinged with a warmth of affection that became beauty. These are his memories, she realized. This is how he sees me. When that profound gift ceased, she was crying, and she couldn't stop. "It's nothing that needs an apology, though others may not understand.
I have chosen you. And you said today, in one ridiculous leap, Beloved, I would die for you. So each time my heart beats, and yours answers, our song is complete.
I am here. Peckinpah was a revelation. It was the largest settlement Tegan had ever set foot in. As her wound healed, she and Szarok explored what the place had to offer. In the mornings, she saw patients while Kamish took care of town business. While she wasn't anything so official as a mayor, governor, or chief, citizens looked to her to settle disputes and for good advice.
I reckon it's because I'm oldest, Kamish said when Tegan asked at the breakfast the next day. And before you ask, no, I'm not telling.
All right. Before you said the Catalina passed through?
I did.
Were they well?
Tegan wondered how Millie and James were doing, now that she had some mental energy to spare. Maybe it made her a bad person, but before she could only focus on their immediate survival. So far as I know, they came late and didn't bide long. Should be in Baybridge by now if they didn't run into trouble.
I wish I'd completed the season with her like I promised.
Advika won't blame you. There's always another run. Until there isn't.
Kamish smiled over a plate of fry bread and then wiped her mouth.
You know the deal by now. If anybody comes, treat 'em.
Got it, Tegan said. In silence, Szarok helped her clean up the kitchen. Clearly something was troubling him, as he hadn't spoken a word yet today. Just nods and subverbal sounds of acknowledgement that she understood from her Uroch lessons, but only confused Kamish. She let it go until they finished the household work. What's wrong? He only shook his head.
Let me change your bandage.
While she considered arguing, it would serve no purpose. He'd talk when he was ready, and not a moment before. But she definitely registered that he had a burden he was currently shouldering alone. He'd gone out by himself a couple of times while she was seeing patients, so maybe something had happened? No point in guessing. Tegan sat down and let him tend to her, asking fact-finding questions. Is there any heat? Red streaks? Has it sealed properly? Szarok described what he saw, and she nodded in satisfaction. You did good work. It's healing just fine. When I can move my arm without so much pain, I'll start training the muscles to get back some range of motion. As he finished wrapping the fresh cloth, someone knocked on the cottage door. She went to answer, and Szarok hid, as usual. A young mother brought her baby girl in. When Tegan offered a smile, the other girl just stared. Tegan touched her face, and then her hair, wondering if the braids had come undone. Is something the matter? You're so young. I heard a proper doctor had come from away, but She didn't seem convinced Tegan could know much of anything. I've apprenticed with 2 different doctors, Tegan said quietly. But it's up to you if you want me to examine your little one, or if you'd rather wait for Kamish. As if on cue, the child let out a fretful wail. She won't eat a bite, and just cries. Let me wash up, and then I'll have a look. After a thorough check, Tegan could report, it's nothing serious. A touch of fever, probably brought on by teething. Soak a rag in this and let her chew on it. Give her this at bedtime. Once the tooth pops up, you'll both get some rest. Feel where it's pressing? Here? The baby clamped down on her finger and seemed like she meant to gum it off. It's what Mama said, but I was so worried. You wanted confirmation. What seems like a bit of nothing can turn terrifying so quick, especially when they're small. Or old. How well I know it. Thank you. Me ma's the weaver hereabouts, so I brought some cloth. Is it enough? Of course. she said automatically. And then she saw how much, but the girl had already bundled up her baby and was heading out the door. Since arriving in Peckinpah, the weather had been more shade than sun, with wintry clouds hovering and frosty winds cutting through her ragged clothes. Tegan wished she had something fine and warm left from her foster mother's sewing kit, but those had been ruined long ago, with so much bloody wear.
"What will you do with that?"
Szarok stepped out of the room they slept in, seeming as if he'd resolved some internal conflict. Good. Maybe he'll share it soon. Lifting the dark fabric, she unfolded it to show him. "There's enough to make me a jacket, and you a new cloak."
"You know how?"
he asked. "Don't look so surprised. The mattress I made on the island would have been nicer if I'd had better supplies. My foster mother thought I should be able to put stitches in a shirt as well as people. I'm competent." That might be stretching it, but she had made clothing. Kamish had a sewing box with good needles and plenty of thread. Tegan would have to find a way to pay for what she used, along with their food and lodging. But so far the other woman wouldn't talk about recompense. Trying to remember how Ma Tuttle had done it, she measured Szarok and wrote his numbers down. Then she draped the thick brown fabric and checked her work. Before she could mark or cut, another patient came. This time, Szarok only went into the kitchen. She saw two more people, elderly sisters, one with a persistent cough that might turn for the worse, and the other with a wrenched arm from carrying things she shouldn't. They listened to her advice with great care, and then paid her with a tin of sweetbread. She opened it immediately and crammed a slice into her mouth. Her eyes closed as the honey burst on her tongue.
"This is what you were born to do."
"Eat cake? How lucky I am." Licking her thumb, she grinned at him around a mouthful of deliciousness. "I'm untrained, but willing to make this my life's work."
"Not precisely what I meant."
Doctoring then, you think?"
"I know. People come with heavy hearts, and you lift them. Even if they're sick, they feel better after just talking to you."
Since she'd promised they all belonged to him, she offered a simple truth. It's much easier to care a little for lots of people than to care greatly for one.
"Yes,"
he said. From that simple word, Tegan knew he understood. A weight lifted, and she went to him, wanting the kiss she had been denied days ago. She pressed into him until his heat became hers. He brought her closer still with the odd near embrace of his claws curved over her shoulders. For a long moment, his gleaming gaze lingered on her upturned face, so intense that she shivered. Smiling, Tegan looped her arm around his neck. He was used to it and no longer recoiled. Instead, she got a nuzzle, cheek to cheek, cheek to throat. She luxuriated in his closeness. Scent marking is nice, but so is breath marking.
"Are you asking?"
"Do I have to?"
"Never,"
he whispered. His lips met hers softly, as if it was a private ritual. He always kissed as she'd taught him that first time, first by playing, then sucking, and finally deepening with teases of tongue. He made a savoring sound in his throat, and he licked the sweetness from her lips. "I didn't know you liked cake."
"Only when you eat it."
A hot flush blazed in her cheeks, and she hid her face against his shoulder. "Don't say things like that."
"Even when they're true?"
She mumbled an incomprehensible reply. Szarok rested his cheek on the top of her head, slowly rubbing back and forth.
"You smell the flowers.
I will miss this." At first, the words seemed too impossible to make sense, and then she realized, he's only saying that because... You're leaving, she guessed.
Yes.
When?
Tomorrow. I found a ship heading to Anticost. It is the last before winter sets in.
Tegan closed her eyes. I promised never to ask him to choose. I'm so glad you can get back before the big ice, as they say up this way. That's the right tone. People always leave. They go or they die. It's all the same. I can bear this. I can. Somehow the bullet hole in her shoulder didn't hurt as much anymore, compared to the white-hot blaze incinerating her heart. She couldn't meet his gaze, so she resisted when he tried to peel her cheek away from his chest. I'm not crying. Tegan. The way he said her name, it was all heartbreak and longing. Resolutely, she willed the tears away, until they only tightened the back of her throat. She couldn't dig deep enough for a smile. This is no surprise. You were never meant to stay with me. So I'm telling you, go in good heart tomorrow. Finish your work. Save your people. I wanted to stay until you healed, but there's no need. I'm fine. And you can't miss the last boat bound for Anticost. I've decided, he said gravely. The lands there are plentiful. We can build without asking, and if the closest settlements choose not to trade with us, we will survive. I have learned a great deal on this journey. Many things that will be useful. I'm glad, she said. You know how much I enjoy learning. Yes, but there is one thing I don't know, and cannot figure out, no matter how hard I puzzle over it. She swallowed, staring at his chin. What's that? How I am to leave you. How I sail away without you. But those are basic questions. The more difficult ones are impossible. Like what? How do I sleep without you next to me? How do I begin a new day if you are not there to say? He growled wake and rise in Uroch, so badly that it makes me smile. When I imagine the day that I no longer smell of you, I hurt so much that I might die. You're making it really tough for me to be strong, she got out. I don't think you ever promised me that. You promised me truth. With a muffled sob, Tegan wrapped her good arm around him. Would that make it better? If I said that being separated from you is worse than being shot? Yes. I could. This was impossible, but she had to offer. Otherwise, she'd always regret not being brave enough. Come with you? His heart leapt beneath her ear. She listened to the pounding rhythm for a while. The silence didn't hint at anything good. Finally, he said, I wish you could. But my people won't understand, and I have obligations. I will try to explain us, but it would be dangerous for you to accompany me. They may see you as a corrupting influence or an obstacle to be removed. That makes sense. Her breath hitched as if she'd actually cried instead of swallowing all those tears. If I'd have to leave you in Portmere anyway, I should stay here. I'll heal better with Kamish than on a ship. Clever healer, he said. Just practical. Whatever else he might have said, another patient interrupted. There was a steady stream for the rest of the morning, so Tegan pulled herself together. In truth, the distraction helped her. Focusing on work meant she couldn't count down the hours, so the afternoon arrived in a flurry of snow before she realized where the time had gone. Szarok vanished, likely talking to the captain about his passage. When Kamish returned at supper time, Tegan had the meal ready. They ate without him, discussing the people she treated.
Some just wanted to gawp at you. Made a good impression.
I'm glad to hear it.
Where's your man at?
Not sure. He'll be along later. Tegan worked feverishly on Szarok's cloak, since it had to be ready by morning. She pricked her fingers more than once, and the stitches were definitely not pretty. But before Kamish set aside her knitting for the night, she had his mantle finished. Well, near enough to serve. Tegan held it up, and Kamish inspected it.
Not bad. Should it be warm at least? I'm after some rest, the older woman said.
Though Tegan considered making an excuse to stay up later, waiting up wasted lamp oil and candle wax, so she left the sitting room as Kamish snuffed the flames. After washing her face, she climbed into bed alone, wondering if he was already on the ship, waiting to sail with the tide. I'll never forgive him if he just goes, even if it's easier. But as the night lengthened, Szarok slipped into the house. Tegan recognized his footfalls and the sharp, coppery scent that meant he'd been hunting. He paused in the doorway without speaking. Since she said nothing, he turned and went, presumably to rinse off. When he returned, he smelled of cool water and soap. Tegan pushed back the covers, resolved not to spend their last night away from him. "Come to bed," she whispered. It's the last time I'll say that. Her heart clenched, but she still opened her arms to him. With only a brief hesitation, he came to her, so chill that his skin almost burned.
Sorry, the captain said I should provide my own meat, so I
know. Thank you for coming home. One last time. It didn't matter that this was a borrowed room in a house belonging to a woman they'd only just met. The words still applied as long as they were together. That's the easy part.
I know that too.
She stroked his head, the soft skin behind his ear, and he nestled into her, shaking, but not entirely with cold. More than ever before, he touched her too, firmly with his palms and delicately with his claws, as if he meant to memorize every curve and hollow. Tegan didn't suspect he had any hidden motive, but in time, that stroking made her squirm. Her breath came in little gasps, and he drank them down with his mouth, cool at first, and then warmed with friction, and finally hot as he rubbed it over her throat. Not kissing, not quite, but stirring. He moved, and she did, and suddenly it went irresistible. Normally he stopped, but tonight he didn't. Somewhere in the midst, a powerful feeling swept her, and she cried into his shoulder.
I have no words, he said.
Me either. In a frenzy of touching, they'd learned something without quite understanding it, and she wished with all her might that she had another night and another to figure out if that could be repeated. But there was only this night, this time, this moment. Tegan moved toward him, careful of her shoulder, and curved against him. When he is gone. No. But her mouth wouldn't cooperate with her will. It spoke soft words, desperate ones. I don't know what to do without you.
Whatever you did before, he said.
As if it's so simple. Wish, hope, dream, study. Yes, that was the answer. Books would save her again, as they had before. Perhaps she could learn more from Kamish and offer what she'd mastered as well. Trading knowledge seemed like the best possible cure for this awful, endless ache. She pictured all the people she could help, and it eased a little. Szarok put a palm over her heart and took hers to cover in turn.
You feel this? Ours is not a wordless song. If you listen, what do they say?
I am here. Feeling ridiculous, she whispered the answer.
Yes, my treasure. Listen when you miss me, and know this is always true.
I will. I promise. Your cloak is done. It's waiting in the other room.
I will wear it well.
He kissed her one last time, touched her cheek gently.
Then, let's say farewell here. I cannot endure your sad face staring at me from the shore. I might swim back to you.
Yes, she said. He rewarded her with a kiss, deep and long and tasting of bittersweet. She didn't realize he'd kissed away her tears, but he must have. She licked the salt from his lips, and then marked him with her cheek. Face, throat, shoulder. No matter where you are, you will always be mine. Yes. But she couldn't bear to hear any other answer, so she hid the question deep in her heart. It's getting light outside. Tegan listened to the roar of her pulse in her ears, this grief overshadowing every loss, every parting, until she must surely crumple beneath that weight. And she counted the impossibility of it, even in her own heartbeat, now thumping a different song. I can't. I can't. I can't. On the fourth beat, her heart said, I must. And she let him go. The Vanguard's burden. Szarok sailed with the dawn tide. He did so with an ache that blazed stronger as the crew put him to work as the lowliest among them. They didn't treat him as less than human, however, so that was something. At the end of a long day, he lay below, sick with the rocking of the ship and missing her. His days looped in quiet anguish. Until now he hadn't realized that silence could feel like screaming. Though the days were long and cold, there were no threatening sea creatures, only boundless waves and inclement weather. He ate the meat he'd hunted outside Peckinpah, and counted himself lucky it was cold enough to keep it fresh. As it had been before Tegan, he hid his habits and spoke to no one, apart from the necessities. The farther south they sailed, the easier their progress. Fair winds filled the sails, and they reached Anticost half a day ahead of schedule. The snow hadn't settled here yet, and he wondered how it was in Peckinpah. To finish his term of service, he helped unload the vessel, torn between a desperate desire to return to her and a wild anxiety that something dreadful might have happened in Appleton while he was away. Hunting was already scarce. It would be difficult to convince his people to travel such a long way on multiple boats. Before it will be feasible, I must teach them to swim. That seemed like an impossible task, and it hurt all over again. Those lessons with her shone in his memory with a terrible radiance, immutable by time or distance. A small part of him wished that they hadn't escaped the island, that a ship had never come, and then he couldn't be blamed or held responsible. "You're alive!" Startled, Szarok turned and came face to face with the village chief. If anyone had ever introduced them, he couldn't recall the man's name, but his voluminous facial hair made him instantly recognizable. He offered a wary half-bow, as the last time Szarok had been in Port Mayor, they'd wanted to hang him. Yet this was the only route he'd found open to the south, and he had no idea how he'd get to Rosemere from here. Once he reached the Evergreen Isle, he trusted a boatman would ferry him across, no matter when he arrived, as the river never seemed to freeze. "I'm so grateful to see you hale and whole," the man was saying. What? That was nothing like he expected. "We owe you an abject apology." Then the chief explained how the Catalina had returned to port with the men responsible for Melena's death, and that he'd felt guilty ever since. "I hope you'll allow us to host a feast in your honor as a means to make amends." "It's a kind thought," he said.
but there's no time."
The village chief tilted his head, a sympathetic light in his eyes despite the furrowed brow.
"You have urgent matters pressing?"
While he suspected it wouldn't do any good to share his troubles with this human, Szarok decided it would do no harm either. So he summarized his people's plight in Appleton and concluded with,
"If you would truly aid me, I'd ask for a boat to carry me as far as Rosemere. I can make my own way from there."
"And then what?" the chief asked. "No, sir. This is no talk for the docks. We'll have you on a boat in the morning if that's your choice, but you'll be my guest tonight."
"I will?"
Somewhat astounded, he followed the chief through town, receiving nods and bows from villagers who seemed genuinely remorseful. The man stopped outside a large house, nearly double in height compared to the rest around it. Before he could follow the chief inside, a woman tapped his shoulder to draw his attention.
"Yes?"
She was an older woman with lines bracketing her mouth, her gray-streaked hair bundled at the back of her head. Human faces no longer troubled him, but sometimes he found it tough to tell them apart by looking at them. Their scents usually told a more interesting story. This female, for instance, had been baking up until recently. A yeasty smell wafted from her clothes in bright puffs, and she'd eaten fish for breakfast. She rubbed her fingers together in a gesture unfamiliar to him.
"I'm told the men who murdered my Milena tried to kill you as well."
"Yes." There seemed no point in elaboration, since she already knew the gist of the story.
"I'm glad they didn't succeed. If you'll wait here a moment, I'd like to give you some fresh bread. My husband was part of the mob that... Well, I'm just sorry, that's all."
Without waiting for a reply, she rushed off. Szarok didn't know if he should stand right there or go inside. Would the woman knock if she didn't find him? While he debated, the chief came out to see what was keeping him. "Any trouble, sir?" The formal address stunned him. While he'd heard it used for people of importance, he'd never been accorded that respect, even when they knew he came as the Vanguard, the official ambassador for his people.
No, but there may be a visitor for me presently."
"Not a problem. My wife will see to it. I don't think we've met properly. I'm Byron Littleberry. You'll meet Caris when she brings refreshments." Portmare hadn't struck him as especially hospitable last time. The shift made him nervous, but he didn't smell any signs of trouble. No fear sweat, no acrid tinge that suggested cloaked intentions. So he sat down gingerly on a padded chair and took in the paintings on the wall and the touches of nature in the dried flowers and herb bundles. "Now then, as I understand it, you're looking for a place to settle?"
"Yes, sir."
It seemed polite to reciprocate the respect he'd been given.
"Please, no. Littleberry is fine. Only my mother called me Byron, and she's been gone for 20 years.
The Uroch had less of a sense of time than humans, though he understood the concept. The people lived until they died, and that was that. But he wasn't sure what he should say in response, so he only nodded. He had been with Tegan too long, perhaps, because he'd grown used to her clarity. She never left him in any doubt of what she thought or felt. By contrast, other humans seemed even stranger.
"Littleberry, then,"
he said, as the man seemed to be waiting for something. "Excellent. Well, Anticost is much bigger than Rosemere. Better game, too. And, unlike Governor Morrow, we realize we don't own this land. So all that forest. There aren't a lot of us, scattered among the villages. There's far more deer and salmon than we could ever eat. Trout and moose, too. So, if you're looking for a home, Anticost will have you gladly. Tell us how many ships you need, and we'll send them for your people." He couldn't speak. This offer seemed like a miracle, something so generous and good that it must be a trap. but he couldn't smell one. Finally, he got out.
Why?
We're told you fought for Milena. You confronted the men who hurt her, just like she was one of yours. And such valor for a girl whose people treated you like we did. It shames me. If we don't make it right, my heart will never be at ease. That isn't why, he wanted to say. But he barely remembered how that argument had gone, as they'd enraged him by threatening his healer. In the end, he had pronounced their guilt and been thrown at watery death as a result. Is it wrong to accept his gratitude?
Since they hurt her, they would have harmed others, he said. It had to be done.
Littleberry nodded. If that's representative of how your people think, we'll be better for having you amongst us. Such a small matter to hang our fates on, like Millie Faraday's kindness. The people will honor Milena hereafter. He would see to it.
Are you sure there won't be problems?
He shook his head.
I know we treated you poorly, but the word spread like wildfire. To be honest, it feels like a heaven-sent chance to have you in port again. We'd only heard stories before, you see, and we let them poison our minds.
It was easy to imagine what travelers had said, given the atrocities that lingered in his mind and occasionally tempted him.
Then I accept, with great appreciation.
Seal the deal? Littleberry offered a handshake, and Szarok made a rare exception, not wanting to insult his benefactor. A round woman with white hair and amber skin carried a tray into the room then.
Hello, I'm Karis. My, what big eyes you have!
She gave a nervous laugh when her husband nudged her.
Sorry, just a little joke.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Oh, it's just a little thing from one of our books. I could—
No need,
Littleberry cut in.
Thank you, dear. We have no time for children's stories.
Szarok avoided the sweet cakes and buns with seeds and dry fruit in them, though he did have some tea. Most human food barely qualified as such. If he ate too much of it, over time it left him dizzy and sick, but Littleberry didn't appear to notice his caution.
Well then, I'll just give you this parcel. It's from Milena's mother.
He understood that it was rude to refuse gifts, so he accepted the bundle of bread.
Thank her for me.
Certainly. His manners are lovely, she added to her man in the softest whisper, probably thinking he couldn't hear.
That's some progress. Last time they called me it.
We'll speak later, the chief said. With a final smile, she went out. The smell of her anxious interest lingered, but at least she didn't reek of fear. This would be a good place to build, more welcoming than the lands farther north. Easier to travel here as well.
To answer you,
Szarok told the human about Appleton, the lack of resources, and their inability to make good use of old-world salvage. He closed by estimating how many Uroch would be moving.
So, 10 ships, most like. It'll be cramped even then. If you can get to the southern tip of the Evergreen Isle, that would be some help. The governor may not be pleased if we let him complain. It'll be a day or two at most. I'll take responsibility if he argues. You're willing to take our side?
Szarok said, startled. Littleberry nodded, his mustache bobbing in emphasis.
Our side. Exactly right. You're of Port Mare now, and we'll look after you like our own. What about the other villages? Those who have settled the cragged coast don't associate much with outsiders anyway. If they chose a spot where ships can't come in, there's a reason for it. But they don't bother us, and I'll ensure they don't make trouble for you and yours. Thank you, he said. While I can get my people to the river, the Isle may be difficult. It was hard enough to get our bravest warriors on the rafts, let alone... I'll let the captains know. Mainland side of the river it is. That impacts the boats that can safely traverse the waters, but let me worry about that. When do you plan to move?
Littleberry seemed to understand his difficulties. The deepest, coldest part of the year lay before them. After some thought, he answered,
We can last one more season with our stores. Spring will be better. Best not to rush, Littleberry agreed. The weather will make the journey kinder on your folk, too. I'll send your boats by the first day of spring. You have my word. I have much to teach them when I return. The people had not done well in the cold, but since awakening their tolerance had increased. We must improve our hunting and learn to do better dressed in other skins. But such small adaptations shouldn't prove impossible, considering the odds they'd already overcome. I look forward to it, he said. That night, they feasted him as promised, and there was plenty of meat. It was no hardship to eat it grilled or roasted. The Uroch had experimented with fire after they worked out how to keep the flame alive, but in the end, his people decided it served better for offense than cooking, as meat tasted delicious as it was. There weren't many guests, but they all treated him with great courtesy, even if some shivered in his presence. And in the morning, he got on a boat where he did not need to work for his passage. Instead, the sailors saluted him with 2 fingers and bobbed their heads when he went by. He handed the packet of bread to the captain, who had undertaken this trip so late in the year as a special favor to Littleberry. The woman smelled the gift and then beamed. My favorite! How did you know? I'll probably eat these in one night. Enjoy, he said, as I wouldn't. More than 20 villagers gathered to wave when the small craft set sail. Such sudden success should have filled him with brightness, but when he listened to his heart, he could not hear the song he'd promised. I am here shifted to I am one. He ignored the pain and tolerated the journey. Boats no longer made him sick. He just didn't like them. And Szarok could share that truth with his people, enough to make them believe in the pilgrimage to Anticost, a place so fresh and pure that it came without memories, without ruins. The green expanse of trees and the soft singing of rivers. If his people learned to swim, they could enjoy fish as he did. Silently, he relinquished his dream of home, tied to Rosemere. We will go nowhere that we are not welcome. The morning that the Evergreen Isle came into sight, he asked one quiet favor of the captain. Sail past Rosemere to the south. I will carry myself to the mainland. When he'd led the warriors to meet the huntress, they all battled terror on the rafts. There would be a few left from that first landing, and he preferred not to delay in town. But the captain surprised him by shaking her head. I can sail downriver easy enough, but I won't leave you. Littleberry would have my hide. I'll drop anchor in the middle and have one of my men row you ashore on the other side. True to her word, they sailed past the isle and onward, closer to Appleton. He must travel on land for a time, but she made it possible for him to get there faster by sending her men to deliver him safely to the mainland. They took him all the way to the shallows, so he bowed low when he climbed out. Sometimes, kindness did beget kindness. Please thank the captain for me. See you in the spring, the sailor called. He cocked his head. Will you? Aye, the captain's already volunteered to be among the 10 ships. I'm glad to hear it. But that was too lean a word for the choking relief that lifted some of this burden from his shoulders. He had never told anyone, not even his dear healer, how he struggled with the honor of being chosen, how he'd felt at hearing, "You carry all our hope and promise with you." "Good day!" the other man shouted, already rowing away. Cold water splashed over his feet as he stumbled ashore.
The familiar mainland smells washed over him. Soon, he would reach Appleton, a human settlement taken by the people before they realized they couldn't keep it, for a host of reasons. Running alone seemed strange and alien. At first, he focused on the silence, and then the world whispered to him as it had before. Prey, enemies, traces of scent and faint echoes in the distance. I lost. found her. As if to outrun that thought, he added speed, pausing only to drink or hunt. Much quicker than he could have predicted, the ruins of Appleton loomed before him. There had been no human scent for days. They avoided this territory as if they would still be slain and eaten. He did spot a couple of Golger, but they were engaged in a mission no less critical than his own, so they only waved and passed by with their salvage wagon. Growls of greeting met him in the broken streets. Questions peppered him. "Are you well? Did you find us a place?" Everyone recognized him, so the tribe came in droves, so familiar and dear that his heart ached. And then it hurt more when a soft voice snarled, "Welcome home." With a heavy heart, Szarok faced her, the mate his people had chosen for the Vanguard. The day he stopped waiting. Flames hissed at the buckets of water emptied on them. Smoke rose and curled up into the darkness. But the noise from the burning ship didn't drown the cries of pain. The other vessel rammed us so fast. Morrow tried to fight his way toward lower deck access. Millie needed someone to protect her, but there were too many bodies in the way. "I'll have to cut a path. So be it." The rifle he'd retrieved from the captain's cabin wouldn't do him much good in this scrum, so he drew his blade. Others had the same idea, forming a rough line of defense. The raiders couldn't truly intend to sink the Catalina. It would be better if they could take it, and the cargo intact. Captain Advika had skimmed up to the riggings and taken position with a rifle. As her weapon cracked, bodies fell. Down at the base of the mast, Sung-ji fought with twin knives, stabbing with a proficiency that reminded Morrow of the old days. He battled his way to them, a kick here, a slash there. As Morrow reached the captain and first mate, a trio of invaders lined up in front of him. Psh, cowards! They must be quaking in their boots. Morrow swept his blade before him horizontally, scattering the men. He kicked the nearest over the railing and into the frigid waters below. The closer of the two remaining enemies slashed at him with a boot knife, but he parried and, with a twist, disarmed his opponent. "Been a while since I had a challenge." The other rushed him, cutlass upraised, while the first dove after his knife. He elbowed the would-be swordsman in the throat, and while he staggered, Morrow skewered him through the stomach. When he yanked his weapon free, blood slicked the blade. Red glazed the dying enemy from the flames nearby, as Captain Advika shot him in the head. Morrow lifted his chin in thanks at the captain perched above. Then he raced to aid Sung-ji, as Morrow's final opponent lunged at the first mate, knife in hand. "Watch out!" he called. The first mate whirled and blocked a strike and kicked out, nearly breaking the man's kneecap. But more invaders, at least 10, pressed forward. Morrow didn't like the odds, until Advika dropped 2 in quick succession. Bodies and weapons hit the deck. "Get those fires out!" she shouted. All around, the sailors who weren't defending hurried with buckets in a makeshift fire brigade. Morrow went after the knife wielder currently advancing on Sung-ji. Morrow beckoned with his free hand, and the enemy raced toward him. In a lightning strike, he sliced the man's weapon arm, and his fingers lost strength with wrist tendons severed. His blade slipped from his hands and clattered away. Smiling, Morrow advanced and executed him in a neat slit of the throat. 7 left. Then a boom sounded nearby, and Morrow turned to spy Millie silhouetted in swirling smoke, backlit by the Titan glow of fading flames. Shotgun braced firmly against her shoulder. She fired again and again, dropping 3 of the 7 almost faster than he could track it. She took the bruising recoil without a flinch, and she fell back as they wheeled on her. Apparently without fear, Millie lofted the weapon for another go. Terrified for her, Morrow stabbed one of them in the back. Advika took out another, and Sung-ji did for a third. Just one. Last man standing. No time to breathe, or to scold her. The deck trembled beneath the hulking beast approaching, likely the raider captain. He stood nearly 7 feet tall, bald as an egg, and scarred so that Morrow couldn't parse his features, except half his nose was missing. The giant clutched a boarding axe, big enough to hack through the mast. Morrow dodged the first lumbering swing, but the lummox had a free hand, and he clocked Morrow with an enormous fist. Ears ringing, he reeled back. Sung-ji caught him, and as the enemy lowered his head for a final charge, his body jerked. Advika shot him in the chest, and Millie took him through the back. The raider captain roared at the onslaught, but he still didn't go down. Sung-ji flung both knives, and they each struck, shoulder and thigh. Millie finished him with another blast, though she didn't lower her weapon until he went down. Finally. "Clear the bodies," Captain Advika ordered. Ignoring Morrow, Millie set to with Sung-ji, carrying corpses like it was her life's work. Though the ship was damaged and smoldering, it seemed to be intact. The sailors whooped as they boarded the enemy craft and fastened it to the Catalina. It would take a little longer to reach Bay Bridge, but they'd limp in as heroes. Just like the old days. "Any casualties?" Millie asked once the deck was clear. A few men answered in the affirmative, and she gestured toward the lower deck. "I can't guarantee I'll be able to help as much as Dr. Tegan, but I'll do my best." Morrow clenched his teeth as she led the injured sailors away. Once, she would have asked if he was all right. She would have gazed up at him like, well, everything about her lately aggravated him plenty. Morrow swiped the sweat from his brow and succeeded in smearing the soot so that it came off on his palms. With a sigh, he turned to Sung-ji. "What can I do?" "You already did plenty on defense. Major repairs will keep until we dry dock the Catalina for the winter." Somehow Morrow stayed on deck and resisted the urge to check on Millie when every instinct urged him to reprimand her. Where the devil did she find a shotgun, let alone know how to use it? The first question answered itself. Probably the captain's quarters, same as me. As for the latter, he had no clue. If she had any common sense, she would have stayed below where it was safe. Angrily, he kicked at a charred crate, and it collapsed into splinters. With a guilty glance around, he set to cleaning up the mess he'd made. "Good of you to pitch in, storyteller." A sailor smiled at him in passing. "It's my pleasure," he mumbled. As he cleared the rubbish, Advika paused beside him. "You're a cool head in a crisis, James Morrow. You're a welcome addition to my crew. I can't guarantee how long I'll stay." "You miss her," she said in a sorrowful tone. He did. Of course he did. But just as with the blacksmith's wife, Clara, time had muted the feeling. With every fiber of his being, he still hoped Tegan was alive, but the reunion wouldn't happen as he'd once so desired. Now he just wanted to see Tegan, laugh with her, and find out what the hell happened after she went over the railing. In time, he might come to accept that she was truly gone, along with Szarok, not just missing. But today is not that day. "She's my friend," he answered finally. The captain studied him briefly, then she laughed. "We're both in a spot, aren't we?" "What do you mean?" "I've captured an enemy vessel intact. The right thing to do is offer it to Sung-ji since he's my first mate. That way he can run his own ship and crew. But if you do, he might leave you." Morrow grasped her dilemma at once. "It's not a tough choice. If he wants his own ship, I should make it possible. But I won't lie. It hurts something fierce to picture him moving on." "You haven't had a chance to mention it yet?" "I'm putting off the inevitable. Besides, there's work to be done." With that, she went to inspect the stern, where most of the fire damage was centered. For his part, Morrow worked alongside the crew until they reached Bay Bridge. The lights of town blazed against the dark like inviting little beacons, each house a flicker of hope. Though the docks were quiet at this hour, Advika's people made short work of leaping to the pier and roping the ship in. The enemy craft took some more doing, but eventually they had it under control too. Exhausted, Morrow stumbled down the gangplank after the captain. "Where does the crew bunk?" he called. "Most have family here, or a partner. You and Millie are welcome to come with Sung-ji and me to my sister's place. This way." In the dark, Morrow couldn't discern many details about the town, except that it was sprawling. It was impossible not to notice the small figures hurrying in a group toward a brightly lit building. He followed them with his gaze until Sung-ji bumped him. "The Goldger have made it this far north?" Morrow asked, astonished. The other man grinned. "They came with Devi last summer. Odd dialect, but no worse than what you hear over Peckinpah way. It's funny. They brought all manner of salvage, and they're obsessed with figuring out how things work. One of them got the old mill running. Well, you probably don't care about that." "No, local stories always interest me." "I'll tell you more over a hot drink. Devi and Yvette will be looking for us. For weeks now, actually." Sung-ji sighed a little and arched his back. "It'll be nice to sleep in a bed that doesn't roll around for a while." "But you love the sea?" "Definitely. Almost as much as our dear captain." Whistling cheerfully, he hurried to catch up with her. As Morrow moved to do the same, Millie fell into step beside him. Her face was dirty, her eyes hollowed out with overwork, yet there was also a spring in her step. He choked down a host of disagreeable words, entirely out of keeping with his character. "You fought well," she said, "but I guess I should expect that, having read your stories." Somehow it didn't feel like a compliment. He tried to breathe through the rising irritation. "So did you. Where did you learn to shoot?" "My dad taught me. We didn't battle much in Otterburn, but before the tithes, we did encounter the occasional muty raid." She fixed her gaze on Sung-ji and Advika, some distance ahead. Then she quickened her pace. Deliberately, he walked faster too. Since she was short, it would be near impossible for her to outpace him without running. "Did I do something wrong?" No need to let resentment simmer. "Not at all," she said. "I just had a little case of hero worship before, that's all. I'm over that. But I guess maybe you miss it." "What? Me mooning over you while you stare into the distance, thinking of somebody else?" Well, that's clear enough. But it gave him a little pang to realize she no longer saw him as someone special. "I'm sorry." Morrow didn't even know what he was apologizing for, really, but he had the unmistakable sense that he'd hurt her. In that case, the right thing was always to own up to it. She slowed a bit then, following the curve of the rocky road up the hill. Captain Advika glanced back to make sure they were still within her line of sight, but she didn't speak. Morrow watched as she curled her arm through Sung-ji's, and he touched his head to hers briefly. "Don't." "What?" But she didn't answer. Millie broke into a bounding run and caught up to the other two, and she didn't look back. He reached the warm house as Captain Advika opened the door. From inside came the excited chatter of women greeting one another after a long separation. He waited in the doorway for an invitation, not wanting to be rude. Devi resembled her sister quite a bit, though she looked somewhat younger, and she wore her hair longer. Yvette was smaller than Millie, and delightfully round, with hazel eyes and freckled skin. "We've been so worried!" Devi hugged Advika again. "But it looks like you ran into trouble. You're all filthy and you reek of smoke. We'll tell you all about it, as long as you feed us. James, come in and close the door. You're letting the warm air out." He flushed as the captain treated him like a wayward boy. Chastened, he followed instructions and settled at the long table that dominated the comfortable room. Cushions and a fine woven carpet went a long way to making this place seem like home. He admired the various souvenirs that lined the walls while Devi and Yvette set food on the table. Over a hearty meal of stew and bread, Advika performed the introductions and told their story between bites. Devi interjected now and then, mostly out of worry, Morrow thought, but then Yvette would touch her on the arm to settle her down. Their bond seemed deep and true, and he wondered if they'd met as part of the marrying fairy the captain mentioned before. For a storyteller, he didn't say much that night. Yet it was also a relief not to sing for his supper. "When are you going to stop this nonsense?" Devi said finally. Advika shrugged. "I have no idea, but it won't be this year. Baybridge needs me to take its goods south, or have you forgotten?" Her sister sighed as if this were an old argument. "I know, but you all must be exhausted. I'm sorry to keep you talking so late." "I don't mind," Millie said. "And everything was delicious." "Reckon you're tired of pottage by now," Sungji put in. "A bit," she admitted with an adorable smile. Adorable? When did I start thinking that? Morrow stared until Millie shot him an awful look, her dimples disappearing into a scowl. He got to his feet and stretched, rubbing the bruise the raider captain's fist had left on his jaw. That she noticed, and her aspect softened. "You're hurt?" "Nothing serious." While the others cleared the table, she scolded him and forced him to sit back down so she could put some ointment on the mark. "You carry your own medical supplies now?" "Not because I want to be a doctor," she snapped. "So don't think I'm trying to replace anybody. Just in case. It's smart to be prepared." "Nobody's arguing." Her frown deepened. Millie wasn't gentle as she smeared the salve onto his jaw. And oh, Lord above, for some reason, he just wanted to wrap his arms around her and tickle her. But that was no way to treat a cantankerous woman. It took another hour to get everyone spot-washed, the best they could do at this hour. Then came the question of where everyone would sleep. They whispered about it for a while, so Morrow finally said, "A pallet on the floor is fine by me. I can just roll beneath the table if that's fine with everybody else." "That's not the issue," said Devi. "We only have one spare room." "Oh, well, I'm sure Millie won't mind the floor either. You can trust me not to pester her in the night." At that, Millie snorted sharply. "That's for damn sure." Everyone traded looks, but it was settled, and Devi passed out pillows and blankets before the two couples retired for the night. By this point, Morrow's bones were aching, so a comfortable nest near the fire seemed like heaven. He didn't undress, though, just rolled into his covers like a tunneling mouse. "James," Millie whispered, just as he was about to drift off. "Hmm? Do you truly not remember? When we first saw each other?" Maybe it was because his mind was weary and wandering, but an image of her standing near the public house in Otterburn flashed into his head. Wide eyes watching their group in awed silence, and pretty as a spring flower in her blue dress. Think maybe it was when Company D came to Otterburn, seeking aid against the Horde? Yes! Her delight startled him wide awake. Before he knew much of anything else, she'd crossed the distance between them, gazing down at him in the moonlight. That face, those eyes, she's breathtaking. His heart kicked up a wild rhythm, and he couldn't quite get his breath. She went on softly. "I thought you didn't see me, that you never would. But me, I've been watching you all along, and it got lonely." "I'm sorry," he whispered. This time, he knew what for. "You were the finest man I'd ever seen, and I know they say it doesn't happen, but when I saw you, I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move, and my heart just went." "Oh, Millie." "But then you opened your blasted mouth. 'I've been here before,' you said, 'but I didn't see anything worth staying for.' And you were looking right at me. and it felt like it was possible for somebody to break your heart without even speaking to you." He winced. It got worse. "Don't forget how you called my hometown a bit of an eyesore."
"No wonder you're angry," he mumbled. She shook her head.
"Not really. Not about that anymore. I wanted—"
Then she gave up on talking and kissed him. Sorrow came calling. Snow covered the ground in a white carpet. It had been a month since Szarok had left, and in that time, Tegan had been accepted as Kamish's new apprentice. While she felt uneasy, considering how her first 2 teachers had ended up, the woman knew so much about midwifery that she couldn't pass up the chance for learning. Even framing the word in her mind summoned a burst of yearning. She missed him in a way that she hadn't known was possible, as if someone had carved her heart from her body and locked it away in a box.
"Come on now. No time to dawdle."
Kamish emerged from her room, clean and ready to start the day.
"No breakfast?"
"We need to check on Mrs. Gwynn. She's near her time, and she had trouble with the last one. Her man won't know what to do with those 3 littles if anything goes wrong."
The pain receded. Keeping busy provided the best panacea for what ailed her. She gathered the new doctor's bag she'd traded for a couple of weeks back and checked the medicines that Kamish had been kind enough to supply. Everything's here. It wasn't quite as comprehensive as the kit she'd left on the Catalina, but willing hands went a long way toward making up for that. As they went out, she said,
"You usually make patients come to you."
"So I do. But there are exceptions. If they're bedridden or ready to drop a baby in the street, it's best for me to do the walking."
Tegan had gotten used to the woman's accent, so it no longer registered as strong, though sometimes new expressions still puzzled her until she worked them out by context. Tegan hurried out behind Kamish and stepped in the footprints she made in the snow. From both necessity and convenience, she dressed like her new mentor as well. Thick trousers, sturdy boots, underblouse, vest with many pockets, and a heavy overcoat. Someone had knitted her a hat, scarf, and mittens in thanks for treating a child's putrid throat, and she bundled up as the passing weeks brought winter stalking in like a hungry wolf. Kamish maneuvered in the white like a dancer, long legs eating up the distance. Tegan struggled in her wake, but since she was determined, the older woman didn't arrive much before her. Mr. Gwynn was pacing on the porch, smelling of hops and fermented grain. Once, she didn't pay that much attention to people's scents, but time with Szarok had left her noting the details, so these days she almost always knew what they'd been eating or drinking.
"I'm so glad to see you."
The man's relief was palpable as he rushed toward them.
"She's inside with our oldest girl. I sent the babies to my sister."
"Is she having pains?" Kamish asked.
"I think so. When she started crying and cursing me, I ran."
Kamish muttered something Tegan felt sure was uncomplimentary. Louder, she said,
"Stop drinking. It won't help."
"Yes, ma'am."
He lowered his head in apparent remorse.
"Let's have a look, shall we?"
Kamish opened the door and stepped inside. The cottage was warm, and a woman's cries came from the back room. Tegan went with her mentor to see how bad it was, but she didn't count on the wave of shock that iced her from head to toe. The smell and the weeping. It carried her back to that time, and everything she'd done her best to forget. Tegan sucked in a breath, trying to conceal her tremors. It wasn't just the blood, but the woman's tearful face and the stink of her sweat, traces of copper, and the natal fluid soaking the bed covers. Kamish offered her a sharp look.
"This is your first birthing?"
"Yes," she got out.
"Well, suck it up. Religious folks say women are cursed, and that's why we bleed and have to suffer. I call that nonsense, but I'll agree this is a poor natural design.
Can you stop waxing philosophical while I'm dying? Mrs. Gwynn shrieked. The older woman laughed. You're not. It just feels like you are. I'll wash up and be right back. Tegan, keep her calm. Easier said than done. The nausea and terror came at her in waves like enemies determined to wear her down. Yet the little girl, no more than 7 or 8, held her mother's hand bravely. And she remembered doing the same whenever her mama had fallen ill. It got easier to breathe when she focused on the child. What's your name? She asked. Lucilla. That's pretty. Are you happy you're getting a baby brother or sister? The girl made a face. Not really. I wish they'd stop. We have enough already. Lucilla! Mrs. Gwynn snapped. What? You told me it's wrong to lie. Breathe. Just breathe. Soon Tegan had her feelings under control, and she peeled off her cold weather gear. Then she knelt and said, If you don't mind, I'm going to make you a little more comfortable. With Lucilla's help, she found fresh bedding and changed it, so Mrs. Gwynn wasn't lying in the wet. Comish came back as she got the patient settled, and she did the exam with quick precision. The older woman showed no sign of alarm as she concluded her check. It all looks good so far, but you're not quite ready to push. I know you'll hate hearing this, but it would probably go faster if you moved around. You're merciless, Mrs. Gwynn mumbled. But she did struggle to her feet with Tegan's help. She supported the woman in pacing around the room, down the hall into the sitting area and back. They went 15 times before the labor quickened, and Comish took another look. Her expression told Tegan that it was time for a baby to be born. Lucilla, love, take your father to your auntie's house. I'm afraid he's still drinking out there, and if he falls down in the snow, he'll freeze, the girl finished. Very well, I'm going. Should she be put in charge of him like that? Tegan asked. If you're worried, you can walk with them. This isn't the first baby I've delivered. I thought you might want to see it, but I can manage on my own. Quietly relieved, she set a hand on Lucilla's shoulder. I'll make sure you get there safe, and then come right back. I know the way, but thank you. The little girl's smile said she appreciated the extra care, even if it came from a stranger. Tegan had the idea that she probably did a lot around the house, and helped look after her younger siblings, too. The things Lucilla said didn't sound particularly childish, and Tegan understood all too well how that was. She couldn't remember a time in her life when there had been no fear, no threat looming, even before. She grabbed her winter clothes and layered up, then helped Lucilla do the same. As they came out, they caught Mr. Gwynn drinking on the porch. Startled, he chucked his cup of whatever into the snow beside the house. Lucilla only sighed. Tegan frowned at him. Is this any way to greet a new life? Come on, we're taking you to your sister's house. I want to stay, he protested. For what? She demanded. Lucilla tugged on his sleeve. Daddy, don't be stubborn. I'm sorry, Squirrel. Let's go then. With a tremulous sigh, he took his daughter's hand, but his gait was none too steady when he set out. Muttering, Tegan propped him up on the other side, and Mr. Gwynn kept trying to veer off to see friends, or for just a quick visit to the public house. So it took much longer than she expected to herd him across town. She'd never wrangled such a difficult man. Breathing hard, she finally dragged him to a well-built house with multiple stories. We're here, Lucilla said. Tegan hauled him up the steps onto the porch and rapped on the door. The minute she let go of him, he staggered toward the street. Whatever he'd been drinking clearly had a long tail. She grabbed a hold of him and shoved him through the door as it opened. The brown-haired woman seemed startled until she recognized her brother. Oh, Farrell, she said, shaking her head. Will you look after him? Tegan asked. Of course. I'm sorry he's troubled you. He doesn't cope well in tense situations.
True, Lucilla said.
Well, come in, all of you, and have a cuppa. It's some bitter out.
Feral Gwyn's sister beckoned, and Tegan stepped inside, not wanting to be rude. But she didn't take off her coat.
I should probably get back, but I don't want to. I don't want to see a live baby. That makes me think of my dead ones. She'd told Deuce that she wanted to protect them, but nothing could have been further from the truth. While the huntress might be a capable warrior, she was blind when it came to other people's hearts. If she'd ever been taken by force, maybe then she'd understand Tegan's hate. She had never shown it to anyone, until Szarok. Never thought anyone would understand. But he did. His voice growled in her memory. I don't care if you lie to everyone else in the world. Never to me. Understand? Forced sweetness had been her sword and shield, but it was time to find new weapons, forged of honesty instead. She no longer feared that her truths might drive others away. Making up her mind to face her fear, she turned for the door with a word of apology. In that moment, Mr. Gwyn stumbled and cracked his head on a table's edge. Head wounds usually looked worse than they were, so Tegan didn't panic over the profuse bleeding. Lucilla started crying, so her aunt comforted her. Do you have bandages? I'm sorry, I left my bag. Presently they brought basic supplies, so she cleaned the wound and patched him up. The whole time his sister scolded him for being an irresponsible arse. Once she finished, it seemed churlish to refuse the drink a third time. So she stayed. Eventually she said, I should go. Must you? Lucilla asked, all big eyes. You're so nice. Won't you read us a story first, so we don't worry about Ma? 12 more wide eyes stared up at her, all innocence and appeal. Tegan couldn't resist, so she accepted an ancient storybook and read about a princess and a frog, until the children passed out in a pile on the floor. Mr. Gwyn was snoring nearby in a chair, so the scene seemed much calmer than the rowdy house she'd entered earlier. You're a miracle worker, his sister said. Between his littles and mine, me nerves, they got me drove. No trouble at all. It was late by the time she headed back to the Gwyn place. Flurries of snow dropped on her skin in icy kisses. The house was mostly dark. She didn't knock, as Mrs. Gwyn could hardly answer, and Comish was likely to be busy. But instead of cries and commands from the back, there was only stillness and silence. She started when she registered Comish just sitting in the front room, head bowed. Her stomach tightened. What happened? It went bad, Comish said softly. She tore and bled, and I didn't have enough hands. Oh no. The baby? Stillborn, like the last. Tears rising, Tegan dropped to her knees beside the older woman and took her hands. Could we have saved her if I'd been here? With all her heart, Tegan wished to hear a definite no, but Comish only sighed. Hard to say. I don't think the baby was ever meant for this world, but Netta Gwyn, I don't know. Sorry. I'm so sorry. If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone. Mr. Gwyn wouldn't cooperate on the way, and then he hurt his head. But I shouldn't have lingered with the children. He's not your fault. When you hold people's lives in your hands, it's easy to take on guilt until you can't breathe for it. But if you'd stayed, maybe Mr. Gwyn and his wee girl would have frozen in the snow.
Lucilla is a taking child, but she shouldn't be put in charge of her da. Tegan recognized this for what it was, an attempt to clear her conscience. But the weight wouldn't go. What should we do? She asked, aching at the idea of crossing town again with such dreadful news. I've already washed and wrapped the bodies. Now we must notify the family. If they had other kin, they should be here. I don't understand why. Mara, Mr. Gwyn's sister is the only one. Netta's people passed early in life, and I half-raised her. Kamish let out a sigh so long that almost sounded like a sob. Some days, I'm plain tired. Never thought I'd live to see this girl gone. Then, I'll go with you. It was the least she could do. But the older woman shook her head. Go on home. People will say wretched things in the shock of grief. I can bear it, but you shouldn't have to. No, I'll go. No matter what Kamish said, Tegan didn't change her mind. For the second time, she trudged through the snow. They didn't speak, and she sucked in the cold air like it could numb her guilt. But the feeling only intensified as they went up the steps to the door. Kamish knocked, and Mara stood there wearing an expectant look. Who's with Netta? I'm sorry, Kamish said. I truly am. Mara crumpled against the doorframe, her head falling back. Oh, Farrell, whatever will you do? After taking a few steadying breaths, she gathered herself. I'll not wake them with such news. The morn is soon enough. Heavily, Kamish nodded. Tegan stopped listening to the words because they couldn't change anything. I chose wrong. I chose the comfortable path. If I'd been there... She didn't truly believe it would have come to a choice between two tragedies. Lucilla probably could have shepherded her father just fine. I just preferred to go. Mara didn't offer tea. Eventually, she shut the door on them, and Kamish led the way back to her cottage. The weighty silence lasted until they got inside. Hungry? Tegan shook her head. You can't starve because we lost today. This is the way of the world, me girl. Sometimes it's awful, and it hurts like hell. But if you can't swallow the bitter down and keep moving, you can't call yourself a healer. Tegan spoke through clenched teeth. I can. I have. It's about all I know how to do. Now, that just isn't true. You can mend a wound, soothe a sore heart, and I heard from Mara how sweet you were with those littles. I'm not sweet, she snapped. Not always. Nobody is. But a person isn't made of one or two colours like a tree. Tegan had no reply for that. She didn't argue when Kamish put a bowl of soup in front of her. She cleaned the dish like her life depended on it. Afterward, she washed up, and then went to the window to watch the snow falling. The inexorable flurry of white had already covered their footprints, leaving no trace that they'd come or gone. It's unnerving how fast it happens sometimes, said Kamish. The snow? That, and dying. I'll carry it for a long time. Netta said to me that we were waxing philosophical while she was dying, and I made light. Now she's gone. For the first time, Tegan saw how her mentor was hurting. Her brave face crumpled, tears streaming for the young mother she'd half-raised. She ran to Kamish and hugged her, eyes wet. But it didn't matter what she felt. Comforting others, that was something she knew how to do. She was well enough then. You treated her with nothing but kindness. I know, but let me be weak tonight. I'll pick up and carry on in the morning. You know, Netta told me to look after her littles. I'm too old. I don't see how I can keep that promise." The older woman cried and cried, until Tegan feared she might be sick. Finally she put her to bed with a hot drink, and then she read from an old book until her voice nearly gave. "I'm sorry," she thought. "Because of me. Well, I'm just sorry." That whole night, she lay with Kamish in bed like she had done before her mother had died, but she didn't sleep. Tegan listened to Kamish's heartbeat, but it only tapped out a basic rhythm. There were no words, like Szarok had promised. Loneliness sang to her instead, and in the morning, sorrow came calling. A fire in winter. When Tegan opened the door, Lucilla stood there with a basket in her hands. The smell of fresh roasted potatoes wafted from the wrapping cloth. She couldn't meet the girl's gaze as she stepped back to let her into the house. Her small face was tear-stained and rosy with cold. The imprint her little feet had left in the snow seemed impossibly lonely. "Come in," Tegan said. "I have to go back and help Aunt Mara. Me da isn't well." "I'm sorry." The girl ignored that. She'd probably heard it a lot already, and her mother hadn't been gone long. Tegan remembered how much she'd hated the words when they'd come from her uncles. Kamish came to the door then. "Does he need treatment?" "Reckon not. He just won't stop drinking." "That's a type of sickness," Kamish said severely. "Auntie told me to bring this for you in payment, and to say we're having the funeral tomorrow. It's too cold for burying, so we're having a fire instead." She's too young to carry such messages. Kamish sighed. Mara didn't need to send anything. "People are already bringing food," Lucilla said. "I have to go now." With that, she turned and trekked back through the white, hopping between trampled patches with silent concentration. Tegan watched until her small back vanished from sight, and then she stared at the branches of the tree that half-shadowed the cottage, liberally frosted in ice. The contrast of dark and light soothed her aching heart. Kamish touched her arm. "Come in from the cold. I'll make some nice soup with those potatoes and the herbs I've put by. How's your shoulder, by the way?" "It seems to be healing well enough." "I'll have a look." Tegan lacked the energy to argue. While there was residual soreness, she thought it was forming a healthy scar. There was none of the burning that accompanied an infection, and Kamish had changed the bandages regularly after Szarok had left. Because it was better to be careful, she let the healer inspect the site. "How does it look?" she asked. "You've a pretty new scar." "That's about what I expected." "I imagine you've got many. Most down where nobody can see." With that surprising pronouncement, Kamish went into the kitchen to put together a pot of soup. Stunned, Tegan assisted, but the words played over in her mind, until she had to ask, "How did you know?" The older woman dried her hands, seeming unsurprised by the question, or even curious why it had taken her so long to ask it. "After a while you get to recognize it. I see the same shadow on Advika, though she's got more years behind her." "I know she's from the ruins too." Kamish nodded. "Reckon you two could share some stories, if you're inclined." "Not usually," Tegan said. "Advika neither. But sometimes it's good to know that somebody's walked your path before, and they're all right somewhere down the road." "Yes." She let out a breath. That vice that started tightening when she found out Mrs. Gwynn didn't make it loosened a little. "Why were you so willing to take me in before?" "Mostly I'm lonesome, and you need teaching." Stung, she said. "I've studied with 2 doctors already." Kamish laughed. "Not like that, me duck.
You already know plenty about treating ailments. I'm talking about your heart.
Tegan raised a brow, reluctantly amused. You're teaching my heart.
Not so much as you're learning to be true to yourself. But I'll play my part too.
Talking to Kamish sometimes made her head ache, in a good way. If nothing else, her teacher kept her from dwelling on what couldn't be changed. She pretended to understand this cryptic comment, and tidied up the kitchen after the soup had finished cooking. They ate a little for dinner, and late that night, a patient came from 3 houses down with an upset stomach. Tegan handled it without waking the older woman, but the neighbor seemed reluctant to go home.
Such a shame about Netta Gwyn, she said.
Since Tegan was in no mood for such a chat, she ended the visit quickly. Maybe it was a little rude to usher the woman out so fast, but she only had a little gas, and Tegan suspected she wanted first-hand gossip. Is this what town life is like? In Winterville, they'd regarded Dr. Wilson with a combination of fear and reverence, so nobody ever stopped by with mild symptoms and a hankering to chat. The fact that he'd kept a mutie named Timothy in a laboratory as part of his experiments had likely contributed to his isolation. Even after Tegan had joined him to assist with research, keeping others at a distance just seemed natural. But even while traveling with Company D, she'd done the same thing. Once the night went quiet, Tegan donned her jacket and stepped outside to gaze up at the sky. It was ridiculous. She knew it was. But she couldn't stop herself from asking the silent question. Are you out there? Are you well? 1 month? 2 months? 12? How long before she stopped whispering to the stars? And maybe she didn't really want to stop. Because if she did, it would be like accepting he was gone. Forever gone. The ice on the tree branches cracked and fell, spearing into the snow. In the silence, her heart pounded like thunder. And then she heard it, faint, but unmistakable. I am here. Her pain eased enough to let her sleep. The next day, they carried the soup to the Gwyn household, but the family seemed to have moved. Kamish headed across town without asking any of the neighbors. She guessed they must be staying with Mr. Gwyn's sister. A crowd gathered in the front yard proved her right. The mourners had apparently gathered to accompany the family. Kamish set the food inside, and then she came out to where Tegan waited with the others. Farrell Gwyn spotted Tegan, and his face flushed. Letting go of Lucilla's hand, he lurched toward her and landed a vicious shove. Her bad leg gave, toppling her into a snowbank. Gwyn loomed over her with a face so devastated that she couldn't even blame him. So instead of fighting, she stayed down.
You... Why did you... Better if I'd died instead of her. Why weren't you there?
I'm sorry, Tegan whispered. The man's sister hauled him away with a whispered admonition about frightening the children. For a little longer, she sat in the cold, feeling it trickle through her layers until it reached the skin. The icy air burned her lungs, and Tegan might have sat there forever if Lucilla hadn't come over to offer a small hand. When she didn't immediately take it, the girl shook her arm with impatient demand. Don't feel bad, she said. Tegan struggled to her feet first, then she wrapped her mittened fingers around Lucilla's. I'm trying not to. If you do, I have to too. I begged you to stay. Realization dawned then, and Tegan crouched, peering into the child's face. Big, haunted eyes stared back at her. In that moment she understood what she must say, and it had to be true. Let's feel sad that she's gone, not because we did wrong. The simple hiccup of a yes reminded Tegan of Szarok. On impulse, she scooped the girl up and set her on her hip, I'm strong enough to carry her. I am. Later, Lucilla would be asked to support her father and look after her brothers and sisters. But for today, she deserved somebody who could hold her. Her dad and auntie both had their arms full. Without meaning to, Tegan caught Kamish's gaze, and the older woman smiled with her eyes. More than half of Peckinpah turned out for the service. When she'd picked Lucilla up, she didn't realize she would be walking quite so far. Despite aching arms, she didn't regret it, even as they marched through town to a spot overlooking the sea. Someone had already built the pyre, and the bearers moved through the assembled mourners with the pine box that held Netta Gwyn and her youngest. Lucilla hid her face against Tegan's shoulder as Kamish stepped to the center. There's no holy man? Normally at such times they read from a small, worn book, but Kamish only tipped her face to the sky and said, "Nobody who goes is ever gone. We don't understand why the spirits call as they do, but when our time comes, we each must answer. If Netta misses us, she'll visit in our dreams." "In dreams," the rest echoed. That seemed to be the cue. An older man came forward with a torch, and he offered it to Farrell Gwyn, who shook his head fiercely and looked away. Kamish took it. The healer lit the pyre in multiple places, and the fire blazed up. They must have treated the wood to make it burn so hot. Tegan backed away, awed at the ferocious hunger of the flames. They flickered orange with white-hot flares. For a while, everyone just stood, warmed by the ending of 2 lives, and the pillar of smoke rose up, pungent with pine and fir needles. Beneath the crackle of the flames, Tegan listened to the crash of the icy sea below. What a lonely place. "It's time," Kamish said. "Goodbye, Ma." Among those gathered in grief, only Tegan heard Lucilla's whisper, and she cradled her closer in response. The exodus began in 2s and 3s, townsfolk returning to their homes. Soon, only a small group remained. Tegan glanced back at them in following Kamish toward the path that led away from the bluff. 10 men stood by, likely volunteers, who had offered to keep the flames burning long and hot enough to finish the job properly. They had lots of chopped wood set by, so there would be a glow on the rise deep into the night. "I'll take Lucilla home," she told Kamish. "Go on, then." Their paths parted in the center of town. Only a few businesses remained opened, 2 public houses and a general goods store. Tegan couldn't remember ever feeling part of anything like this before. In the ruins, it was impossible. With the wolves, unthinkable. And then, during the war, there was only endless passing through. She reached her destination with all the feeling gone in her arms. Lucilla slid down and lowered her eyes. "You can come see me any time," Tegan said. That didn't win a smile, nor did she expect one. The girl nodded before trudging up the steps to where her aunt waited. Mara waved with all the weariness in the world. Tegan wished there was more she could do, but she'd made a deal with Lucilla. Normal sadness. That's all. Despite her thick boots, Tegan couldn't feel her feet. Her hip hurt from the fall, and so did her thigh, the old injury aggravated by the cold. To make matters worse, the wound on her shoulder throbbed like mad now that she wasn't holding Lucilla. While she'd noticed the pull, a little pain seemed worth it. Yet now she ached in 3 places. She was limping by the time she reached the cottage. The smell of mulled wine wafted out to her, more inviting than anything but Szarok's scent marking. Inside, Kamish waited with 2 mugs, and she sprinkled some powder into Tegan's before passing it over. "What's that? A cure for what ails you?" That seemed like a good idea. She downed the drink without tasting it. How awful. The medicine. This whole day. You were good to Lucilla. She'll remember that. I lost my mother, too. Whatever she'd expected to blurt out, it wasn't that. Kamish only nodded. Words were unnecessary in the right kind of silence. They ate a quiet meal of leftover soup and bread, and Tegan sighed as the medicine kicked in. Her pain thinned down first to an ache, and then a gentle soreness. Afterward, she forced herself to wash the dishes. Though she hurt from old wounds, she imagined old age must be worse. "Ah, you're a good girl." The healer sank into a chair with a tired sigh. "I could be," she said. "I want to be. Not just because it made people like her, because it was right. Come, me duck. This is something you should learn." To Tegan's surprise, it was nothing related to healing or midwifery. Kamish held up some yarn and fine long needles. Though Tegan had watched her knitting many nights before bed, she'd never yet seen anything finished come out of this work basket. There was just a long gray tube that coiled at the bottom like a snake. That was the magic word. Learn. It started a fire in her chest, the best kind, carrying the memory of swimming lessons and speaking in Uroch on an island that reeked of wild birds. Oh, Szarok, she thought. Those may have been the happiest days of my life. Tegan pictured herself at Kamish's age, teaching another girl everything she knew, and it seemed right, but also heartbreaking. This could be my house someday. With utter focus, she kept the tears in check and studied her teacher's hands. When the time came, she took the needles and reproduced the stitches with clumsy determination. She failed more than once and tried again, until at last Kamish said, "Do you understand now?" "It's like our work," she answered. "Trying is the important part." "That, and it gives your heart and mind a rest. When you're working a pattern, you aren't thinking about what you did or should have done." Thank you. I did need to learn this. The loss binding her chest unraveled a little more. One day, I might take full breaths again. One day. She didn't regret a minute she'd spent with Szarok, not a single word or look. Once, her mother had said, "Love is what makes the hurt worthwhile," with a faraway look, and Tegan hadn't understood. Not then. But now, gazing down the years, she suspected her mama had been longing for her father, a man Tegan couldn't remember. He might have even died before she was born, because she'd only asked about him once. And now there could be no answers. "You're most welcome." "I'm wondering, why don't you ever finish anything you make?" Kamish regarded her somberly. "A fortune-teller told me long ago that when I finished my first scarf, that would be the day I died. I figure if I keep at it, I can live forever." Tegan's eyes widened. "Truly?" "No." The other woman broke out into delighted chuckles. "You're a gullible little thing. The knitting soothes me, but I'm too lazy to stop and start again. Plus, I'd have to find good homes for all the bits and bobs." "Oh," she said, feeling foolish. "You're looking done in. Sleep well." Nodding gratefully, Tegan set her small section of knitting in the basket and stumbled down the hall to her bed. She slept the night through and woke feeling almost human. The sun was out, and there were patients to see. Death comes for us all in time. Fear of it shouldn't keep us from living. For the next 2 months, she learned from Kamish as the snow fell. Sickness came and went. She tended Lucilla through a fever and watched over her as she recovered. Sometimes, on clear days, she climbed to the top of the bluff and looked out over the gray and churning sea. This late in the year, no ships passed by, but she imagined them, carrying James and Millie and... No, Szarok would not be on board sailing back to her, so she imagined him happy instead, and usually that was enough to make her heart sing, just for him. I am here. And again, I am here. As the weather warmed, Tegan made that pilgrimage until people watched and waved as she went through town. Some thought she must be waiting for a lover. She heard the whispers. Others said she was surely mourning for poor Neda Gwyn. Yet no one ever asked or dug into her secrets. Sometimes Feral Gwyn walked with her. They never spoke. He hadn't apologized for the shove, but she suspected he didn't even remember. The wildness of his grief had faded into terrible weariness that left him hollow, like a straw man that lost all its stuffing over a long winter. That day, as they climbed, he turned to her with a tentative look, delicate as daybreak. This morning, I saw a blue jay. Cautiously, she replied, The trees are budding. Quietly, while she worked and watched and learned, the snow had melted, leaving the world dark and fresh and ready for life to begin anew. In her soul, as with the weather, spring had come at last. Exodus. By Uroch standards, Char was unquestionably beautiful. You reek of humanity. At the moment, she was also furious. Szarok didn't attempt to block the strike. As his head snapped back, he noted that she hadn't used her claws, so her fury had limits. Still, he tasted blood from where his fangs sliced the lining of his cheek. Spitting it out would be disrespectful, a sign that he didn't accept her rebuke, so he swallowed. You were gone too long, she snarled. Rokla whispers of war. Apologies, he replied. Zika, the oldest of the people, stepped forward. One of the first to awaken. She didn't have much time left, but she had seen to his training and chosen his mate with great care. Most Uroch formed their own heart bonds, but since he had been elevated to Vanguard, certain freedoms had been lost. As Char was the strongest female, they must fortify the tribe together. She was also the obligation, he'd mentioned to Tegan. Peace, consort. Zika made a staying gesture at Char by flourishing her claws, then addressing him. What news, Vanguard? After so long, it felt good to be surrounded by the familiar sounds and smells of home. The complex and layered scents told him volumes about how his people had fared in his absence, and not all of it good. Sour notes spoke of fear and pleading, probably with Rokla. As he swept the crowd, only a few would meet his gaze. I found our home, he growled. Now he had everyone's attention. Cheers rose up, and he imagined Tegan's reaction to the cacophony of sound. Would she be frightened? Since he had been away, he understood how the noise could sound aggressive to untutored ears. A silent onlooker might suspect the people were plotting some vicious attack instead of celebrating. Where? Tell us more. So he did. In the plaza, he spoke of what he'd seen and survived, how he had learned to float in the hell waters, and they stopped him. Liar! From our earliest memories, we die in the wet. Always! Char snarled at the crowd, but Szarok only waited for them to calm with the composure that Zika had beaten into him. You must not rage. You are the Vanguard. If the humans see your anger, they will fear you, and fear leads to violence. There will be no peace if you falter. When his people quieted, he explained the plan. When spring comes, we march to the river. There will be boats waiting. With imperturbable patience, he paused to allow the discussion that would be held, whether he willed it or not. Zika lifted her chin, and though he had been free of her control for a while, her approval still warmed him. As consort, Char was never required to learn tolerance, so she snapped her teeth at those still chattering. Szarok had expected objections, and they came, fast and ferocious.
"It's probably a trap. The humans will drown us. Even if they don't betray us, the water will kill us before we reach the promised land."
That, too, ran its course. After a time, the people ran out of fear and excuses. The throng went silent, and Szarok praised them, as he had been taught.
"My thanks, but I know the people's hearts, and you are all too brave to let fear keep you from such a bountiful home."
He described the plenteous game and thick forests, clean water, and no human remains to taint the settlement. Szarok closed with,
"There will only be what we build. We have said that we only seek a fresh start, where we can live in peace and grow as a people. I have found it."
Instead of more cheers, the silence after his speech was broken by the slow scrape of claws rubbing together. Wroclaw sauntered to the front, offering a calculated insult with such obvious disdain.
"I am the Vanguard. I may not repay discourtesy in kind."
Yet Szarok wished hard for 30 seconds of freedom to teach this mud-tooth some manners.
Wroclaw growled, "How many of the people would you drown for a dream? These ruins are inhospitable, but there are better places nearby. We need only take them."
"You would kill them in battle instead, when we have signed treaties?"
"They traded on our ignorance of their ways. Don't you think they knew how impossible we would find it to sustain life here? We committed to slow death by starvation."
Wroclaw lunged to back his words with force, but Char checked him with claws at his throat. The consort pressed, almost breaking skin.
"Move, breathe, and we'll learn who speaks with proper reason."
Physical challenges sometimes settled matters of truth, but Szarok couldn't let this issue go to a contest, especially not like this. Before he could intervene, Zika knocked Char's hand away. The oldest Uroch made an intimidating sound in the back of her throat.
"Enough. Come. There will be time to talk."
But Wroclaw whirled and shoved through the crowd, ignoring the elder's cautioning words. Watching him go, Szarok acknowledged the likelihood that there would be conflict before the rest accepted that the journey must be undertaken. Fear of the unknown might discourage some, but past winter's end, he could teach others to swim. It hurt him to see how his folk lived, curling up in ruined houses. They had no trades, apart from hunting. Their repairs were basic and didn't hold through heavy snow. Once some Golger had come to teach certain crafts, but they fled after Wroclaw's faction had harassed them. The other male had been considered as Vanguard, but Zico determined he lacked the necessary mental control, and Wroclaw had been angry ever since. He wanted to lead the people, but most understood that it would mean more war and possibly a return to atrocities they'd only begun to put behind them. Szarok's own resting place was no better. Sagging walls, holes in the roof, ruined furniture, and bits of vegetation growing inside. Jar and Zika accompanied him. The two females talked long into the night about the offer he'd received in Port Mare. Eventually, they offered him some meat, but as he ate, he ached over how thin the people had become. Hunting parties ranged farther and farther from Appleton, competing with humans for their game. It would be better in the northern wilds. And he thought the villagers should be willing to sell some herd animals that the people could keep as food reserve. Though he didn't look forward to the journey, Szarok truly believed this to be the best solution, long term.
"I will support the exodus." Zika finally rose with an audible popping of her joints. "You must be weary."
Szarok made a sound of assent. Once the elder had departed, Char tilted her head at him, and he smelled the heat of her intentions.
Shall I stay?
He should want that. The people required him to. He didn't. The excuse flowed out before he could stop it.
I would disappoint you. Soon then, Vanguard.
Alone at last, he curled into the nest of furs left from the last hunting season. Duty and obligation might choke him to death, for he felt the leather of the leash tightening on his throat. That night, Szarok slept poorly on his own. Again and again he woke, reaching for a healer who wasn't there. As the days went by, her smell faded, until there was only his own scent on his skin. Each night, he made a new excuse for Jar, who eventually stopped asking when he told her that he wished for their offspring to be born safely in the Promised Land. Apologies, consort. I do not want our children to be born at all. Some while after he returned, Zika presented Szarok's proposal to the assembled populace, but Wroclaw came with his own plan. Pure chaos. The debate raged on until deepest winter, but his proposal carried the day by a narrow margin. Wroclaw stormed off after the conclave ended, accepting defeat about as well as Szarok had expected. Char watched him go, her eyes narrowed. We will probably need to kill him. Szarok agreed. It was unthinkable to execute someone for crimes he might commit. So as the winter wore on and snow fell thick on the ground, they prepared for the journey as best they could. Meat was scarce, and they ate most of what they had cured. In the heart of the icy worst, 2 younglings froze to death without passing memories. The people mourned by raking their claws across their chests and bearing new scars in honor of the fallen. If they had first shared their collective experiences, there would be no need to grieve at all. You're different. Char often came to him, and it wasn't her fault that his heart had flown for someone else, so he tried not to show his silent yearning.
Am I?
Not calm, but sorrowing. Is it the ones we lost?
Yes,
he said, hating himself.
Grieve less. When we reach the Promised Land, humans will help us build proper homes. There will be plenty of wood for warming, and all the meat we want.
My thanks for believing. We need only endure a little more. When the snow melted at last, the people were lean and hungry. Szarok led several hunts as the sun brightened and the grass greened, stockpiling for the trek. More than once, he nearly collapsed under the weight of Uroch hope, all resting on his shoulders. Then he pictured his healer's smile, her warm eyes, the sweetness of her sweat, and pushed on. Wroclaw's warriors struck on the way back to Appleton. 15 younglings, dying for no good cause. Snarling with rage, Char raced toward Wroclaw, while Szarok tried to speak reason.
This changes nothing. If you fight us, you become exiles. No tribe, no home. Reconsider, kinsmen. Kneel, if you would live.
6 dropped to one knee, and Szarok shook with relief, even as he joined the hunters in battling Wroclaw's rebel 8. Most were too raw to have seen real combat. Szarok keened silently in cutting them down. The people should never use weapons, because they needed to remember how it felt to wet their claws with the blood of a kinsman. He lost one of his, but they prevailed, and then he rushed to Jar's aid. Wroclaw had her pinned, and he sank his talons into her chest. Bearing the pain, she flipped him and went for his throat. Szarok kicked him in the head, and then gripped with his toe claws, holding the traitor still, so Jar could finish him.
Your weakness will destroy the people,
Wroclaw gasped. She ended him, and his blood gushed onto the ground. In counting, Szarok saw that they had 15 left in total. He studied the 6 still kneeling.
Will you follow me?
Yes, they snarled. Then rise and gather the game. This is done." Szar refused his offer of support. She would probably bite a chunk out of him if he ever tried to carry her as he had his healer. With her palm pressed over her wound, she set the pace for their return to Appleton. Between his hunters and the rebels, they carried the meat back to the ruins to be prepared for travel. The news spread quickly about Wroclaw's fall, and while there was still some resistance, excitement spread among the people too. Ordinarily, Szarok paid little attention to time, apart from the change of seasons. But, as the days lengthened, he marked them because it was important to reach the river before the ships. At last, the morning of the great exodus dawned. The people gathered all the supplies and set out. Szarok led them at a pace that wouldn't weary the old or the young. Most human caravans gave them a wide berth, but he recognized one from their short acquaintance in the war. Trader Kelly surprised him by lifting a hand in greeting. "Ho there, Uroch! Looks like your whole town's on the move." Szarok nodded in the human way. Odd, he'd almost missed their strange speech. "We're bound for the northern wilds." "A long journey, then. I'd offer to trade, but it looks like you've already got as much as you can carry." "I appreciate the thought. Safe travels." "He seemed friendly enough," Zika growled, once their group walked on. "They are mostly, and you can smell when they aren't." Szar acknowledged this with a grunt. She was moving slowly, and he wished Tegan could examine her wound. But the consort snapped at him any time he tried to check, not that he knew much about healing. The people tended to recover well or die, not much variance in between, so he pretended he didn't notice Szar weakening. It only angered her. 9 days after they left Appleton, the people arrived at the river. Since the weather was warm, they slept in the open, camped beneath the stars. The night after their arrival, the Golger who lived nearby investigated their fires, but once they learned the Uroch would be moving on, they didn't linger. For the next week, Szarok gave swimming lessons, and his heart ached. If you were here, my treasure, would this be easier? But even without his healer, the people learned. Not all, of course, but enough. The ones who mastered his teachings joined him in instructing others. As their confidence grew, others dared to strive harder. Even if disaster strikes, we won't all perish. That soothed much of the uncertainty, and he smiled to see the younglings splashing at the water's edge without fear. On the 8th day, the promised ships arrived. His people gazed in wonder, as they had only ever used the small boats on Rosemere or shoddy rafts of their own design. These were finally built in Anticost and crewed by those Littlebury had entrusted with this mission. He recognized the captain who had brought him just before the big ice, and he lifted a hand to her. "Ahoy, Szarok! I see you're ready to travel. Have you explained what comes next?" "They understand. I'll remain on shore until the last have been ferried aboard." Amid much snarling excitement, the people went by rowing boats out to the larger ships. Rather than clog the river, they sailed off as they filled with passengers. The numbers on the riverbank dwindled, until only he, Zika, and Szar remained. He escorted the females to the dinghy and climbed in last, relieved to be away. He'd feared that the mainlanders might take the Uroch movement as a sign of impending hostility, but it appeared that the friendly Golger, along with John Kelly, had spread the word. The first day on the water, his folk suffered, shivers and sickness. He'd warned them it would be bad, but the Uroch were fierce-hearted. By the time they reached Anticost, most had adapted. The people would never love the sea, but the drowning chains broke as they disembarked in Port Mare. Littlebury greeted him with a smiling face and an even more luxurious mustache. "There are more of you than I imagined. I had the men scout a site 6 miles from here. If you agree it's a good location, we'll help you get started."
This is more than I expected. By now your conscience should be clear." The chief laughed. "The best way to rest easy is giving with a generous heart." For the first time since the war, humans and Uroch mingled freely. His people wandered in Port Mare, examining wares in the market and practicing their human speak. Initially, Szarok couldn't relax for fear of conflict, but since the villagers in Port Mare had resolved to offer a warm welcome, many of them had shared food and drink, not realizing his people wouldn't want most of what they had. "They're so ugly," Jar growled. "Careful." Zika rapped the consort on the back of her head. "Some of them may understand us." "Only one," he thought, "and she is not with me. She may never be again." The pain surprised him, so ferocious that it seemed as if he had been skewered through the heart. He breathed through it. "Delicious!" A youngling devoured a fresh fish straight out of a fisherman's net, and Szarok growled in delight over his rare wonder. For a bit longer he let them explore, but they needed to leave before the sun set. Finally he called, "You'll be welcome here again, but we should move. We're nearly there." Those nearby ran through town, helping him gather the tribe, and once he had everyone, he followed Littleberry Scout. Since they were so close to the end of the journey, he walked quicker than he had on the mainland. His people had rested on the ships, and though some were still weak, they could manage a brisk pace for a short time, knowing what lay ahead. "So beautiful," Zika marveled. "Yes." The clean water and trees spoke to the people, and Szarok smelled the rising joy, tangible as a song. Younglings darted after prey, running back when they realized there was no urgency. The ground trembled with ripe scents, so much game. With every step, their delight rose to a crescendo that made him want to roar his triumph. At last, the humans stopped in a fine clearing, bounded by a fir grove, with sparkling water close by. "This is a good place," he told the man. "Convey my thanks to Littleberry." "Will do. I'll send a crew out tomorrow, and we'll get started on your village. Once you want us to step back, though, just say so. We only want to help." "Understood." When the human disappeared from sight, the people shouted their exultation, and then they set to exploring with confidence that grew with each step on this promised land. "I have done it, my treasure. We are home." Bisected by equal measures of brightness and desire, Szarok listened for his love beneath the cheerful warble of birdsong. He remembered her scent and the softness of her hair, and then she whispered to him with each pump of his heart, "I am here." The sweetness of home. Shock held Morrow still for a moment, and then the rightness of it cascaded over him like a sudden rain. He wrapped his arms around her and kissed Millie back with an intensity that surprised him. Her soft lips enticed him, and he sank into her with a heated shiver. One kiss turned into several small ones, and then a long, deep one. She hooked her tongue in a move that startled him every bit as much as it filled him with want. Millie pulled back with a teasing look. "You didn't think you'd be teaching me or something silly like that. Maybe there's nothing worth staying for in Otterburn, but we found ways to entertain ourselves." He kissed her chin. "I truly am sorry about that. It's past now." Her quick forgiveness moved him. In his life, he'd only loved from a distance, so he understood exactly how she felt, and it made him ache that he'd bruised her heart that way. Settling her close to him, he breathed in the sweet scent of her hair. In retrospect, he had to shake his head at himself. He'd grown so accustomed to the idea of adoring Tegan from afar that he'd never even noticed when his feelings had shifted. But now he understood why he'd been so cross about Millie's dwindling attention, possessive when he had no right to be.
I don't know what you see in me, unless you're mesmerized by my stories." She laughed softly, settling her head against his chest. "Remember, I had no idea who you were the first time I saw you, so I didn't see a famous writer or even a member of Company D. You were all just strangers in town." "It can be tiresome," he said quietly, wondering why he had never realized it before. "What can?" "When I arrive in a new place, if they've heard of me, they say, 'Tell us a story,' before any greetings or introductions. Sometimes it feels as if I've ceased to be a person, and I'm only a collection of words, or worse, just a source of entertainment." Self-conscious, he avoided her gaze by firelight, knowing he sounded melancholic at best. "Don't worry about that anymore. You're my man first, and so I'll tell anyone who asks." Nudging closer, she put her face next to his. "You are, aren't you?" Laughing, he pulled her into his lap. "I'm slow, but not ridiculous. I do wish I'd known how lovely it is to have someone like you sooner." "That's such basic knowledge that I'm embarrassed for you," she told him pertly. Morrow tickled her in response to that sass, and she squirmed with an abandon that led to other things. As he kissed the curve of her throat, she shivered and sighed. Then she pushed him away and combined their bedding. While he definitely wanted to be close to her, he also suspected she might be punishing him for being so sluggish at figuring things out. "Is this wise?" Millie opened her eyes at him in a look that no longer registered as innocent. "Dear Lord," he thought, "she's been teasing me for months." "It's practical," she replied. "We won't need to feed the fire as much if we're generating our own heat." "Fine." He muffled a groan as she snuggled into the pallet beside him and drew up the covers. All sorts of objections cluttered his head, but at base, he didn't really want to sleep alone. Morrow settled Millie against him and wrapped an arm around her. Since his mother had died, he couldn't remember sleeping with anyone. His father was kind enough, but distant, which was probably why he'd taken refuge in stories. "Tell me something about young James," she whispered, settling in. This is fantastic." He wanted a lot more than sleep, but it was too soon. So he said, "I suppose I was lonely. The governor as my father meant I got a lot of respect, but the other children tended to be nervous when I wanted to play. I eventually stopped asking, and I just read instead." Millie laughed. "You adorable dolt. That's your sad story?" Stung, he muttered, "Stop laughing, and my mother died when I was young." "Of illness?" "That's what I'm told. I don't remember." Millie kissed his temple. "No wonder you're confused. For everyone else, the world is devastating and dangerous. For you, it's lonely." "Things were much worse outside Rosemere. I know that. I saw it when I went to the ruins on the other side of the river." "But, my darling James, knowing isn't enough. For you, the ruins were an adventure. To someone else, it was a hell they couldn't escape, and they probably didn't even know it could be better elsewhere." There's no doubt she means Tegan. The words cracked his mind open with such force that he understood so many things now. Too late for it to do any good now. He squeezed his eyes shut. "I'm such a child." "A little, perhaps, but it's also marvelous that you had a chance to be. Most of us didn't. You shouldn't regret the sweetness of your life, or the richness of your luck." "Thank you," he said. "For what?" "Saving me. Nobody's ever talked to me like this. And it's exactly what I need." "Well, you are the governor's son." But she softened the sting with a kiss, and then another,
until he no longer minded hearing such truths. In the morning he woke to a foot in his ribs.
"I thought you weren't going to bother her."
Cracking an eye open, he found Devi standing over him. He flushed.
"I didn't,"
Millie sighed as she rolled out of the blankets.
"I am supremely unbothered. However, I'm wondering where we can stay for the winter. I don't imagine you want strangers on your floor for several months."
Yvette turned from stirring the porridge and gestured with a wooden spoon.
"It's not for our sake, dear. You'll soon tire of not having a room of your own. But the matter's much simpler if we're only seeking one spare, not two. Is that so?"
Morrow wouldn't have spoken so boldly, but it was endearing when Millie did.
"Most definitely. I can help with cooking and cleaning for our keep."
"As if I'd let you support me." He scowled.
"I'm sure I can find work as well."
Her smirk practically scraped his skin down to the raw nerves.
"No doubt. Do you reckon they'd pay you to teach sword fighting? Or maybe storytelling?"
"She thinks I'm useless." It didn't cool his anger that she had a point. As he balled up a fist, Devi said soothingly,
"Don't squabble before breakfast, little ones. You'll get indigestion."
"I'm not," Millie said in a placid tone.
"But you know men and their pride."
Both Devi and Yvette nodded, and the latter said knowingly,
"Men."
Outnumbered and feeling it, he mumbled,
"Where is Sungji?"
Devi laughed as she set bowls on the table.
"We won't see him or Advika for a day or two. There's a limit to how much fun they can have on board a ship, so we just set food and water outside the door."
"Once they broke the bed," Yvette added. Morrow's whole face caught fire, but Millie gazed down the hall in wicked delight.
"Say it's not so,"
but her expression begged for confirmation. Morrow bolted to his feet and donned his winter gear as fast as he could wrap up, unsure what was worse, that he'd soon be privy to some noisy bed games, or this conversation about it. Either way, exploring Baybridge offered the least potential for additional humiliation. Engrossed in her chat, Millie showed no signs of wanting to follow him, as she used to.
"What about breakfast?"
Devi asked.
"I'll find something. Good day, ladies."
With that, he hurried into the lightly falling snow. The village sprawled before him, built into the rolling hills above the water. Crisp and cold, the air smelled faintly of the sea, but there was also smoke from so many chimneys and a molten tang that reminded him of the smithy in Rosemere. Cottages lined the road down into town proper, most whitewashed and built of quarried stone, but others were weathered wood, or even what looked like earthen brick, now grown over green, brown-turned in the season, and soon to be frosted white. It was too cold for an open market, but Morrow spied a large building that seemed to serve the same function, and there were more public houses than he'd seen, even in Peckinpah. Morrow walked until his chagrin had cooled, but that proved useful when he spotted a sign in the window that read, "Schoolteacher wanted. Inquire within." A tinkling bell announced his entry. The shop smelled of dried herbs and camphor, but it was also deliciously warm. He stamped the wet off his boots and glanced around, intrigued by the oddments that had been bottled. An impressive selection of dead insects lined one shelf, and another seemed to be withered parts. He recognized the chicken feet, but the rest eluded him. A small man came out from the back, two gray caterpillar brows dancing above deep-set eyes.
"What can I do for you?"
"I'm here about the job," Morrow said, trying not to stare.
"Ah, yes. Have you taught children before?"
"No, but I'm highly lettered.
I've even written—" "Never mind, then. In this line of work, it's more important to be kind than clever."
"How do you know I'm not both? And how many applicants have you had anyway? The Catalina barely made it to port this late in the year." Aware he sounded contentious, he couldn't back off what might be the only suitable work in town.
True.
I'm Lionel Fairstone, the apothecary, also the administrator in charge of education in Baybridge. We have a 3-room school, you know."
Fairstone said this as if Morrow must realize it was impressive. He did. Rosemere educated all the children at once, while some settlements left learning to the parents. In those cases, the little ones rarely learned to read or write because there were animals to tend and hunt, endless washing, crops to cultivate, and work that never paused for dreaming. To one who loved books as he did, that seemed like a diabolical shame.
"So I would be working with 2 others. Then ask me some questions. Get a feel for my personality. And if you like what you learn, I could work on a trial basis under the supervision of my colleagues." "You're well-spoken," the other man admitted. "Very well. Tell me about yourself."
So Morrow did. He spoke of Rosemere, growing up as the governor's son, the war down south and his role in Company D, and finally, the adventures, losses, and gains that led him to Baybridge. By this point, his stomach was rumbling, so it seemed reasonable to accept Fairstone's offer of toast and tea. The administrator then quizzed him with some potential disciplinary situations to see how he'd handle them. At the end of the interview, Fairstone offered a hearty handshake.
"Welcome aboard, sir. You'll do well for our children. We can't pay much, but the job comes with room and board. There are 3 small cottages adjacent to the school."
"Perfect.
But I feel I must be clear. I'll likely be sailing in the spring. There's a girl my father must meet before I can formally offer her my heart. Then we'll take those 4 months gladly and hope that Providence replaces you."
They talked a little longer, and then Morrow followed him out of the shop. Fairstone flipped the sign and wrote, "Back in 10 minutes." Then he led the way to the school for a short tour, as it was really just a house that had been repurposed for education. The teacher cottages were small, as stated, especially compared to his home on Rosemere. But as he turned in place, he imagined living here with Millie. There was a padded settee before the fireplace, and a stove for cooking, and a room devoted just to washing up. People lived much worse in Otterburn, so she'd surely be delighted. And I did this for us.
"It's all right if someone lives here with me?" It seemed best to check. "The girl you mentioned before?" He nodded. "I have no objections. As long as you do your work reliably, your life is your own to arrange as you see fit."
"Thank you, sir. I'll report tomorrow, bright and early." Morrow raced through town, slipping on the snow, and didn't pause for breath until he reached Devi and Yvette's house. Unsure if he should knock, he rapped twice and ran in, at first wheezing too hard to get his news out. The women stared at him in alarm and pelted him with questions. But soon he shared his good tidings, and Devi poured homemade elderberry wine. She raised her cup in a toast.
"Well done, sir. In time I would have asked around, but you were too quick."
Millie caught Yvette's eye and grinned. "Told you goading him would work." He choked on his wine and spluttered, You were teasing me? On purpose?"
"A little, but don't be glum. We've got a place to stay this winter. I'll keep it clean and have dinner on when you get home."
That sounded too lovely for him to sulk, so he drank until he shouldn't anymore, since he was starting a new job in the morning. Morrow did notice that neither Sungji nor Captain Advika emerged before he and Millie set out for their own house the next day. Ah, what a sweet ring to those words. When they arrived, someone had stocked the shelves with bread and cheese, dried meat, and various staples. Millie kissed him goodbye and shooed him out the door. At first, the children were obstreperous, but he quickly learned that if he could turn a lecture into a story, they focused much better. All told, holding their attention wasn't that much different from entertaining a bunch of drunken men. He found he liked it, and he especially enjoyed when a child's face lit with understanding. And at the end of each day, Millie waited for him, as promised, with a hot meal. They made friends in town, and visited often with Devi and Yvette, Advika and Sungji, over cheerful meals and silly games that James had never been invited to play, like forfeits, lookabout, fox and geese. But his favorite by far must have been throwing the smile. For the moment he locked eyes with Millie, she beamed like a beacon, and he always won. In truth, the winter months flew by. It seemed as if he slept once, twice snuggled up with this wondrous girl, and then suddenly the sun came back again. On his last day at school, his students cried, and he did too, though he pretended to have something in his eye. Millie had their bags packed, not that they had accumulated much. Most of it they left in the cottage, in case the next teacher could make use of it. Lionel Fairstone had a party for him at the Limping Dog, well attended by parents and pupils alike. People toasted him and spoke of gratitude, and never once asked him to tell a story. Here, I was more than the governor's studious son. I made my own way this time. Afterward, Millie hugged him from behind, where he stood gazing out the cottage window at the darkened schoolhouse. James, I'm happy here, and I know you are too. We could just stay. Smiling, he shook his head. Why not? She bristled and tugged on his arm until he faced her. She thinks I mean to search for Tegan, or spend my life on something else, perhaps salvaging old books, while she grows old waiting for me. He cupped her face in his hands and kissed her softly. Cheeks, chin, nose, brow, and finally lips, where he lingered long enough to nearly forget what he intended to say. Because you must first come to Rosemere, and I must go to Winterville. Next year, if you want to come and stay, maybe bring your parents with us, then I'll have no objections. When Millie parsed his words, she pounced. They didn't sleep much that night. In the morning, they barely made the Catalina before it set sail. Millie headed for the infirmary with their things, and he made himself useful. As he helped the first mate, Morrow avoided Sungji's teasing gaze. Hope you celebrated well. There's not much privacy on board, and subbing as our medic, Millie's in great demand. The whole crew speaks so fondly of her gentle hands. Part of Morrow's brain filled with lightning, but he choked it down. Now sad for them. Talking's all they'll ever get to do with her. Sungji laughed, adjusting the sails. Oh, you've got it bad, son. I know, but you said subbing. Does that mean you think Dr. Tegan might come back to work someday? The other man shrugged. The sea is a strange mistress. Sometimes she gives, sometimes she takes. Until I know for sure, I always wait and hope. Love never leaves. As Tegan pinned the laundry to the line, Lucilla ran down the path toward her. Smiling, she caught the girl and lifted her for a proper hug. You're late today. I came as soon as I could. Auntie Mara needs my help a lot. True. She kissed Lucilla's forehead and then set her down to finish her work. The little girl handed her clothing from the basket piece by piece until it was all drying beneath the warm sun. You'll never guess what happened. Peter pulled your hair. He always does that. Ate your sticky bun? Lucilla sighed. That too. No, this is important. Oh, sorry. She smothered a smile. By all means, tell me. That ship you told me about, the Catalina, it's finally here. Stunned, Tegan dropped her basket. Without another word, she took off running, Lucilla close behind her. They raced to the docks, and she recognized the ship currently being unloaded. To a nearby dock worker's dismay, she climbed on top of a crate for a better look.
Sure enough, she spotted Captain Advika and Sung-ji on deck, preparing to disembark. Millie and James must be here too. She hopped down without regard for her weak leg and pushed past the workers to dash up the gangplank. Until this moment, she hadn't realized how much she wanted to see all of them again. Goodbyes had been such a permanent part of her existence that once someone went, or she did, she tried not to think of them again. Most days yearning seemed like another word for weakness. In her life, only one person ever lasted through her attempts to forget and cut him out. "Are these your friends?" Lucilla asked. "They are." It's true. She'd resisted roots like they might strangle her, but now happy tears ran down her cheeks. "Captain! Captain!" The older woman whirled, and then sprinted toward her, her smile giddy, eyes gleaming. She hugged Tegan, or vice versa, and then the first mate joined in. Soon everyone on deck was shouting, until James and Millie emerged from below. Morrow stopped cold and just stared. Tegan smiled at him, tentatively, because this felt like the first meeting of a new life. The months had been good to him. With sun-kissed cheeks and sparkling eyes, James looked happy, for want of a better word. He'd also put on muscle working aboard the ship. As for Millie, she too radiated joy, though her expression faded to shock on spotting Tegan. "You're alive," James said hoarsely. Captain Advika let go of her, and Sung-ji stepped back. In moments, James had her in his arms, but it was a different sort of hug than he'd offered before. Hard to quantify the difference, but his hold was firm, and his touch didn't linger. He eased her to arm's length to scrutinize her. "Last I checked," she smiled a bit. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I didn't save you. That wasn't your role," she told him gently. "I never wanted you to save me. Mostly I wished to be someone people trusted to save herself." A nod told her that he understood. "Still, I'm unspeakably relieved." Next, Tegan turned to Millie and gave the girl a longer embrace. They'd set out together after all, and she'd followed someone else into the sea. "I'm glad to see you both." Beaming, Millie kissed her cheek. "You look well." "I told you." Nudging James, Sung-ji seemed really pleased with himself. James nodded. "Always wait and hope. That's my new motto." "What happened?" Millie asked. There was far too much mutual news to share while standing on the ship's deck, so Tegan picked up Lucilla, who was anxiously tugging on her sleeve. "When you have time, come to Kamish's place," she asked Advika. "You know where it is?" "Certainly. James and Millie can go with you now. Once we wrap up here, Sung-ji and I will be along." Tegan could tell everyone had so many questions, but she didn't mean to repeat the story. She led the way back to the dock, balancing Lucilla on her hip. Once they reached the street, she put her down and took her hand instead. The little girl was all big eyes, studying the strangers. "Who's this?" Millie asked. "Lucilla, ma'am." "I just aged 20 years. Cheerfully, Millie locked arms with James. Sending a message, Tegan suspected. But it was unnecessary. No matter what James may have thought or wanted, she'd never seen him as more than a dear friend. Until Szarok, she'd suspected that she was incapable of forming such bonds. But he'd broken down the walls she didn't even know existed, and when he marched out of the ruins of her heart's fortress, she sat among the fallen stones. Instead of weeping, she marveled at the breeze. "I suppose you could say she's my apprentice, but she has a few years of studying with Kamish before she'll be able to travel with me." Alarmed, the little girl wrapped her arms around Tegan's neck. "You're leaving?" "Yes, love. There are friends I wish to see, but I'll return." "Liar," said Lucilla. "People only go. They don't come back again."
For the first time since they'd left the Catalina, James spoke, and it was in a different tone than she'd ever heard from him.
"You're being disrespectful, young miss."
He tapped Lucilla lightly on the head, then went on.
"Besides, my friend wouldn't lie. She keeps her promises."
"How do you know?" Lucilla asked, startled out of an impending sulk. Tegan regarded James with fresh approval. Whatever he'd been doing, it had transformed him from a good-hearted clown to a man worth taking seriously.
"I saw this woman dive over the rails of a ship into a stormy sea, and yet here she stands before me. Don't you think if she can survive that, she can survive anything?"
"Yes, I can."
"Did you really do that?"
"As it happens, yes."
"Why?"
Lucilla demanded.
"You'll have to wait for the captain and first mate before I start talking."
Though Lucilla protested, Tegan held firm. After they got to the cottage, she set the girl to helping Kamish prepare refreshments. Since the house was small, she spread a blanket on the grass in the shade and created a makeshift picnic. James and Millie offered to help, but she declined. Tegan rushed in and out, carrying food, so everything was ready when the last two guests arrived.
"You're a sight for sore eyes," the old healer exclaimed.
She and Advika hugged, and Sungji settled next to James, on the other side of Millie. Tegan chose a spot between Lucilla and Kamish, but the little girl soon squirmed into her lap. As they ate, she told her story, punctuated with interjections from her rapt audience. James feigned an angry stare.
"You rescued the Vanguard, eked out a living on a lonely isle, and then dispatched a band of ruffians. If that's not enough, you also commandeered their vessel, encountered a sea monster, and dealt handily with sudden yet inevitable betrayal."
She giggled at his summary. "When you put it that way, it does sound like quite an adventure. One I can hold in my heart until it stops beating."
"Never say you encountered the behemoth," Sungji breathed.
The first mate looked as if he wanted to pinch Tegan to make sure she was human and not a maritime chimera sent to steal their souls. Even Captain Advika seemed impressed, and she asked a whole bunch of questions about how the thing acted as it chased the whales. Tegan tried her best to recall, but eventually admitted, "I was pretty terrified. You'd have to check with Szarok for more details. I'm sorry." The quiet that fell over the group unnerved her. At last she prompted, "What?"
"Isn't he?"
James wore a sorrowful, hangdog look. That assumption startled a laugh out of her.
"See, this is why you're the storyteller, not me. I got shot, not him. Received a new scar, too. He's fine. Once I healed a bit, he headed for Appleton by way of Rosemere to take care of his people."
"Oh, I had the impression that the two of you would never part," Millie said softly. Tegan's smile tightened a little, but didn't crack. "You were wrong." James stepped into the breach. Rescuing her had become a habit he couldn't break, it seemed. Glancing around, he donned his storyteller demeanor like a colorful cloak.
"You didn't corner the market on excitement. We fought off raiders."
While snuggling Lucilla, Tegan listened to their story, and it was quite late by the time everyone finished talking. Farrell Gwyn came looking for his little girl around that time, so Tegan sent her off, and the rest of their visitors took that as their cue to depart as well. Tegan cleaned up the picnic remnants, and then fetched the knitting basket. She had her own tube, but someday she might turn it into a scarf. For the right person. "You've got a faraway look in your eyes, me duck. Does that mean you're shipping out when the Catalina sails?" "Will you be all right without me?" The older woman laughed.
"Did I build a fence around your life?
Whatever you want, you should have it. I'll be fine. Lucilla will come.
just as her mama did before her. As I told Lucilla earlier, I will be back, because I was happy here. Was, Kamish repeated with a faint smile. That means your heart is already gone. A flood of warmth surged through her, remembering Szarok. It's never really been here with me, she admitted softly. But I've learned to live without. Ah. Just that. It was an acknowledgement, but also a brief invitation to speak on, leaving the choice in Tegan's hands, where it always should be. She spilled everything to Kamish, and then finished with, I'm not even sure why I'm telling you all this, except that I want someone to know that I love him. You speak as if you'll never see Szarok again. Perhaps not. I don't know what the future holds. Part of me thinks I should stay where he left me and wait for him to come home. Kamish was far too clever not to put the pieces together. That's why you walk up to the bluff and watch the sea. I suppose. It's your life. Do you want to spend it here? She thought about that long and hard as she washed the last of the dishes. In time, she said, No, not now, anyway. I'm not ready to settle down yet. Then sail with Hedvika. See other friends, and heal the sick as you go. If your man's meant to find you again, he will. You put more faith in fate than me. Kamish shrugged. In my time, I've seen stranger things. But even if you do meet up, your path probably won't be smooth. Folks won't see the two of you together and think it's beautiful that you got past your differences. I know, she said, but I'd rather climb a mountain with him every single day of my life than sit on a feather bed with anyone else. Ah, that's love, me duck. I'll keep a fire burning for you both here, and if he happens to come home while you're away, I'll tell him you've gone looking. Tears came upon her like a spring storm, sudden and hard, and the healer stroked Tegan's hair as she wept. You can't make that promise. Before you said you're too old for that. Pish, said Kamish. These bones are made of promises. To see Lucilla raised proper, I need to live at least another 10 years or so. I'll be back before then. Then stop your bawling. That's what the knitting is for. Half laughing and half crying, Tegan mopped her tears and worked on her own tube until she calmed enough to sleep. The next few days, she alternated between seeing patients and wrapping up her time in Peckinpah. On the 4th day, she was ready to travel. She gave hugs to Kamish and a sniffling Lucilla at the dock, but it did feel as if she'd left a sliver of herself behind as the Catalina caught the tide, sails billowing free. Well, this is a good feeling, Advika said, propping up beside her. Sungji had the departure well in hand, so the captain was taking a break. Tegan smiled at her, waving madly at the ones she was leaving behind. It occurred to her then, Kamish is a teacher who's survived me. Maybe the curse is broken, or maybe there never had been one at all. But thinking of Dr. Wilson reminded her. It is. But I need to ask you something, and I can't believe I forgot for so long. Have at it, Advika invited. Before, in Winterville, I studied with Dr. Wilson. She repeated his dying words as best she could remember them. Does that mean anything to you? Oh. The other woman's face went dreamy and distant. He's the one who saved me, you know. He was working as a ship's doctor then, and he patched me up when they picked me up outside Saint City. I guess you could call him my first love. She slid a look at Sungji, who was too busy to notice her melancholy. Not my last. Why didn't it work out? Tegan asked. If you don't mind. He was tired of the roving life, and I'd just begun. He was born to science folk in Winterville, and he learned all he could until his father passed. Then he took a notion to see the world, and found me. Later he wanted to settle down, but I didn't want to stay, and he couldn't go. His bloodline was bred and buried there, he said, and he needed to help them deal with the mutant threat. But me, I wanted to see the world. He was widowed when I met him, Tegan said. I'm glad he found someone, and that he's at peace. Thank you for telling me. The captain broke her usual protocol and strode toward the first mate, and took him in her arms right there on deck. The soldiers whooped, but Sung-ji shouted for them to get back to work. He aimed a confused look at Tegan over Advika's shoulder, but she only pantomimed that he should keep holding the captain tight. I guess when you truly love someone, you always do, at least a little, and it's hard to hear that they've gone. But unless Advika was much older than she'd looked, Dr. Wilson must have been close to 20 years her senior. Still less of an obstacle than a lasting love between human and Uroch. Eventually the captain tired of the staring and scolded her crew. Sung-ji came over to Tegan at the first chance. Something happen? I gave her some news I should have delivered long ago. The first mate raised a brow. Anything I should know? Ask her. Visibly disgruntled, he returned to work. It was a clear, warm day, with sea like glass. The light wind aggravated the crew, and it took longer than usual to reach their next stop on the way south, which was Port Mayor and Anticost. At night, Tegan didn't bother James and Millie when she saw them settled in the infirmary. She just got blankets and curled up on deck. Night after night, she drifted off beneath a crowd of stars. A sliver of a poem James had read to her once bobbed like a fishing line in her mind. Something about how love fled. But if she'd learned anything from Advika, it was that love never left. Not really. Not when it was true. I am always there, she told the night, even if I am not beside you. The Catalina reached Port Mayor around noon the next day, successfully navigating the dangerous shoals. Anticipation percolated through her. Maybe nothing as drastic as raiders or sea beasts, but Tegan could use a little excitement. But the town looked more or less the same, and she remembered how a girl named Milena had died the last time she'd passed through. That dimmed her sunny mood. Yet the village chief, Little Something, greeted the captain like an honored guest. So good to see you, Captain. You're always welcome. Glad to hear it. Any news? Advika asked. Whatever he might have said, Tegan never discovered. For a lone Uroch, not one she recognized, raced into town, snarling in their native tongue. From his flourish of claws, alarm drove his urgency, nothing more. The others clearly had no idea what he was saying, but drawing on lessons that seemed so long ago now, she puzzled out the gist. A healer. Please, we need a healer. The consort is deathly ill. For all things a season. Judging by the runner's agitation, there was no time for questions. A sailor brought Tegan's medical bag, now augmented with supplies she'd acquired in Peckinpah. She had Dr. Wilson's precious book again, but she'd replaced her old staff permanently with the one Szarok had crafted for her. With it in hand, she followed the scout to the stable, where she borrowed a sturdy pony. She wasn't a good rider, but better that she jostled for a few miles than try to keep up with the Uroch moving at top speed. The flight through the forest gave her no time to wonder. Within the hour, she reached the settlement, and it was wondrous. Though they'd just begun, the houses that had been built integrated beautifully with the surrounding woodlands. Most of the people seemed to be living in tents for the moment, but it was obvious the Uroch had, at last, found their permanent home. Tegan dismounted, and a youngling took the pony's reins. "This way," the messenger snarled. Heart pounding wildly, she followed him to the largest of the homes, a 3-room structure built of split logs. Inside, she smelled infection and herbed smoke. Despite the warmth of the day, a fire blazed in the hearth. There were 3 people present, 2 females, including the one prone on a pallet, and him. Her gaze locked on Szarok. The situation was too dire for a smile, but pleasure overwhelmed her just the same. In their time apart, his sharp features had drawn even tighter, etched at chin and jaw, thin mouth, golden eyes. She catalogued his face like a treasure she meant to auction. It's fate, she thought. Kamish was right. Without needing to look for him, here he was, and in need of a healer, too. Her smile brightened by degrees, despite the circumstances. "I give greetings," she said, in passable Uroch. The elder started. Yellow eyes searched her, and then the female offered a half-bow, reminiscent of Szarok's early days. "Save the consort, please." She nodded, but before she could reply, Szarok spoke. "Leave us, Sika. The healer needs to work." From the look of her, the Uroch female had been ailing for a while. Briskly, Tegan sterilized her hands and then checked the wound. Infected, as I thought. The consort must be uncommonly strong to have fought for so long. As Tegan set out her supplies, she had to ask, "Who is she?" That wasn't what she truly wanted to know. Other questions fought for supremacy. "How have you been? Did you think of me?" Her hands shook a little until she controlled them. "No, I can't think of that. The patient needs me." Szarok stood with his back to her, and she drank in even the forbidding line of his unyielding spine like he was a clear mountain spring that could quench her thirst. For a long moment, he didn't speak. When he did, his voice sounded rusty, as if he hadn't used human words since the day they departed. "My mate." Those 2 words eviscerated her. Her hand stilled on a bottle of dried comfrey. "I've been summoned to save your..." Tegan swallowed hard and breathed through sharp, shocking pain. "I had no idea you could be this cruel." Well, that is my job. After all..." She focused on her work then, because seeing him hurt too much. The wound had gone putrid, so she had to cut away some dead flesh. Her patient snarled, but she seemed too deeply unconscious to suffer fully. It would be better if Tegan had maggots, but they weren't feasible for her med bag. The puncture wounds were deeply infected, though Uroch's skin didn't show the same streaks as humans. Yet the stench was unmistakable, as was the material she expressed from the wound. 2 separate abscesses had formed, and she worked feverishly. At first, the Uroch female thrashed, but the longer Tegan prodded, the weaker she got. Stitches would help nothing in this situation, as the wound needed to drain. At last, Tegan finished and packed the wound with medicine to fight infection. Finally, she brewed a tea and fed it to the sick Uroch in slow spoonfuls, one by one. Since the blend had a soporific quality, the patient settled. Her fever still seemed alarming, but there were temperature differentials, variations in Uroch and human physiology. "That's all I can do for now." As Tegan packed her bag, Szarok cleaned up the mess. "I'll leave a supply of the tea for you. That, along with the medicine for the bandages, may be enough to save her, if she has a fighting spirit." "She does," he said. It hurt to breathe. I never knew. Never guessed that I was just a distraction from his real life. Good then. Her motions were jerky as she turned toward the door.
Tegan.
She clenched her fist on the handle of her bag so hard it hurt. Don't call my name like you know me. From this day on, we're strangers.
Please stop.
If there are complications, you can send for me. I won't be in Portmare long, though. I'm with the Catalina again, so I'll be sailing soon. You don't need to worry that I'll linger or make things awkward.
What are you saying?
He demanded. I understand.
What?
That I was a test, or a game you were playing. Maybe you wanted to see if you could make a human feel something for you. Well, congratulations! Your training was a complete success, Vanguard. With a snarl, he crossed the room and cupped her shoulders in his hands.
Not another word. If you think this is easy, you're mistaken. You forced me to admit, in her hearing, that the consort means nothing to me. Will it comfort you to know that I'm like an animal in a trap? You are, and always will be, the one choice I ever freely made.
A sobbing breath escaped her, and she tried to break free of his hold, but not really, not ferociously. In the end, she leaned into him while pain shook them like a fierce wind in summer trees. His arms encircled her, and his scent seduced her as it ever had. He smelled of springtime, pined woods, and salted leather. Szarok leaned his forehead against hers, breathing her in with equal alacrity, as if this moment must nourish him forever. I missed you. That admission wrenched from her, as painful as if each word was carved on her flesh with glass.
As did I, my treasure.
Trembling, he cupped her face in his hands, and she took wild joy in knowing that she still moved him like this. But no matter how he felt, it wasn't right. It never could be. Not again. Before, I couldn't guess what he meant by obligations. Was she... Tegan couldn't get the question out, but she knew what answer she wanted. It didn't come.
Yes,
he said. A lie of omission, then. How wretched of you to whisper that I can deceive the rest of the world, but not you. Never you. If she had any pride, she would push away and go now. But since these moments must last a lifetime, she hoarded them. His heartbeat surged beneath her ear. So she was waiting the whole time you were with me. His flat tone chilled her.
She was selected as suitable for the Vanguard. The people believe our children will be exceptional.
So, you're like royalty? The crown prince and princess of the Uroch?
Not by choice.
As if he couldn't help it, he rubbed his cheek against the top of her head. The familiar caress made her hands tighten on his arms. Slowly, Szarok tilted his forehead against hers, and for long moments they traded breaths, not quite kissing. She wanted to, but she couldn't forget the sick Uroch female shifting restlessly nearby. Her sense of morality hadn't slipped enough to let her do this. When he leaned down to finish the gesture, scent marking, she stepped back and shook her head. Nobody gets to pick his fate. I'm not generous enough to wish you happy, but I hope she recovers fully, and that you're... well. Tears blinded her as she rushed out of the house. The messenger brought the pony, and she scrambled gracelessly onto its back. Fortunately, the animal knew its way back to the stable, for Tegan wept the entire way, offering no guidance. By the time she reached Portmare, she had her emotions under control. but the evidence of distress couldn't be blotted away. Rather than worry the others, she returned the mount and walked aimlessly until the swelling subsided. Since almost everyone was enjoying their time in port, the Catalina was nearly deserted when she went aboard. There were a few sailors on duty, responsible for the ship, but she skirted them and went to the infirmary to lie down. Tegan considered mixing herself a potion for sleep, but grief was its own narcotic, and she winked out without needing any help. Much later, she woke to find Millie spooned up against her. James must have elected to sleep below, and the rocking of the ship told her that they had left Anticost. Good. I won't go back again. With fair winds and current, it was a short jaunt to Rosemere, but she had already decided that she wouldn't be continuing her journey. She'd spend some time with the people who loved her in Rosemere, and then eventually she would head back to Peckinpah to stay. Millie and James both tried to talk to her, but she avoided them, not easy in the confines of the Catalina. What she needed most now was privacy and time to mourn. He might not be dead, but she must bury him in her heart all the same. With a soft sigh, she stared at the dried flower, pressed between the pages of her anatomy book. She'd taken this as a memento when Szarok had shown her the waterfall on Anticost. Tegan held it up to the wind, but in the end, she couldn't let it go. Not yet. She closed the book. As they dropped anchor near the Evergreen Isle, she approached the captain. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry Millie ended up doing most of my work. I'm just happy you're healthy and whole. You have friends here, I gather? Old acquaintances, anyway, who could be friends if I let them. Sometimes trusting people is the hardest thing in the world, the captain agreed. Safe travels, said Sungji. She hugged them both, and then found James and Millie ready to disembark also. Since they each had all their belongings, this couldn't be a shore visit. What's this about? Millie danced a little in place, overflowing with delight. I'm meeting the governor. He'll love you, Tegan said. Then I'll wish you both much joy. But why don't you pop off for a visit and continue on? I know you wanted to see the world. Possibly it wasn't her business, but Tegan hated to think of Millie giving up her dreams for James. The other girl leaned her head against his shoulder and said simply, He is my world. The exquisite, fearless honesty snatched her breath away. While she recovered, James shuffled in embarrassment. He dropped a kiss on Millie's temple. We need to travel to Winterville, too. They're serious. Meeting families, getting permission. Even if she and Szarok had a future, there would be none of these sweet formalities. But she couldn't spend her life flinching away from things that made those she cared about happy. Tegan fixed a smile on her face like a painting and beckoned Millie toward the railing. Down the ladder, the sailor tasked with rowing them ashore waited. Nearby, the many boatmen of Rosemere queued up to transport the supplies that Vika had brought from the north. As the couple climbed into the boat after her, she asked, Would it be possible for you to send my boxes to Peckinpah from the Winterville cottage? Kamish will look after everything until I'm ready to take up studying again. All that research should be saved, Millie said. James nodded. We'll take care of it. On the pier, she parted company with James and Millie after more hugs. Her feet knew the way to the stone cottage built on the rise on the other side of town. Part of her wanted to chuck the staff Szarok had given her, but since it was the only proof of their time together, she held on to it instead. No point in blaming the tool for the master's mistakes. Really, that wasn't even the right word. He had never promised he would come back to her. She'd only hoped. In the 6 months or so since she'd left, nothing much had changed. The plants and flowers were growing well. As she walked up, Deuce was tending them. Then she straightened, and Tegan noticed her enormous belly. I take it back. Everything will be different now. Deuce caught sight of her and waddled through the gate, one hand on her lower back. "Just look at you," Tegan said. "I suppose I have to call you breeder now." Once, that would have made Deuce ball up a fist, but she only laughed. She was rounder than she had ever been, not just belly, but cheeks, shoulders, hips, and all. Soft living and good food had padded her out over whipcord muscle, but her pasty skin still hadn't taken on much color. Now she was pale and pink. Progress of a sort, Tegan supposed. She suffered a hug from the pregnant huntress and got nudged in the stomach by the unborn babe. "Are you hungry? Fade's helping Edmund at the shop, but he'll be back later. Come in." Impatient as ever, Deuce herded Tegan into the house. "Tell me everything that's happened since I saw you. I'm a tad jealous. Sometimes it feels like my story is done, while yours is just beginning." Tegan said softly, "You got a lovely ending, though." "True enough." She bustled around the cottage, fixing food Tegan hadn't requested. Right then it seemed she might never be hungry again. Of course I'd give my heart to someone who can't keep it. Of course I would. Perhaps it was because she already hurt so much, and there was no barrier between old pain and new. But today, old words bubbled up until she couldn't swallow them any more. "We're friends?" she asked then. Deuce appeared startled by this question. "You're family to me, same as Mama Oakes and Edmund. After all we've been through together, you could say we're like sisters." "To you?" "Huh?" "That's how you feel. I've always pretended with you because if I didn't, you might turn on me." "I have no idea what you're talking about." Tegan let it all go in a rush, every grievance she carried, starting from the meeting in the ruins. "And then you said I would have fought until I died. Do you know how much that hurt me? How can I be like sisters with someone who said that?" "I apologized. Or I think I did." Confused, Deuce came over and sat down in the chair opposite. "But if I didn't say it enough, or seem like I meant it, tell me how to make it right." Tegan tipped her head back and sighed. "If I knew, I would. Mainly I want to get closer to you. Truly close, not me pretending nothing is wrong because it's easier. I'm done with that life." "You want me to beg forgiveness outright? I'll do it, though it's hard to get up again." At first, Tegan thought she must be joking, but then Deuce plopped onto her knees. "You know I'm an idiot, and I had to learn so many things that other people came knowing. But I'm beyond sorry. You don't even know how much, but especially because I had no idea that there was trouble between you and me." She'd rarely seen the huntress cry, so maybe it was the baby influencing her. But Tegan couldn't keep her anger hot when she saw tears coursing down the other girl's cheeks. And once that core of anger dissipated, it surprised her how much affection lay beneath. No, she wasn't perfect, but maybe sisters didn't have to be. I should have said something. I should have been braver. Tegan came out of her chair and hugged Deuce as best she could around the belly. "I forgive you. Truly, this time. Now, you need to get up and calm down." As Tegan helped her up, a gush of water hit the floor. Deuce's eyes widened. "It's a couple of weeks early, but I've been cramping a bit for the last day or so. I didn't realize." She sighed. The problem with warrior women was that their pain threshold meant they had no idea how deep in labor they were. But she still reassured her patient. "A week or two won't matter." Tegan waited for the revulsion and horror, but none came. Instead, she unpacked her supplies while giving instructions. "Get undressed. You can keep your shirt on. I need to wash up and then see how far you've progressed." She arranged bedding on the floor and made Deuce comfortable. Then she did the exam as Kamish had taught her. "Not quite there. It'll be an hour or two yet. He'll probably want your family here, but I won't leave you to fetch them." A contraction hit the other girl hard, and she gripped Tegan's hand. "Fade should be along shortly. He said he'll be home for lunch." "Breathe, like this," Tegan demonstrated. As predicted, her man returned a few minutes later. He staggered and clung to the doorway when he realized what was happening, but Tegan didn't let him panic. "Get her family. Mama Oaks for sure. Tell Edmund too." If something went wrong, she wouldn't let Deuce end up like Netta Gwynn, wishing she could see her loved ones once more. "I'll be right back," Fade said. He raced out, leaving Tegan to mop the sweat from her friend's face. "You're going to be fine. It'll hurt like hell, but you've had worse." "That's my line," she wheezed. When Fade entered the cottage again, he had Mama Oaks and Edmund, along with Rex and Spence. The men poured some drinks and dragged the father-to-be outside, while Mama Oaks settled in to assist Tegan. Every now and then, she heard cursing from outside, and the sound of someone being knocked around. "Fade's scared," Deuce said, somewhat unnecessarily. "And he's not even doing any of the work," Mama Oaks muttered. A few hours later, Tegan delivered a healthy boy for the happy couple. No excess bleeding, no complications. "Thank you, Kamish. I couldn't have done this without your teaching." "Well," she said then, "what are you going to name him?" No longer the Vanguard. For 5 days and nights, Szarok tended Char as instructed. She woke on the 6th morning, the infection subsiding, but she was thin and weak from her long struggle. It took another week before she could feed herself, but the settlement, simply named Allura, or Our Land, celebrated with great abandon once it became clear the consort would live. "You care for me with such devotion." Szarok couldn't meet her gaze. If she pushed, he would speak of duty. Her eyes fell, and her hand dropped away from his arm. "Send Zika to me." His joints groaned as he stepped into the arboreal sunlight. Even in spring, it was chilly, but not so much that it would cause his people harm. He found the elder teaching a group of younglings, and he waited patiently for her to finish the lesson. At the first opportunity, they scattered to run and hunt, no danger of humans deciding they had strayed too far and shooting them. As Littleberry had promised, they were welcome in Portmare. The other villages were a little skittish, but nobody had been unfriendly. "We owe the humans much," Zika said. "I had my doubts, but they will make tolerable neighbors." Her tone revealed a quiet loathing that no single kindness could dispel. He inclined his head. "Char would see you." "How is she?" "She'll mend." Thanks to his healer. "No, not mine anymore," she said. Just the remembering seemed as if it would end him. When she went with her suffering eyes and tearful face, he took a wound that would neither kill him nor stop bleeding. "I have done everything I must," but the weight of obligation never ceased. "You smell of sorrow." Szarok snapped a look at the elder, but her mien was imperturbable. This was where he had learned his composure after all. With that, she turned and made her way to the house that he would share with the consort once she recovered her strength. Their children would play in these woods, and when the time came, he'd pass his memories to them. Every fiber of his being shouted no. How much is enough? For most of the day, he helped with construction. They needed many more homes before winter. The Portmare crew had taught them everything, so now they felled the logs and worked on their own. The people are building. At least that aspect of Allura gave him great joy, but this was no longer his private dream. When he returned to the house, he found Zika sitting outside. "I give greetings." She glanced up at him in the twilight, eyes hooded. "Szar tells me that you tend her as a brother, not a mate." There was no point in subterfuge. Secretly, he had wanted to broach this conversation for weeks, but couldn't. Not while Szar lay ill. "My heart does not move for her." "You understood how life would be when you became the Vanguard?" "Yes," he said. "But my control is imperfect. I do feel." The elder flourished her claws with a faint growl of acceptance. "Who among the tribe has caught your eye? Do your duty first with Szar, and have the one you truly desire later." "She is not of the people." Zika shot to her feet with a quickness that belied her age. Fiercely she struck him twice, both times in the mouth. He swallowed the punishment. "That human healer. She smelled of you as she left. Is she the one?" "Yes," he said. Prowling closer, Zika sank her talons into the nape of his neck. "This is madness, Vanguard. Your place is here. There is far too much blood spilled between our people for such a union to flourish. You must know this. The people cleave to one another. To accept humanity as our neighbors, this is enough." He ignored her arguments and persisted. "Not for me. I need my freedom." Realizing how serious he was, she responded in kind. The elder snarled, calling out to the tribe nearby. "To me! The Vanguard has lost his reason and his loyalty!" If he'd ever doubted who held the real power, he didn't now. Within moments, Zika had him bound and on his knees. She selected a tree branch and passed it to a sturdy male. "This is for his sake. We must bring him back to us." "What's his crime?" a youngling growled. "Forsaking the tribe. He is a traitor who would abandon his own people, turn from his destiny, and lie down with the enemy." Goaded, Szarok shouted, "This is how you made me! Repent!" The people spoke as one, and then the wood came down. Szarok lost count of how many times they struck him. Streaks of agony lined his back, his shoulders, his chest, his face. When the wielder tired, he passed the stick to someone else. Blood filled Szarok's mouth, and his eyes swelled so that he couldn't see. But no matter how much the pain rose, he never uttered a sound. "Come back to us!" Zika cried. "What does it say of the people if the best of us cannot bear to stay? That a human has more worth than our consort in the Vanguard's eyes? It doesn't matter what you do. There is no pain greater than living without her. If I cannot be free, I would rather die. Make it swift." Snarls of shock reverberated through the crowd. This is Roklaw's retribution, he thought, as they renewed the onslaught. Szarok had known they wouldn't tolerate this love. It was why he'd rejected Tegan's offer to accompany him. She might be on the ground beside him if she had. Eventually, they dragged him back to the house he shared with Jar and threw him down before her. Someone bound his wrists and shoved him back onto the pallet. Zika said, "He is yours, as promised. Use him well." Szarok heard the shuffle of the elder's footsteps, and then the closing door. He recoiled when Jar touched him, but she only mopped the blood from his eyes. Now he could see in slivers, her hovering face, still thin from her long illness. Jar let out a long breath. "Am I so awful that you must be beaten before you come to me?" He tried to speak, and couldn't. Their gazes met and tangled. For another warrior, she would answer his every need. But her desire could find no home in him. Jar tried. She touched him in ways that should have roused him and brought him pleasure, but they only prompted him to twist away, silently begging her to stop. "This is wrong," she said finally. While he lay helpless, she went to the door and called for the elder. "If you think children born of this will be happy, you must be mad. They will remember their sire's pain." Zika sighed audibly. "What else can I do? We cannot afford to lose him." Gathering his strength, Szarok rocked into a sitting position and spat blood. The females gasped, for it was the first time he had challenged their right to discipline him. With a few more swallows, he found his voice. "You won't if you let me go. Let Jar choose who moves her heart. With him, she can lead the people. You taught me to go forth among the humans, and so I have. Let me go again. This I promise. Nothing I learn, nothing of mine will be lost. Instead of offspring, I will bring back memories. Before I die, I'll return and pass on all that I am to your younglings." "An honorable offer," said Char. Sensing a chance of escape, he cared nothing for the pain. "The people will gain much from my travel in the wider world. You should rejoice in how well you taught me, that I could love our enemy." Zika snarled, but he recognized defeat in that sound. "Go now, before I change my mind." "He can hardly move," Char protested. "I'll go to her if I must crawl." And so he did, until he found the wall near the door. With shaking hands, Szarok pulled himself upright. When he staggered out of the house, a young male, by the scent of him, tried to stop him, but Zika growled a protest. "No one touch him. No one interfere. Szarok goes forth, no longer the Vanguard, but simply a free heart of the people. He brought us to the Promised Land and fulfilled his destiny. Permit him to find his own fate from here, as we shall." The chorus of farewells barely penetrated his resolve. His eyes still didn't offer much help, just slices of light and shadow. The swelling would go down in time, however, and he could run to Portmare blind. As I must. He stumbled at first, holding on to trees and pausing for breath because his ribs ached as if they were banded in fire. Darkness fell before he made it to Portmare. Here it was less familiar, so with a lowered head, he asked a random human to guide him to Littleberry's house. It was a woman who did. She didn't speak much on the way, but she smelled of lavender. "Here you are," she said. "Take care of those wounds, mind." "I don't care about that. I have to find Tegan. It's not too late. It cannot be too late." Littleberry's wife, he'd forgotten the female's name, answered his knock. "Oh, dear heaven, what happened? Were you robbed?" "Your husband? Please." Szarok couldn't be sure his words were intelligible in her tongue until she took his arm and led him inside. "Wait just a moment. I'll get him, and a cold compress." Soon, he was sitting in the village chief's front room, his hands unbound, a damp cloth across his eyes. Littleberry let him rest for a while before speaking. "I won't ask what happened. Instead, I'll ask why you've come." Through bruised lips, Szarok made his request. "This isn't to make amends, but I'd count it as a personal favor, the last I'll ever request. If you could get me to Rosemere in the morning." "You should heal first." He shook his head so hard his ears rung. "No, I can't. Please." "No need to beg. In weather so clear, It's an easy wish." "Thank you," he whispered. Mrs. Littleberry must have drugged his tea, because he slept like the dead, and he barely remembered the journey to Rosemere. His ribs still hurt when he got off the little boat, but he could see again at least. He drew up his hood in honor of the Evergreen Isles brand of prejudice. Though Szarok wanted to run through town shouting for her, instinct warned him it would be a poor choice. Where would she be? After the war, she'd stayed at the governor's mansion, but if he had a choice, he'd never see that particular human again. Where are you, my treasure?" Breathing in, he found no trace of her. Too much human stink, tradecraft, livestock. Growling in frustration, he prowled through town, where he garnered a few looks, but nobody questioned him. It seemed likely that her friend, the huntress, would know where Tegan had gone. But as he set forth, the wind whispered of her. He had found her seeking solace there once before. Szarok seized on her scent like a starving wolf and followed her, past the rose-wreathed cottage with its pale stone walls, and all the way down to the water. He smelled her sadness before he saw her, a salt tinge to her usual sweetness, and when he followed the bend in the land, relief nearly drowned him like hell water. That she was still here, that she had not gone where he couldn't follow. "Tegan," he said. But she didn't turn. Her back stiffened. "Leave. Stop haunting me. I want to hate you, and it maddens me that I can't. Your voice is everywhere. Your warmth, your smell." At once he realized, she thinks I'm not truly here. There was no gain in being tentative, so he ran to her as fast as his battered body permitted. Claws on arms, he spun her. Her eyes widened as she took in his injuries, but when she tried to touch his bruised cheek, he clasped her hands. "I don't need a healer. I came for you." "What have you done?" she whispered, taking him in with darting glances, as if she feared he might vanish before her eyes. Never in his life had he dreaded anything so much as the possibility that she might say it was too late. "You will never be a stranger to me." Abandoning all pride, he dropped to his knees before her and bowed his head. In a desperate rush, he told her everything. "I have nothing now. I'm not the Vanguard. I don't even know how many years I can offer you. But all I want in life is to be where you are." For a long moment, she destroyed him with her silence. And then she settled before him and stroked his cheek, throat, jaw, and the spot behind his ear. Please don't let this be a dream. My heart has broken 1,000 times as I lay sleeping. You're truly free?" "Yes," he said, "and I am forever yours, if you'll have me." A sob burst out of her, and he drew her in. As her scent rolled over him, he shuddered with agonized desire. Her tears tasted of salt, and he licked them as they fell, until she sought his mouth with hers. Yes. Her lips were as soft as he remembered. Some sweet fruit lingered on her tongue, and he fell into her with a hunger that could never be satiated. Tegan touched him with hands light as feathers, careful with his injuries, but just the feel of her blunt fingertips at once made his flesh crawl, inverted pain and pleasure. "Yes," she sang. And he didn't know if it was an encouragement to kiss her more or an answer to his question. He gambled on both and sipped at her lower lip until she made a sound that made his head go hot and fizzy. Soon he wouldn't be able to stop, and he didn't even know. They'd never discussed. But she made the decision for him, digging blunt nails into his shoulders in an unmistakable message. Their clothing shifted. When she curved above him, everything went white-hot. He shuddered as she learned, And then he discovered that their differences weren't absolute. Panting, he put his face in the curve of her shoulder while she moved. Afterward, he held her, or she rocked him. Either way, they tangled together in the sunshine, falling back in the long grass. The sky smiled overhead, blue unbounded. Probably he should mind that they'd given no thought to privacy, but nobody had interrupted them, and he had love in his arms again. Szarok nuzzled her cheek, throat, shoulder, though she smelled thoroughly of him already. But the fact that she had stopped him from scent-marking before, back in Allura, throbbed like an unhealed wound. She is mine, and I am hers. Always, always, always. The world made no sense any other way. Did you really say you'd rather die than live without me?
Yes,
he said.
You are my heart, she growled.
Then she hid her face, for she hated doing anything badly, and her throat wasn't shaped to form all the right sounds.
It's enough that you try, my treasure.
He kissed the top of her head and breathed her in.
I've promised to learn much and bring that knowledge back to the people.
I like the way you think. As it happens, I could use an apprentice. A girl in Peckinpah holds promise, but she's young yet. From the sunbright scent of her to her open smile, Tegan wore happiness like a floral crown.
My people would benefit greatly if I learned of medicine,
he murmured, thoughtful. She stroked his back in long sweeps, delicious enough to distract him from her words, so she had to ask twice. Enough to make them truly forgive your defection? He lifted a shoulder, inviting more contact. It will never be enough.
The deal is struck. If they always consider me lost, I'll count it a fair trade for being with you.
She kissed him for that. Oddly delicious, telling the truth. Should I chastise you for lying when you said I shouldn't?
I never did. You simply didn't ask if I had a mate, and...
He struggled with how to put it, the human words dancing out of reach.
It was a formality. We never...
Did what we have, she supplied.
Yes.
Then I suppose I'll forgive you. They punished you quite a lot already.
My tribe knows of you. Will you tell your loved ones about me?
If she preferred to hide their heart bond, it would sting, but he could bear anything for her. Of course. Kamish already knows. You are mine, no matter what anyone says.
I love you, he said.
Only those words would suffice for the universe that burned in his spirit, solely for her. It sounded better in his tongue, so he snarled,
My heart beats for you.
When Tegan responded, You are my meat and drink, he nearly died of pleasure. But she added, And I you, just in case he had any doubts. There were none. He was all brightness, all yearning. My beloved, thank you for waiting. About your apprenticeship, she whispered, shifting toward him. See, my shoulder is healed just fine. Thus invited, he checked the scar on her back.
It matches this one.
With his cheek, he nuzzled both warrior marks, shoulder and thigh, proof of her great strength.
You are my queen.
My dearest love, I probably should have made you grovel more, but I'm done pretending. I don't care where we are or what we do, as long as we're together. Happy endings. The governor of the Evergreen Isle had been alone a long time. Never had Morrow understood this better than when he brought Millie to the quiet house he'd fled, time and again. She wore a clean dress, freshly pressed by the public house owner. Yet as she stepped over the threshold, her fingers trembled in his.
Don't worry. He won't eat you. Her pretty eyes filled with tears. You know he can't possibly approve. I'm nobody. You're my love, he told her. And besides, you're also the girl who saved the free territories with her kindness. She groaned. Don't start that again. But at least she was smiling when they entered his father's sanctuary, a room filled with books that had quietly taught Morrow that it was safer in those pages and safer to fix his heart on people who would never ask anything of him. Never tease, never tussle, never challenge. Now, more than ever, he grasped that books should be a part of his life, not the depth and breadth of it. James? The elder Morrow rose from his reading chair, setting the volume aside with great care. I didn't realize you were back. They'd quarreled before he got his father to agree to donate some provisions to cover his passage on Advika's ship. The question, when are you going to settle down, had lingered between them. At least now he had an answer. I'd like you to meet Millie Faraday. She bobbed before his father like an acorn in a river. My pleasure, sir. Likewise. This is such a surprise. James doesn't bring friends home often. Morrow almost laughed, as he could count on one hand the people in Rosemere he'd identify as such. Once her parents grant permission, I intend to marry her. His father seemed amused. You don't ask my blessing, I see. You're welcome to give it, he said, but it won't change my plans either way. Horrified, Millie elbowed him in the side. James! Don't mind him. He's taken the idea that I'll respect him more if he challenges my authority. And he's not entirely wrong. Taking Millie's arm, the governor led her out of the sitting room and down the hall to the dining table. Let's have lunch and get to know each other. Are you sure you want this rascal of mine? Visibly relieved, she chuckled. Dead certain, sir. I've had my eye on him for ages now. It just took him a while to look back. Don't hold it against him. Stunned, Morrow watched them for a moment and then hurried to catch up. The housekeeper brought luncheon, and by the time the meal finished, Millie had his father eating out of the palm of her pretty hand. She told him all about their adventures and how Morrow had taught school in Baybridge. His cheeks flushed before she paused in singing his praises. Afterward, the housekeeper took Millie to freshen up, leaving him alone with his father. You got over the healer. Once he would have been offended by the question, as if his feelings were flotsam. It was only a crush, he said softly. Boys are prone to them. And now you're a man. That wasn't a question. The governor patted his shoulder with an approving look. Proud of you, son. I like her. Seems as if she'll be the making of you. She has been, he admitted. What are your plans? Winterville first, and then I think we'll be going back to Baybridge. You should come, he said impulsively. Don't let this house become your tomb. When he saw the rejection forming on his father's face, he wondered why he'd bothered. But the words never came. They died on his lips, and then he cocked his head, seeming pensive. Maybe, he answered at last. Someone else might breathe new life into this place. Surprised, yet elated, Morrow put out his hand for a shake, but his father hauled him in for a rare, back-pounding hug. This is the first time in forever I feel like you've actually come home. If he's trying, I will too. It would probably help my case if you travel with us to Winterville. You're worried they'll turn you down? His father asked. A little. I hope they're willing to relocate to Baybridge, so I don't have to separate Millie from her family. They moved once already for her, so maybe it isn't a long shot. Then, when do we leave? The next day, for the first time in Morrow's memory, the governor packed a bag and prepared to leave the Evergreen Isle.
They hailed a boatman, who ferried them to the mainland, but he had so many questions.
"Who shall we ask if there's trouble?"
His father shrugged.
"You work it out."
Over the next 2 weeks, he saw a side of his father he hadn't known existed. Morrow had thought he'd have to teach him everything about surviving in the wild, but he started the campfire without supervision, and he even knew how to set snares overnight. They traveled slowly, so by the time they reached Winterville, spring flourished all around, the flowers ripening into fruit. Like Otterburn, Winterville was an eyesore, and he traded a look with Millie that ended in a secret smile. Her step gained a skip the closer they came to her family home. The weathered wood had seen better days, and the man tending to a garden outside looked equally tired. But when he spotted Millie, he dropped his hoe and ran for her. She went into his arms for a spin, and Morrow watched them, his heart in his throat. "I have to convince them." "Stop, Da! Stop now! I'm like to choke! You're a sight for sore eyes!" She got another hug before her Da noticed he had 2 interested onlookers. Blushing, Millie brought him into the conversation by word and gesture. "My father, Harmon Faraday. This is my man, James. He's come to get your permission to spark me."
"Is that so?"
An ice-cold gaze skimmed him up and down.
"And I'm James's father. If we're to be in-laws, I thought we should meet."
The former governor offered a handshake, along with all of his best manners, making Morrow grateful.
"This is so sudden,"
Mr. Faraday muttered.
"Let me call my wife."
The worst of Morrow's nerves melted away. When Millie took his hand and smiled at him, he knew it would be all right. And it was. A week later, they negotiated transport with John Kelly's trade caravan. His wagons were light, so his father and Millie's parents rode while they walked. It was a slow trek to the river, but he was in no hurry. The only thing that troubled him was that she didn't want to sleep in his arms with her folks close by. She kept whispering, "Once we're settled," like that was a magic phrase or something. He contemplated telling Mr. and Mrs. Faraday, whom he was supposed to call Ma and Da, about their winter in Baybridge, but that would probably just create more problems. Still, he sulked. Millie coaxed him out of it. A month after they'd first left Rosemere, they returned. It felt like a homecoming of sorts, and to his astonishment, Devi and Yvette were moored off the Isle, picking up passengers. One fellow had been corresponding with the gentleman in Peckinpah, and now he was ready to head north to meet his potential partner. This seemed like Providence, so he turned to Millie.
"How would you like to wed on the marrying ferry?"
Their families had questions and objections, but one by one, he laid them to rest. This is our perfect ending. And no matter the resistance, he wouldn't budge. And soon, Millie joined him in insisting on a wedding at sea. Well, on the river anyway. "Ho there!" Devi called as she rowed her boat to shore. "We're leaving on the morrow, but I could make room for a few more."
"I am the morrow,"
his father said. He shook his head over the awful joke, but Millie earned points by laughing. Her parents chuckled too. Thus, it was settled. After spending one last night at the governor's manor, their group would emigrate permanently, Baybridge bound. Millie went with their family, while Morrow went to pay a farewell call. It didn't seem as if it had been that long, but Deuce and Fade's baby had already grown quite a lot.
"Look how strong he is,"
Fade said, as the boy wrapped his fist around his thumb. Morrow nodded. A real warrior. Deuce brought drinks, seeming well recovered from the birth.
"You've got a particular look about you."
"That's because I'm here to say farewell," he said. She sighed. "You and Tegan both. She just boarded a ship. I don't reckon either of you will be back to stay. Am I wrong?" He shook his head. "I won't rule out a visit, but I'm taking my father north too.
What about Rosemere? Fade asked, plainly shocked.
Maybe Edmund is interested in being governor? He suggested, only half in jest. Deuce paused with her cup in midair, then she snapped her fingers. No, Mama Oaks. Whatever's best for the town. Her mother was certainly kind and wise. She'd make a warmer leader than his father. Maybe when the baby's older, we'll make a trip, Fade said. Deuce nodded, taking young Carl from his father. Please, stay safe. They named him after Longshot, he realized. He'd never met the man, but Deuce had told him about the mentor she'd lost in Salvation. Evidently, Longshot had been a traitor who'd saved her life more than once. It seemed fitting that she'd made her firstborn his namesake. After lunch, Morrow went to the mansion for the last time. Mrs. Faraday had his father laughing so hard with one of her colorful expressions that tears were running down his cheeks. Millie turned to him, and it actually twisted his heart in his chest, how happy he was to see her. Don't ever leave me, he thought. A restful night passed, and in the morning, Millie donned her finest dress. Morrow took care with his appearance, too. His father lingered a little over the things his mother had loved, but Morrow guided him firmly out of the cold, quiet house and into the spring sunshine. You don't need anything from here, he said softly. The once governor of the Evergreen Isle lifted his face and smiled. Untrue. But as long as I have you, the rest can pass away. It took several trips to get everything the Faradays wanted to take ferried out to Devi's ship, smaller than the Catalina, but no less elegant. It had clearly been built in Anticost, and it was, somewhat hilariously, called the Love Boat. Morrow showed his expanded family where to wait, but his father wanted a word with Devi about the journey, and Mrs. Faraday was a gregarious soul, so she went to chat with the other passengers. That woman never met a stranger, Mr. Faraday said fondly. Maybe one day I'll be brave enough to call him Da. Once we're married. For 10 years or so. Millie takes after her, I think. The other man nodded. If you hurt her, I'll break both your legs and drop you down a hole so deep nobody will ever find you, he said. Her happiness matters more than my life. Since her brother died, I can't say no to that girl. That's why I let her go chasing off with a healer I barely knew. You understand? Morrow gulped before answering. Yes, sir. Attention, happy couples! I'm the captain of the Love Boat, and if you've come aboard to partner up, assemble front and center. With a final nod to Mr. Faraday, Morrow went to claim Millie. 3 other couples joined them, but he was surprised to spot Tegan by the railing, snuggled against Szarok like the wooden nesting dolls his mother had treasured. They were the only things of hers that he had packed, amid all those possessions that had owned his father for so many years. Even the books he'd left behind, because he'd meant it when he said he only needed Millie to feel whole. Once, it would have hurt to see Tegan of the staff so close to someone else, but nobody who registered how the Uroch held her could doubt she was beyond precious to him. A few other passengers shot them skeptical or downright hostile looks. They don't have an easy road ahead, but this is right. With a half smile for an old friend, he gave his full attention to Devi. Take your love's hand now, and repeat after me. You are my rock and my shelter. I promise to turn to you always, from this day forward. I choose you as my partner and my love. Until my last breath, so do I swear. Despite speaking the words in unison, they still hit him hard. He faced Millie on Devi's instruction. Now, kiss your dear ones like you mean it. Before he could move, Millie jumped into his arms and planted such a deep kiss on him that Morrow felt vaguely surprised that his hair didn't catch fire. Eventually he pulled back. "Our family's watching," she shrugged. "They know what comes next." As the boat set off, the party went into full swing. He congratulated the other couples while he tracked Millie's movements with his gaze. The crew passed around drinks, and didn't have any, he noticed. But his father and Millie's parents definitely made merry. From across the deck, he admired how fast his wife made friends. She learned all the other couples' names within an hour, and had invitations to visit within 2. Finally, he worked up the nerve to join Tegan, still tucked beneath Szarok's chin like she belonged there. "You didn't want to make it official?" "We already spoke all the words we need," Szarok said. Though Morrow was no threat, and had just married the love of his life, the Uroch still radiated a quiet menace, like he might growl if anyone got too close to Tegan. Instead of bothering him, that only made him smile. "Then what are you doing on the love boat?" "I don't want to work," Tegan told him with a bashful smile. "This trip is just for us." "Ah, I wondered. You haven't met Devi before?" She shook her head. "Advika told me about her, though, so when she arrived—" "You leapt at the chance. Understood. What will you do now?" Tegan raised her eyes skyward as if for inspiration. "Everything? But that's no answer. So, travel. Help people. Likely stumble into more adventures." She traded a secret look with Szarok and said, "Above all, we'll learn. And when we're ready, I suspect we'll often call Peckinpah home. Other times, Allura." "That's the Uroch settlement on Anticost," James recalled. "That sounds exciting. Send a letter with Devi now and then, won't you?" "Definitely," Tegan said. "I'm off then." Pleasure radiated from the Uroch at the promise of Morrow's imminent departure. Szarok nuzzled Tegan's cheek, and she lifted her face with such palpable pleasure that Morrow blushed and looked away. But as he turned to find his wife, Tegan's soft voice stayed him. "Thank you for teaching me to fight, for believing that I could. Be happy, James." "I will," he promised. It was one he could surely keep. Baybridge, 2 years later. Morrow tapped the pen against his brow, frustrated. Working as a schoolmaster didn't leave him much time for writing, but he'd promised to finish this up before the thaw, so Devi could take it south to Peckinpah, where he'd last had word from Tegan and Szarok. Grumbling beneath his breath, he reread the line aloud. No. Terrible. He couldn't capture the bittersweet beauty of their forbidden romance in bloom, though he was doing his level best to encapsulate the story as Tegan had described. He scratched out what he'd written and tried again. All wishes fulfilled. They leaned close for a final... "James!" Millie sounded impatient. A furtive glance at the clock told him why. "Yes, my dear?" His wife seemed to be on the verge of scolding him soundly. "The twins want you to come and play. Stop scribbling already." With a final flourish of the pen, he scrawled, "Happy endings write themselves anyway, while life and love waits for no man." Then he closed the book. For good.
We hope you've enjoyed this production of Vanguard by Aguirre. Post-production by John Marshall Media. Text copyright 2017 by Aguirre. Production copyright 2017 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved.